Good.
All right. Welcome to Basketball News, our NBA draft show. We are so excited. I know this is like Christmas for you guys, Derek and Matt. You guys have been working all year long, watching these prospects, watching film. We're really excited. We're going to be here all night long, breaking down every single pick, every trade that happens. I want to introduce you guys for people who may not know Matt and Derek here. Matt is a former NBA agent and the founder of Babcock Hoops. He's also a contributor for basketballnews.com. He's represented many players over the years. He also comes from a basketball family. His father, Dave, is the director of player personnel for the Milwaukee Bucks, and his uncles, Pete and Rob, were both NBA general managers. Matt, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing well, Alex. Thanks for having me.
I appreciate you doing this. I'm also joined by Derek Murray, who's the director of scouting for Babcock Hoops. He has served as a scout for the Professional Basketball Combine and ran his own website, The Blueprint NBA. He also has consulted for various agencies. Derek, how are you?
I'm great, Alex. Thank you so much for having me. Finally the big day's here, so we're excited for it.
Yeah, you guys have been working extremely hard. I know you're working the phones, doing tons of interviews, things like that, watching tons of film. So I'm glad that it's finally here. Let's start with this. What are you guys looking forward to tonight? What storylines are you kind of following? Let's start with you, Matt.
The first pick. Minnesota. It's a really interesting situation. Most years by this point, we have a good idea what's going to happen. I think Gerson's really played this pretty hard, and they want to move the pick. I don't think that's a secret. They're looking to move back. It doesn't seem like it's been too easy. I've heard they're asking for a lot for that pick. We'll see if he lightens his demands, because I'm really not sure who's going there. It could be Edwards if they keep the pick. Could be somebody chasing Wiseman. I'm supposed to be this NBA draft analyst. I don't even know who the first pick is. It's sort of a weird spot to be in.
It is a weird year. Usually I feel like we have a pretty good idea of who that number one guy is going to be. But Derek, what are some things that you're looking forward to seeing tonight?
Alex, I'm really looking forward to seeing where some of these international guys land, especially in the lottery. Alexis Pokusevski, Deni Avdija, Killian Hayes. Depending on who you talk to, some in the media just really, really like these guys. And, some others, the NBA front offices are a little bit lower on some. So I think each of these three are, they're the type of young player where you can't take a risk hoping they fall to you. I think that at the end of the day, you need to trade up and go get each of them if that's what you want. But Pokusevski, I believe, is one I'm really excited about. But again, this whole international class is intriguing.
So, Matt, speaking of teams looking to trade up and being active, from what you're hearing, I know you've been tweeting today and breaking a lot of news as far as, different trade rumors and teams being active. Which teams are the most active tonight in terms of trade talks and things like that?
Well, it's already been shown. Oklahoma City. Sam Presti's not messing around. He's gunslinging, and I was asked not to release the details. I know they're adding another first-round pick, so I'm sure that will be released here soon. He's collecting assets. It's been rumored that they guaranteed Alexei Pokusevski at 25. It seems like he's trying to move up to make sure he gets them. It sounds like they're probably worried about somebody snagging him before that 25th pick. Sam Presti. All eyes on him today. That's for sure.
Forgive me. I am tweeting this out and making sure that our stream is live here. So give me one moment. But I guess, Derek, really quick, who are some players in this draft that you're higher on than maybe the general consensus? Guys that I know you spend a lot of time with these prospects. Who are some guys that you're very high on?
I think the first name that comes to mind is Onyeka Okongwu. And I think recently we've seen that teams are definitely gaining traction as far as him as a potential top 5 guy. His combination of coordination, power, it's just not something that you see every year. And as a young kid, he's got great footwork, interior scoring, and he has innate shot blocking skills as well. Somebody else I really like is Malachi Flynn from San Diego State. Matt and I got to spend some time with him and his agent out at Impact Basketball this summer for some pre-draft workouts, and his laser focus was just really impressive to me. He walked into the gym, great kid, really nice to talk to, and then when he strapped those shoes on, nothing else mattered other than winning and improving his game. And that kind of focus is something that a lot of front offices are going to look for, especially in contenders who are going to need somebody to come in and get minutes.
Matt, how about you? Who are some of the guys that you're really high on this draft?
Well, Derek, of course, took one of them. It's Malachi Flynn. We've talked about him, for hours. And, I liked him throughout the year, but he's the guy that, just the more homework, we've done on him, and then obviously meeting him, he's just moved up in our book. Another guy that Derek and I had a chance to spend some time with in Vegas was Zeke Naji. who's from my alma mater, the University of Arizona. He's another kid that, the more you learn about him, the more impressed you are with him. And so those are the two names I kind of go to as guys that I'm excited about.
And I guess there's been talk about this class, and some people have said it's not that strong, that it's a pretty weak class. Others have said that, it's pretty deep, but there's not just a lot of star power at the top. When you look at this class as a whole, what are your thoughts on just the talent level here?
Depth is one of them. Obviously we're all used to having, a clear-cut superstar, one or two of them, and we don't have that this year. I think there's more 5 or 6 guys that have all-star potential. So this first part, it's really hard to predict because I think teams are really looking at fit, and everybody's kind of got a different preference of how they want to play the game or which guys they like or whatnot. But there's depth. I think there's teams that are going to get deep in the second round. They're going to get some plug-and-play guys. And so, we don't have that every year. Sometimes you get to the, mid-second, late second. There's a lot of draft and stash guys because nobody's excited about any of the Americans left. This year, I think there's going to be a lot of American college players selected and less draft and stash guys.
Yeah, let's talk about, this is obviously a unique year. We're all doing this at home. We're not all in the same arena. And I'm curious how the pandemic and this unique process will impact the player evaluations for teams. Matt, you were on my podcast with Basketball News recently, and we talked about it a little bit. And, will teams rely more on game film because they haven't had a whole lot of in-person workouts? Do we see teams go with the safer players versus the home run swing, high upside, high risk type player? How do you think the pandemic is going to affect player evaluation?
Well, every team operates a little bit differently, and their priorities are a little bit different. And teams are at different stages as far as where they're building. I don't think there's going to be more or less high risk, high reward guys going or not going. For example, like Oklahoma City, they're obviously going through a total rebuild. I think they're looking to swing for the fences probably a little bit more than a team's looking for a plug and play guy that provides some depth as they make a run. And so I don't think there's that much difference this year compared to most years.
I'm curious. I want your guys, both you guys to weigh on this, but we saw yesterday Anthony Edwards had some interesting comments in an ESPN profile where he basically talked about how football was his first love and he always wanted to play in the NFL, and said basically, he doesn't really watch basketball, that he likes it now and it's his job, but it didn't seem very convincing. It almost sounded like a guy who understands, hey, I'm really talented. I can be one of the best players, so I should probably follow this because I can make a lot of money and have a great career. And granted, not everyone has to love their job, but teams are always going to red flag that, I feel like, and be concerned if a guy, and we see that a lot in the draft process, where if a team feels like a guy doesn't love the game and won't put in that extra work and go above and beyond, it can hurt them. Derek, are you concerned at all about those comments?
It is concerning, especially when you have to consider that, when you make a top pick in this draft or in any NBA draft, you are agreeing to pay these kids, not just the basketball player, but the person, millions of dollars over a handful of years. And you want that person to love their job. You want them to eat, sleep, and breathe the game of basketball. So I don't think it necessarily makes him, undraftable at all. I don't think that this particular comment, in my opinion, is going to make him fall very far, if at all. But it is concerning on some level.
Matt, how about you? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's definitely concerning. It's and that's something that's been brought up before. I was surprised to hear those comments directly. I thought, especially a 7-month pre-draft process, you'd think he'd be prepped for these interviews a little bit better. But it's definitely concerning. I don't think it's necessarily going to hold him back from being a good player. It might hold him back from totally maximize his potential, though. And obviously we're biggest fans of Malachi Flynn. Ask that kid that question. I guarantee you're going to get an opposite answer.
Well, speaking of guys who maybe didn't shine in the pre-draft interviews, let's talk about LaMelo Ball a bit, because Matt, you and I have talked about this again on that podcast that was part of the Basketball News Podcast Network, the Alex Kennedy Show. Got to get those plugs in. LaMelo Ball, there's been talk about him not doing well in interviews. He did the combat interview with the media and wasn't very impressive. Seems like he didn't want to be there, giving one-word answers. Now, the kid is extremely talented. Don't get me wrong. I think, and at the end of the day, the interviews, some teams value those more than the others and put more stock in that. You were hearing the same thing, Matt, about LaMelo's interviews and not really performing well in that area. What kind of impact does that have on his draft stock, do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely hurt it. I mean, that I get this question a lot lately of how big of an issue is the dad. I don't think the dad's the issue anymore. I think that was more of an issue with Lonzo because teams didn't really know what they were signing up for and didn't really know what it was all about. Now we know what the deal is, right? And but the problem is people are concerned with LaMelo's entitlement, his personality. I mean, he's essentially been like a child star. I mean, he's 19 years old. He's got 6 million followers on Instagram. And so I think he's a product of his environment to a certain extent. And I think he's going to have somewhat of a learning curve this early on in his career, and probably needs some tough love and some hard coaching and some veterans put him in check. And I question how is he going to respond to those things? And I'm sure teams are feeling the same way. But like you said, he does have a ton of talent. I mean, he's 6'7" point guard. And an act to make great plays, just a natural playmaker. And so, I mean, somebody's going to take him high, but I think there are concerns.
Now, I do want to say throughout the night, if you guys have comments, make sure to drop them in the comment section here. We're going to try to respond to them. So if you have questions or anything like that, be sure to post them. We'll try to do our best to shout you guys out and answer your questions. So make sure to comment whether you're on Periscope or wherever you're watching this. We'll do our best to get to you guys. But Derek, what are your thoughts on LaMelo? Because obviously I think he's the biggest name in this draft. Ton of followers on social media. He's been in the spotlight for many, many years. And he's someone that I feel like his game kind of evolved as he got older and kind of grew. Because when he was younger, he was that kid that would chuck up threes and not really play defense. And then once he got bigger, he would attack the rim more, and his game kind of evolved a bit. What are your thoughts on LaMelo's game and then some of the question marks surrounding him?
I mean, what you have to love with LaMelo is his ability to see the entire floor. He's got eyes in the back of his head, has elite court vision, and distributes all over, either hand, moving any direction. It's really impressive to watch, and I think at the NBA level, that's what you're going to get out of him. You're not going to get elite scoring. We'll probably be able to shoot the ball at a decent clip from three. We'll have to clean up his mechanics quite a bit. But again, from an evaluation standpoint, what you love is his ability to create for his teammates. It is special. It's unique in how he does it. And that's when I watch him, what excites me the most.
Matt, some of the questions that I'm seeing here in the comments are about, teams that could move up into the first round, either if they don't have a pick or just, try to move up. Luke Calvert asks, do the Pacers have any shot of moving to the first round? I know there were also some questions about the Lakers possibly moving back into the first round after trading for Dennis Schroeder. What are your thoughts on teams that could be looking to move into the first round or move up?
As far as those teams specifically, I haven't heard anything about that. I mean, I'd be surprised if the Lakers, made an aggressive play again in the first round. I think they're more, win now mode, where they're probably valuing, veterans that are proven. Indiana, I'm not quite sure. I mean, they've got a lot of nice pieces that they could move if they'd like to. I haven't heard those specifically. Some teams that I have heard that are looking to move up. Dallas was rumored to look to move up. I mean, it seems like they're being pretty active. Orlando, I heard they're looking to move up, and I was really struggling to figure out who they're looking to move up for. I believe it's Kyra Lewis. Washington, there's some rumblings that they like Okongwu. Boston likes Okongwu. I think everybody likes Okongwu, including myself. San Antonio, they've constantly come up in conversations as being a team that's aggressive to move up. I think to get a big guy, either Wiseman or Okongwu, or move back to possibly get Isaiah Stewart or Zeke Naji. Those are the main teams that are coming to mind.
Matt, you interviewed Okongwu yesterday, and that article ran on basketballnews.com. So I want your thoughts. What did you kind of take away from that conversation? Obviously, you've watched tons of film on him and know all about his game, but from your conversation with him, what were some things that you took away? Yeah,
I mean, I've not even watched film. I've watched him in person since he was in high school. I mean, I've seen that kid so much, and terrific player. But talking with him was my first time actually talking to him, and just a really nice kid. Very, very good personality, very likable. And so combining that with his talent, I mean, I have a lot of confidence that kid's gonna have a great career.
So the Minnesota Timberwolves are on the clock right now, and let's see here. I'm trying to just to kind of give people a overview of what we're going to be doing here. We will be talking about picks as they end up on Twitter. Obviously, if you want to watch the broadcast and you don't want picks tipped, then go ahead and do that. But because picks are going to be coming up on Twitter, and I think most of our followers here are watching through social media, we will be kind of spoiling things a bit or discussing it right as soon as it's reported. So we will be doing that. So once we have word of who the Timberwolves are going to pick, then we will go ahead and discuss that. But whoever the Timberwolves pick will be playing with Cat and D'Angelo Russell, who went back-to-back in the 2015 NBA draft, number 1 overall, number 2 overall. Matt, what are your thoughts on this Timberwolves pick? Again, we don't know who it's going to be. It's one of those years. But if you were the Timberwolves, what would you be doing? And what are you hearing about their thought process here?
Well, I mean, I would be doing exactly, what it seems like they are doing. I'd be trying to move the pick. Even though, some of these guys have so much time, Anthony Edwards, I mean, could end up being a star. I'm worried about it, and so they just traded, first round pick from Malik Beasley, who did really well there in 14 games. And granted, I know he did get in trouble recently. It doesn't sound like it's necessarily going to be a situation where they move on from him. So I may try and move back and get somebody that's a better fit. Some rumors are that they do like Obi Toppin, which that's who I suggested they look at when they first won the lottery. I could easily see if they take Wiseman, expect it to be moved to somewhere else. I think Gerson is being pretty shrewd here, and so he knows there's a number of teams that want Wiseman. It would be a bold move, but it could potentially be smart if he took Wiseman and pretty much got all the power on these trade negotiations. So let's see. We'll find out soon enough. 2 minutes to go here.
Derek, what are your thoughts on the Timberwolves here and what you would do if you were in their shoes?
I would probably be doing exactly what we're witnessing right now, which is them with 2 minutes left trying to trade the pick. It's not that, you just don't want any of these kids at number 1. It's, kind of to Matt's point, when you look at this, there's no surefire number 1. There's a couple different guys who can go here for a couple different reasons based on this roster. I think I would go with Anthony Edwards because his combination of length, power, tough shot-making ability, that is something that I can work with for the future. There are enough concerns with some of the other guys. I think Wiseman, Okongwu, you entertain both of them here because Towns likes to play outside, and those two kids have the potential to be real monsters in the paint and in the restricted area, as we move forward and as they continue to develop. So ultimately, I would entertain a big, but if I cannot trade it, I would take Edwards.
One thing, I feel like it's always tougher to – it looks like – John Krasinski says that barring a trade, the Wolves will take Anthony Edwards number 1 overall. Now, that's not official yet. That was him basically saying if they can't find a trade, they will go Edwards. So again, we'll kind of keep you updated as things. We're doing this in real time. So as new information kind of hits, we'll make sure you guys know about it. But
Shams just said they're taking him 1.
So, all right, so Derek, we're batting 1,000 on our mock draft.
1 for 1.
Let's quit right here. Quit while we're ahead.
I can't get better than this.
So let's talk about Edwards then. How does he fit with Minnesota, the current roster they have?
Well, it's they're a young developing team, and they've got a lot of nice young pieces. And so, I don't think he's a perfect fit, but they do need a primetime scorer. To go along with D'Lo and Cat. And so, if he could develop, as you hope, that could be a pretty incredible 3-headed monster.
Derek, what are your thoughts on Anthony Edwards?
Again, his combination of tough shot-making ability and the ability to put pressure on a defense from anywhere on the floor with his physicality, his size, his length, that's something that's really hard to pass up on, as we've seen here at number 1. I think the amount he plays early in his career will have a lot to do with Malik Beasley, potentially sharing the court and responsibilities a little bit with Culver, depending on how things go moving forward. But I really like the pick here.
So a college freshman has now been selected with the top pick in each of the last 11 drafts. The last non-freshman to be the first overall pick was Blake Griffin back in 2009. So, no surprise here. Teams are always seeming like they want to swing for the fence and go for the high potential guy with that number 1 pick. I guess now, Matt, I'm curious. We've talked about this. If LaMelo Ball didn't go number 1, there's always a scenario where a team tries to trade up to get him. But do you think we could see LaMelo potentially slip? Because there isn't necessarily a great fit for him when you talk about the next few teams that are on the board.
No, a few days ago, I was making a lot of calls. I thought there was a chance that there's some scenarios where LaMelo would slip. I think this pick could be in play, Golden State, with somewhere else. I'm expecting it to be Wiseman. I know LaMelo does have some supporters in that front office in that organization, but I think it's be Wiseman, and I'm pretty sure Charlotte will take LaMelo.
Interesting. Yeah. So let's talk about Edwards' ceiling. Because again, there are questions about love of the game, things like that. Oh, is he passionate? Blah, 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 about this. If all goes well for him, what kind of player could he end up being, Matt?
I mean, he's got superstar potential. I mean, I was on show with CBS just a little bit ago, and they asked me the same question. I brought up James Harden. He's got that kind of tough shot making ability, create his own shot, similar type physical build and athlete. So he's got that kind of potential. Obviously, he's got some major holes in his game. I mean, his shot selection, lack of discipline. Really just doesn't apply himself on the defensive end yet. And now hearing that he doesn't really love basketball. Is he going to get there? I don't know, but I think he is going to be a good player.
Derek, who's an NBA comparison for Edwards? I'm not the biggest fan of NBA comparisons because I know it's kind of hard and not to put you on the spot here, but if you had to come up with an NBA comparison for him, who would you kind of say?
I think he likes to say Dwayne Wade when he compares himself to an NBA player. I think you're looking at a shot creator, kind of like Beal or Donovan Mitchell in a way where you don't look at them and you don't call them necessarily unstoppable because they're dominant in every facet of the game, but their ability to hit tough shots, create space for themselves at an elite level, that is what I think he can do. The power in his lower body, his ability to take contact, and he elevates so high, his release point is so high, creating space is required to succeed as a scorer and a shot maker at this level. And that is what he does really well. So that's where, from an offensive standpoint and as a shooter, I see a little bit of those guys in him.
So let's focus on number 2 pick now. Matt, I know you talked about this a little bit, but what direction do you think we'll see Golden State go at number 2?
Yeah, I think Golden State's going to go with James Wiseman. They also could look at trades. I know San Antonio wants James Wiseman, and there's been rumors of the two teams have had a number of discussions. But if I'm betting on it, James Wiseman's the pick.
Let's talk about Wiseman then. I think he's such an interesting player. I've heard I know people like within the Memphis organization, we're talking about him potentially being a defensive player of the year type, candidate, a Rudy Gobert type player. What are your thoughts, Derek, on Wiseman and his potential?
I think James Wiseman can be an incredible NBA player. It's just going to take him a little bit of time to get there. Context that Matt and I have within that Memphis program, they speak very highly of him as a person, very intelligent. He has over a 4.0 GPA, fluent in multiple languages. And those are things that they'll make a difference long term in his career. They don't have anything to do with what he can do with the basketball, but they matter. And that's why I think with his size, 7'1", 235, I believe are the measurements, at least what he played at Memphis. I think he'd be a rim protector, rim runner. He'll have to clean up his footwork a little bit. Lateral quickness definitely is going to be an issue, at least early in his career on the NBA floor. But again, he's still a kid. He's humongous. And I think as we move forward, he's going to be a really, really good basketball player.
Yep. So they are taking James Wiseman number 2. Woj and Shams both just said that. So I mean,
Hey, there we go.
Yeah, there you go. 2 for 2. You guys are in the right place for draft analysis. Good work, guys. Let's stay on Wiseman then. Matt, what are your thoughts on his fit with Golden State?
I love it. I mean, I think I've had Wiseman to Golden State. I mean, just about all year on various mock drafts, and obviously there's well-established core unit there. Obviously, we all heard the news on Clay, and I'm definitely hoping for the best there for him with his injury. But even regardless, I mean, Steph Curry, at point. Hopefully, you got a healthy Clay, Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green. They've got a hole at the 5, and I think Wiseman is talented enough to come in and contribute at a high level. I think his intelligence is going to allow him to kind of pick up some of the more sophisticated concepts and schemes in the NBA and be effective early on. But he's also got a lot of upside and talent too. So I think he could be a long-term building block for them as well. And so I think it's a perfect fit. And like I said, I think it's been a perfect fit all year.
Now, there were a lot of conversations about Minnesota and Golden State trying to trade this pick. I feel like this happens a lot, where we hear the number 1 team, number 2 team are trying to trade the pick. Usually the asking price is really high. It's always, easier said than done when we talk about trading a top pick. So, I mean, I'm not really surprised that neither team made a trade. They ended up keeping the pick. But what were some of those conversations that were happening behind the scenes, Matt, as far as possibly trading the pick? What was Golden State, what was Minnesota looking for in those conversations?
Well, I mean, I think with Minnesota, it was more of just get a bang for your buck. I mean, get the best deal possible. The rumors were flying that they really like Obi Toppin. It's probably more of a natural fit, just the way the roster's built. But at the end of the day, they went with the highest upside guy. As far as with Golden State, what's been talked about, and granted, I mean, this, they could still trade Wiseman. I mean, he's got a lot of suitors. He seems to be somewhat of a hot commodity. But if they were to trade him, I'm sure it's to bring in a veteran to give them a chance to compete. I don't know if this Klay Thompson injury changes their thinking at all. I hope it's not serious. It did sound pretty bad, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not quite sure yet, but it's gonna be interesting to see how it plays out.
So according to Woj and Shams, LaMelo Ball will be going number 3 to Charlotte. So let's talk about LaMelo now. Matt, when you look at LaMelo's game, we talked a little bit about the concerns as far as immaturity and some of those things, but how does his game fit with this Charlotte team, and what is his ceiling?
The ceiling's high. I mean, he's, if it clicks on all cylinders, I mean, he could be, a somewhat of a star player. My biggest question here is, Devontae Graham. He had a terrific year last year. Where does he fit? If I'm other teams, I'm calling Charlotte and asking him is he available? Because I think he's a decent starter in the NBA. I don't know if him and LaMelo can coexist very well. Obviously, they played really small backcourt last year with Graham and Rozier. I don't know if they want to play multiple ball handlers together. It's not necessarily the style like I would want to play with. And again, it's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out because I don't see that being their backcourt of the future.
Derek, one of the things that we hear with LaMelo is that teams obviously can market him, and he's very, the Hornets have been looking to become more relevant. That was something that Chris Sheridan had reported at basketballnews.com that they're tired of losing and they want relevance. So someone like LaMelo Ball, with the following he has and the attention that he brings, he's going to bring that. What can this do for the Charlotte organization? Bring in someone like LaMelo, and what do you think he can provide to that team?
Based on our conversations, I think that this pick was as much about money as it was things on the court. I mean, Ball is going to bring a ton of excitement to that organization. Fans are going to want to buy tickets. Jerseys are going to be sold all over the world. It gives you a centerpiece from an entertainment perspective, not just basketball. And that's something that I think Jordan and a lot of this front office and quite frankly, the business office was probably looking into in this decision. It was reported that Okongwu was in heavy consideration at this pick. I think Okongwu and PJ Washington would have been an excellent front court together with that size, athleticism, and versatility. But again, Ball, I think he brings you excitement off the court as well from a revenue standpoint in all facets of the organization. So from that perspective, he's going to help, and I understand the pick.
Matt, so I know we talked about LeVar, and you said everyone always asks you, like, oh, is LeVar a problem? And he had made some comments, prior to the pre-draft process saying that he doesn't want him in Golden State and there's not a fit there. LaMelo kind of walked that back during his combine interview and multiple interviews saying, I'm my own man. Don't listen to my dad's comments. I can decide for myself. The LeVar factor, though, let's talk about it because it was something that's been talked about with Lonzo Ball. It's a distraction. There were times where he was calling for coaches to get fired and just saying a lot of wild things. So do you think that's something that maybe impacted LaMelo's draft stock? And then what does Charlotte do now? I feel like in recent years, LeVar has kind of calmed down a bit and got, kind of went in the background a bit more. But I mean, this is still a family that has a reality show and he's very outspoken. What does that mean for Charlotte going forward?
With LeVar, he's only a problem if you give him power. If you don't give him any influence, he's just noise. And so I think LaMelo's situation has really gotten cleaned up. When he signed with Rock Nation, professional agency. And so LaMelo's handling it right. He's like, hey, my dad can say whatever you want. Once I'm my own man, and so I think they need to kind of stay with that own path. And the bigger issue, I think with LaMelo is more, his dad just hasn't held him accountable. He hasn't been held accountable up to this point. Like you said, got his high school coach fired. He's moved around every time anything goes wrong. He's going to be with the big boys now, and he's going to get some tough love. And so I think how he kind of reacts to the adversity is going to determine if he has a successful career or not.
All right, so now let's talk about Chicago at number 4. I feel like most of the mock drafts have Denny Avdija going there. So do you think Denny's the guy that they are going to go with? Is that what you guys are hearing, or what would you do if you were Chicago, Matt?
We have Denny at 4. There's been some other names, popped up there. Patrick Williams has been discussed, especially lately. It seems like Patrick Williams is really peaking at the right time. I know they like Kyra Lewis. He's been talked about. I think at 4 that's a little high. It wouldn't be out of the question that this trade, this pick's traded as well. But my bet is Denny Avdija.
And then Derek, if they do go Denny, how would he fit with this team?
I think it's going to depend on what they choose to keep and who they choose to keep as part of their front court. There were talks earlier in the day of, do you move Wendell Carter Jr.? Markkanen, has still a lot of potential. He can grow into his game there. But what Denny does is he gives them offensive versatility. White and LaVine played really well together over the course of last season, especially near the end when White was really scoring a ton of points. And Avdija able to basically be a point forward at times. He can play down low. He can handle the ball and pick and roll. His ability to do different things on the floor, and you don't just have to pigeonhole him into one role. I think that gives this young Bulls roster and Billy Donovan, as creative as he is. We saw in Oklahoma City last year when he developed that 3-guard lineup. That was incredible. You give him a versatile point forward. I think the sky's the limit for that offense.
So we will keep you guys updated here as we have the pick. Woj tweeted something, but it was not the pick, so I got thrown off there for a second. So Matt, I guess what other options does Chicago have here? We're talking about Denny, but if it's not Denny, who are some guys that you kind of have in mind?
Well, like I said, Patrick Williams is an option. Kira Lewis. Some people said Tyrese Halliburton. I think those would be guys they would look at. I'm hoping it's Avdija. I think Avdija would be a good pick for Chicago. I think the one concern with Chicago's lineup is, do they have a true point guard? Satoransky essentially was their lead ball handler last year. They drafted Kobe White, who had a terrific rookie year, but I think they found out quickly that he's a scorer rather than a point guard. So Avdija could be a point forward for them, and give them a guy that's got some versatility and some upside as well.
Now, what do you make of the Chicago front office? Obviously, they kind of retooled their whole front office and have some new decision makers. Matt, from what you're hearing or interactions with them, obviously, again, for people who may not know, you used to be an agent, so you've interacted with tons of executives around the NBA. What are your thoughts on this new look Bulls front office?
Yeah, I know those guys really well. Arturas Karnisovas, has been with the Nuggets for a long time, and I live in Denver, so he and I sat at games together all the time. And he actually got his first scouting job with my dad. My dad and Larry Harris hired him to the Milwaukee Bucks a long time ago. Arturas is a great guy. Mark Eversley, I've known him a long time. Really good guy. And then Pat Conley is third in line there. It's Tim Conley's brother. Really good guys. I think they're going to take this team in the right direction. And I think it was a good job for Arturas to take. I think they've got a nice core unit, even though they underachieved last year. He's not starting from scratch. He's got some nice pieces to work with.
So, Derek, I guess I want to ask you, we don't really have a graphic here saying the best available prospects, but I want your thoughts on some of the guys that you're, keeping an eye on, or your favorite players that are kind of coming up in this range. Who are some players that you think could be the next few guys off the board that you're pretty high on?
When you look at, Chicago, Cleveland, Atlanta, Detroit, I think you're going to get 1 or 2 guards and 1 or 2 front court guys come off the floor. I think Toppin will be taken in one of these next 3 or 4 picks. I think Cleveland's honed in on him a lot. I think that Atlanta, I think would be really zoned in on Okongwu. In our mock, we think that would be a great fit there. So Okongwu, again, one of my favorite players in this class. He's one that I'm really interested to see where he goes. And with Detroit, they can go a handful of directions. They're raking in talent. They just picked up another first-round pick this year. Strong ties, a lot of smoke with Patrick Williams there. But Killian Hayes and Kira Lewis would also be options as well. So those are the names that I'm expecting to hear in the next couple picks.
Speaking of Atlanta, we're obviously going to get to the Hawks once they're, on the board. But there were some rumors that they were very aggressive and kind of in win now mode, that they were possibly looking for veterans and could trade the pick. Matt, who are some teams that are coming up that, could potentially be shopping the pick? I know there's been a lot of conversations and rumors about a lot of different teams, but of the teams that are kind of approaching, who are some that you're keeping an eye on as far as trade activity?
The Knicks have come up with some trade conversations. Washington, I think, could be a team that could either move up or move back. And then, like I said before, San Antonio, their name comes up every time there's a conversation about trades. I think San Antonio's at a point where they realize that they're needing to do somewhat of a rebuild. DeRozan, Aldridge, I don't think those guys will be there for much longer.
So we talked a little bit about Chicago's front office and some of the pieces there. You did a great piece for basketballnews.com, Matt, where you kind of broke down what, each organization that were in the top 4, their situation, looked at a number of their players and what you would do if you had to pick. We talked about Denny, but looking at that roster that they currently have, what are some changes you would make? What are some things that you feel like the Bulls should be focused on as they kind of move forward?
I think when those guys got hired, they talked about a lot about really learning what they have in place. Why some of these guys underachieved, and so I mean I don't necessarily think I would give up on all these guys right away. I mean I think they have some good players that just haven't reached their potential yet. Just need to find some guys that complement them. I mean I think they need somebody to really click and be a guy they can build around. Obviously, Markkanen just had a really down year. I think Wendell Carter still has shown a lot of promise. And I mean, Zach LaVine's a big time scorer. I mean, that guy, what he averaged like 25 a game last year or something like that. And so they've got some stuff to work with. They just need to continue to kind of build it up and make good picks.
So we have the first big surprise of the night. You mentioned Patrick Williams as an option. Patrick Williams is the pick for the Chicago Bulls. So wow. Matt, and then Derek will go to you in a second. But Matt, what are your thoughts on Williams? Can you kind of give a breakdown of his game?
Yeah, so I mean, he's got all the tools. I mean, he's got great size, versatility. The guy that comes to mind as far as comparison goes is the former NBA player Tim Thomas. And what's interesting with the comparison with Tim is when Tim first came in the league in the late '90s, he's a 6'10", 240-pound small forward that could play some four. The way the game's played now, Patrick Williams is probably going to be more of a modern day four that can play some three. He's a work in progress. I don't think he's going to be a guy that's going to step in and light the world on fire. But if he were to click, he'd be a nice piece for them and give them some lineup flexibility, down the road.
Now, Derek, what are your thoughts on Patrick here?
I think the Bulls took Williams for the same reasons that I think Avdija would have made sense. Versatility at the forward position. Williams by no means was he some high volume ball handler or pick and roll initiator, but it's there. In the minutes he played at Florida State, again, they have a tendency to not play their guys for a ton of minutes, at a time. They have a heavy rotation of players, but when Williams was in, he was occasionally tasked to run the pick and roll, and he looked good doing it. He excels as a spot-up three-point shooter. Delivery mechanics are a little bit slow, but again, he knocks them down at a decent clip, and that's what I think you get if you're Chicago there. You get versatility at the forward position. So while I do feel it's a little bit high, because I don't know if at least early in his career Williams is a game changer that I would have taken it for, it makes total sense, from a roster construction standpoint.
So Matt's going to hop off for 1 second. So Derek, me and you, let's talk a bit about this reach. Do you think is it too high? That's going to be the big question. Especially I think a lot of Bulls fans. I know that there were a few that I talked to. They were really excited about Denny because a lot of mock drafts had him going there. People were talking about it, so they did the research. So certainly there's going to be a lot of expectations now for Patrick Williams and some talk of, is this a reach? Do you think it was too high?
I don't think it's too high because I think that they believe they can get a guard later in this draft. And that's what I think it was for them at this point. I think it was a value proposition discussion. What guard can we get here versus a versatile four or wing later? What four or point forward can we get here? And then what point guard or combo guard can we get later in this draft? So again, that's why Avdija and Williams, it makes sense because there's a lot of point guards in this class. And, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that their second round pick looks like is 44. Again, you're not going to get some huge game changer in all likelihood at 44, but there's going to be a lot of point guards fall because there's so many in this draft. So I would imagine that that's Arturas's train of thought here.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but are we about to be joined by Fran Fraschilla? Is he ready to be joined to jump in here?
I don't think he's ready yet. He's not in.
Okay, sorry. So we will wait. We will get Fran here in a minute. So I want to talk about there was another report here from Woj that the Cleveland Cavaliers are fielding trade offers for the number 5 pick. Now, it seems like a lot of these teams are shopping the pick and seeing what's out there, doing their due diligence. Do you think we could see Cleveland trade this pick?
I think we could. I would not. If I'm Cleveland, go ahead and take either Toppin or Okoro here. I think Isaac Okoro is one of the best players in this class. He's an incredible wing defender, lockdown guy. I think you could see an Iguodala type role on a contending team for Isaac Okoro in the future. If I'm Cleveland, I would use him. I would use that pick on him right here. So I understand them trying to trade it. They're still in take best player available mode. Let's see how many young guys we can get on this roster. So if somebody's willing to give them 2 firsts or 2 really good picks, then sure, go ahead and move it. But if you can't, Okoro would be my personal selection at this spot.
Yeah, so let's talk about this Cleveland team. Obviously they've taken a lot of guards in recent years with Darius Garland, Colin Sexton. It was funny during the combine interviews, they asked Killian Hayes about whether or not he'd be a fit in Cleveland. He was like, "No, they have so many guards. That doesn't make sense." So I like the honesty there from him. But when you look at this roster as a whole, what are some of the needs? You mentioned Okoro there, but what are some of the needs for this Cleveland team? And what do you think of the way that they've kind of built this roster and where they're headed?
Defense and front court play, I think, are the number one priorities. You've taken a lot of ball handlers and guards the last couple of drafts, and I think it would be okay to take one here. If you want to take Hayes, I think Killian Hayes is going to be an incredible NBA player. But I think to take a point guard, it would almost be to admit and almost punt on some of your previous selections. And sometimes that's not what you want to put in the head of your young players. You have 18, 19, 20-year-old kids. They think they're the guy. Boom, all of a sudden they see the replacement come in. Can really mess with you. So I think defense and front court play, they're going to need a center for the future. I think Okongwu is definitely in the discussion. But again, Okoro's defense, his versatility, he can create, he attacks closeouts very, very well, both on defense and when he is actually given the ball on offense. He's a great passer with good vision as well. That's the call for me.
I'm curious, there's been, again, as we mentioned, rumors that they're talking about possibly trading the pick. What do you think, what are some teams that could make sense as far as trading up? Especially with someone like Denny there, who maybe teams didn't expect to be there at number 5. Maybe that's where some of this is coming from, some of these phone calls. But are there any teams that stand out to you that make sense as possibly being one of those teams trying to trade up or having a conversation with Cleveland right now?
I think that, if you're the Knicks, you're at least entertaining going up and getting your point guard of the future. If you believe that Hayes or Lewis is your guy, this would be the time that you would want to have those discussions. There have been a lot of ties between the Wizards and Okongwu as well. They really like Okongwu. This is a time to move if you're sitting at number 9. 5 is shopping the pick. If you have to give up a future first, I actually believe that Onyeka is worth giving up a future first as long as it's protected, at least at the very, very top, barring what your future looks like. But I think the Knicks, if they need their guard and they're afraid that Detroit might take who they want, and if you're the Wizards, I wouldn't hesitate if it meant I could go up and get Okongwu at this spot.
So let's see. I just got a notification. Oh, it's Isaac Okoro, as you mentioned. So you kind of talked about it already. Good call there as far as a breakdown of his game. But I'm interested because there was a lot of talk about Okoro. We did an article on Basketball News with, some of his quotes from his media availability interview. And you guys had some breakdowns of him as well. What's the ceiling for Okoro?
For me, I think his absolute ceiling, I think the very, very top, if he develops his shot, I think you could get a Jimmy Butler light, if you will, type player because he's physical, he's determined, he's hard-nosed, he's competitive, willing to put his body on the line and do whatever it takes to win the game for your team on both ends of the floor. But as I mentioned earlier, I think an Iguodala type role is what you're looking at for him. He's never going to be your first, second, likely even third option as far as a scorer on a championship team, but he can be the guy on your roster that when you line up against somebody with an elite level offensive volume scorer, you can say, I need that guy not to score tonight. And I think with proper development, that is what Okoro can become.
So are we surprised that Denny is still on the board? Because again, a lot of the mock drafts had him going number 4. He's obviously viewed as the best international prospect in this class. So are you surprised that he's still on the board? And how far do you think we could see him slip potentially?
I am surprised that he's still there as of right now. Pulling up the order right now, I could see the Wizards taking a shot on him if Okongwu is taken with the Atlanta pick. I also think Denny Avdia screams San Antonio Spurs. I think his kind of versatility at the forward position is something they would really be drawn to. If he doesn't go there, New Orleans is still raking in talent. If I'm Boston, a chance to add a young kid at his size who can handle the ball. Boston at 14, they have 3 first-round picks. You take a flyer on one. And I think him at 14 is incredible value. So I am a little bit surprised that he's still on the board at this point, but I don't see him falling too far.
So again, we talked about the Hawks a bit earlier, saying that they've been rumored to be shopping the pick, that they're kind of in win now mode. They've been linked to Danilo Gallinari and Rajon Rondo and different veteran players that could potentially help the team. Now, Okongwu makes sense, and again, we just ran an interview with him on BasketballNews.com. Matt Babcock did a fantastic job on that. But I'm curious now if we'll see Atlanta potentially move this pick again. If teams are out there that didn't expect Denny to be on the board, maybe they reach out and try to move up. But what do you think Atlanta does right here?
I think Okongwu would be the right choice. We don't know what John Collins' future looks like here. I've been told there've been some reports that Capella is not a long-term option in their eyes. So I would go with a front court player.
Definitely. And I'm curious, what are your thoughts on this Atlanta team? Because again, kind of like Cleveland, they have a lot of young pieces. They have the young trio of Trae Young, Clint Capella, John Collins. And I get, because they have that young talent, they want to surround them with veterans who can kind of be leaders and mentor them. But what are your thoughts on this young core in Atlanta?
I really like what they've got. They've done a great job adding youth. I think what they need to do as an organization is pick their strategic timeline. That's going to be next in line for what they do. They're young and they're right on the cusp of being a really good team. Do you go out and add some veterans this off season, if you will, at this point? Do you go out and add some veterans that can come in and play and maybe push you into the playoffs? Or do you hang on one more year, hold on to some of that cap space, let Trae get his feet wet again, really let these young guys just play a ton of minutes. And then in 2021, 22, really make a push. I think that is the first decision that needs to be made by the organization there.
Give me 1 second. We're trying to get on the same page here and make sure we have all the news for you guys. So
looks like Atlanta took him.
There we go. So Okongwu. So good call there. You're doing really well tonight, man. You're batting a very high percentage here. I love it. So give me your thoughts on his fit with the roster. I know you've already talked a lot about his game and kind of the pick here. But while I kind of get this situated, give me your thoughts on the pick.
I don't think Capella is the long-term option there. I don't know what John Collins' future looks like. They paid that, or they brought Dedmon in, and he's getting paid too much money. So addressing the front court with Okongwu is one of my favorite picks of this draft so far. I think his versatility as a lob target, as a pick and roll defender, as a team defender, ability to protect the rim. He's the kind of player that even as a positional team defender can hide what Trae Young may lack on that side of the ball. And again, Trae makes up for that on offense, so I'm not super worried about it. But now Trae's got another lob target, a guy who will attack the boards on both ends. I mean, he is a vicious rebounder, uses his length, a really long wingspan, his powerful lower body. And again, he's only 19 years old. So you have Atlanta, who's really good at scoring on the perimeter. Now you're going to add somebody who's probably the best interior scorer in this class. And I think that just bodes incredibly well for them moving forward.
So we have Detroit's pick. They have selected Killian Hayes, number 7 overall. So again, Denny still continuing to fall here. So what are your thoughts on Killian Hayes and his potential?
I had Killian Hayes as my number 1 point guard for a long time during this process. French point guard, what I like about him is as you watch him year to year in professional basketball, this year he was with Ratio Farm Home, it was evident that he got better. There was progress season to season. And in a young kid, when you can see him playing professional basketball and the development curve is evident, you don't have to search and really, really push to find improvements in a kid's game. That tells me that he can continue to get better even into his 20s. He's improved as a pull-up shooter, spot-up shooter, really, really smooth with the ball in his hands, good decision maker. My only concerns with him, quite frankly, are athleticism in traffic. He's not an elite jumper, doesn't have elite foot speed, but what he has is great footwork. And I think that is going to allow him to create for both himself and others. Absolutely love this pick for Detroit.
How does he fit with this roster? I was very impressed with Killian during the interview process, during the combine, during the draft interviews. He seemed like a really smart, mature kid, and I was very impressed with him. But when you look at this fit with the roster, how does he fit with what the Pistons currently have?
They needed a guard. We don't know what the future looks like for them from a point guard position. Kennard's never going to be the guy who plays on ball. And Detroit is one of the few teams in this draft that I think is still, hey, our job right now is just to take the best player available, wherever we are in this class. Take the guy that we think can impact winning at a high level for a long time. So when you look at their roster, some really, really big money at the top. Sekou's coming along. I think Hayes is a great addition.
All right. So then at the 8th pick, I know a lot of mock drafts were kind of linking Okoro to New York and saying, oh, he was the pick there. I feel like most mocks had that. Now that he's off the board, what do you think we could see New York do at number 8?
I think they're going to go, man, it gets really interesting for them. They have been linked to Toppin. They've been linked to Okoro. So with him gone, I think Vassell is in the mix now. And then, again, if they want a point guard to play alongside R.J. Barrett, I think Kyra Lewis can be your guy. So I think it's going to be one of those. I don't see them going Denny. Actually, in a mock draft early during this long pre-draft process, I did have them taking Denny. So I wouldn't mind if they did for the sake of looking good in that one. But Toppin – I think Toppin and Lewis, if I had to guess, would be the two that I would choose here.
Now let's talk about Denny again, because I think that's probably the biggest surprise so far. Again, some mocks had him going as high as number 4. Is this a case of just the fit not being there, or is there something behind the scenes you think that is leading to him slipping?
I think it's just a fit. I don't have any notifications of red flags, at least right now, that have been shared with me as far as being a reason for any kind of slippage here.
Okay, so let's talk about the Knicks. I mean, we just mentioned some options that they have. Now, they're in an interesting position this offseason because they have a ton of cap space. We'll see what Leon Rose wants to do with New York. They have a number of young players there. I'm curious to see what they're going to do this offseason as a whole. They've been linked to some players like Russell Westbrook. I know some Knicks fans love that idea. Some Knicks fans are very against it because of the contract, and they're not sure if he's the right fit there. But what do you make of this Knicks team and the direction that they're heading?
I think they're going to be in a good spot. I think that we're going to be able to trust their front office moving forward. I think they're going to make the right decisions, basketball decisions, and take the players that can impact winning. Personally, if I was in charge, I would not go after any huge or big-time free agents this offseason. I would continue to use my draft picks, choose wisely, and young guys that are going to help me win ball games moving forward. A lot of Knicks fans, they're tough on Kevin Knox. They're really tough on that kid. Don't give up on him. Don't give up on him quite yet. Mitchell Robinson. I really like Mitchell Robinson. I think he's a guy that I absolutely would not send anywhere in a trade offer to somebody else to move up for a pick. So I would stay away from bringing in any monstrous contracts this offseason, and I would just continue to build through the draft. And then when you're ready, go ahead and make those big moves.
Are you surprised we haven't seen a trade yet? Because, again, there was a lot of talk about I'm just now seeing Okongwu's reaction to getting picked. Just very, very cool moment. His whole family hugging him. He's crying. Very cool. He's very emotional. That's awesome. So is there are you surprised we haven't seen more trades? Because going into this, we obviously saw a lot of trades the last few days involving players and picks, but there was a lot of talk about how this would be a very active night, and a lot of the teams at the top were trying to shop their pick. Are you surprised we haven't seen more activity?
Yes and no. I would say yes, because there was so much smoke around these picks being moved earlier in the day and week that I anticipated a little bit more. But at the end of the day, there's not anybody that these teams are dying to scramble up for. So it's less that there's not picks available and being shopped. It's that, it would take a really, really niche situation for a team to feel the need to trade up. And I just don't think we've seen that yet.
So I'm curious, we talked about how Knicks fans can be very hard on players. We've seen it. I mean, even guys like Porzingis got booed famously that everyone wants to bring up. It's a tough market to play in. We've heard that from some free agents. They haven't wanted to go there because of that. The media spotlight is huge. Expectations are high. Now, I think if you're able to go there and have success, you're going to be beloved. I mean, it's huge for your career. And also, because they're in that large market, if you go there and do well and become a star player, you could potentially attract other stars to come play with you. And, because that's what everyone always talks about, the Knicks being a free agent destination. And while it hasn't happened in recent years, the market's not going away. That's going to continue to be a draw. So what do you make of this destination? Do you think New York, I mean, I'm sure a lot of agents right now would love for their guy to go step into this situation in New York and be their star. And that's a great situation for a lot of players, but it's also tough. It has some unique challenges, right?
It's not for the faint of heart. And playing in New York, it takes a guy with some thick skin, because rookies coming in, they're not going to be good all the time. They're going to struggle. And New York media and these fans, they expect you to be perfect because they're New York. And that's okay. They hold their team to high expectations, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So honestly, if I'm looking to evaluate guys and I'm picking for the Knicks, I just can't pick anybody who's mentally soft. Honestly, that is going to be a no questions asked. That is a make it or break it trait in somebody that I'm going to look for if I'm the Knicks.
Well, here we go. Woj says that they are picking Obi Toppin from Dayton at number 8. So let's talk about that. Do you think he's the right pick there?
I cannot wait to watch them attack the rim with Obi Toppin attacking the lane from one side and Mitchell Robinson coming from the other. There are going to be so many alley-oops thrown on that team, and that's why I think it's a great fit.
I think Toppin's a great story. A guy that just had a monster year. Now, college player of the year. The development he's shown in recent years has been tremendous. Can you kind of talk about his game and how far he's come in recent years? I don't think a few years ago anyone thought we'd be talking about him as being, this high of a pick, but it's a really cool story, I think.
Yeah, so over at BabcockHoops.com, our prospect research associate, Grant Aki, wrote a great piece on Obi Toppin. And it talked about, how he was underrated coming out of high school, always kind of had a chip on his shoulder. It was a real, he really had to dig deep within himself, both off the court and on the court, to get to Dayton and get to a spot where he was ready to play basketball at a high level. So watching him develop, especially into the potent scorer that he's turned into, again, it's an easy kid to root for, and we're really excited for him.
What are some of the things that he has to work on as a player, some of the things that you want to see him improve?
So the one thing that I think consistency as a three-point shooter is going to be very important. I won't call it a huge area of concern right now because he did hit, it was either 40 or close to 40% from three. The volume wasn't crazy high. So there is some belief that he can become a stretch 4, small ball stretch 5, if you will, if he's hitting his shots regularly. So not a concern of mine, but something to monitor as far as if he can do it with consistency. That's going to be huge in him playing time and impacting winning. I think footwork, lateral quickness on defense. I think those are the knocks on him right now. Can he stay in front of a ball handler one-on-one? There were some issues with that at Dayton. At the NBA level, that's only going to get more difficult. So I think that's the first thing I would address. Based on my conversations, Dayton went with a if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of approach, where they were winning ball games. He was scoring 20-plus points a game. Just don't mess with it. But an NBA franchise, they're going to get his body right. They're going to get him in the weight room. They're going to get his hips and his knees more flexible. And I think over time, he's not going to become an elite defender on ball, but I think he'll be able to improve at least enough to stay on the floor. And again, at the end of the day, I think he's going to score enough points that he'll be able to be a viable starter moving forward.
So we have Matt joining back in right here, and I'll get his thoughts on the Toppin pick. So let's add Matt back in real quick, and then we'll continue to analyze this pick. And as I want to mention again, if you guys are, watching along, we want to hear your comments or questions. Feel free to post them here in the comments below. We'll try to shout you out. If you have any questions for Matt or Derek, definitely post them below. And yeah, we're here for the rest of the night. We're talking about every pick, every trade, anything that happens, we'll be here talking about it. So we appreciate you guys hanging out. So far, we have 35,000 people watching, which is very cool. That means a lot, guys. So thank you so much. And we definitely want to shout you guys, respond to any questions or comments you have. Do we have Matt joining in still or no?
It's not in here quite yet. At least I don't see him backstage.
No worries. So he will be joining here in a second. Let's go to the Washington Wizards now at number 9. I feel like most mock drafts have them linked to Devin Vassell. That's what I've been seeing, at least when I've been reading all these mocks. What do you think we could see Washington do at number 9?
I think you're going to see them either take Vassell or Achua. I think those are the two that I think based on my conversations will be one of those two options. Matt, what do you think they'll do here?
Well, I mean, it's been a crazy draft so far already, right? A lot of surprises. Denny Avdija is on the board, and his name hasn't been buzzing in Washington because I don't think anybody thought he'd be there. And so, like you just said, I've heard Vassell, I've heard Precious Achua. I don't know if they could pass on Avdija at this point.
I want your thoughts on the Obi Toppin pick, Matt. Curious what you're thinking about this, his fit with the Knicks. I know you've been very high on him. There was a point, a month ago before, we start. I think we didn't even know lottery at that point, but you had him as one of the top players on your board. I know you're a big fan of his. What do you think of his fit with the Knicks?
New York, I've been saying this for a while now. New York just needs some players in the building. They got the bright lights at the Garden, and they need more talent. And Obi Toppin's got a ton of it. And I'm really disappointed for for Obi and his family that, you know, this isn't at the Garden or at Barclays in New York. Because I mean, you know, we've had all these years of, you know, all those fans going nuts, booing and all that. You know, they'd be in a frenzy over Obi Toppin. This kid's about to bring it to the Garden, and I think it's a perfect fit. And I think he's good enough. They could rework their roster a little bit and start making him part of their long-term plans. I'm surprised, but I'm excited for Obi because I've been rooting for him all year.
While you were gone, we were talking about Denny, slipping, because I think, again, most mock drafts had him at 4 to Chicago. It's kind of a surprise to see him still on the board here. Why do you think that is? And is it just about maybe the fit? I guess, why do you think he's still on the board right now?
I don't think there's any like glaring weaknesses. I mean, obviously outside shooting's a swing skill for him, but I mean, there's no like skeletons in the closet or anything with Denny. I think it's circumstantial. I think Chicago and Cleveland just really threw curveballs at us, taking guys a little higher than we expected. But that goes back to what we've been saying for months now. Of like, there's a lot of parity in this draft, and so I guess we really shouldn't be that surprised. I am still really surprised about Toppin slipping to 8. But generally speaking, I mean, guys going various spots. I mean, I think we should probably expect that for the rest of the draft.
So we were talking about, Washington and what we'll see from them. Let me just make sure that we don't have a pick in just yet. Nope, it seems like we still don't have the pick there. What are you hearing about Washington and their approach to this draft, Matt?
Like I mentioned, it's been rumored that they're interested in Precious Achiuwa. I don't know if they feel like that's too high to take him at 9. I thought it was a possibility they could maybe move back to get him. Devin Vassell's popped up there. Those are the 2 names recently that I've heard the most. And they're still, they're kind of an interesting spot because they have so much money tied up with John Wall and Bradley Beal. I have heard the John Wall, Russell Westbrook trade dealing is pretty legit. I mean, I don't know if it's going to go through for sure, but that's a legitimate rumor. And don't be surprised if that does happen.
Yeah, I guess let's talk about this Washington team because, they're in an interesting position with Wall coming back. Bradley Beal just had a monster year. I was so impressed with, his development and what he's become. And then they have some nice young talent too. Troy Brown Jr. is on our staff at basketballnews.com. So I'm sure he's watching anxiously right now to see what happens next. But he's been great, by the way, writing awesome articles, and he'll be hosting a podcast soon with us. But I'm curious, what are your thoughts on this young core that Washington has put together, Matt?
Yeah, no, I think they're going in the right direction. I think John Wall's contract is somewhat of an issue. If they were able to move him for Westbrook, I'd be curious to see what else they had to throw in there. But you bring Westbrook and got Bradley Beal, who had just an unbelievable individual season last year. Troy Brown's blossoming. I've always been a fan of Rui Hachimura. I think he's just a tough kid that's going to be a good, solid pro for a long time. I'd like to see them, get more of a long-term piece at the 5. Yeah, but I think they're a little ways away from being, a real threat, but I don't think they're too far off either. All
right, so Denny is the number 9 pick to the Washington Wizards. Here we go. It looks like it is in. So let's react to this. Derek, what are your thoughts on Denny? I think if you had told them a week ago you're going to get Denny at number 9, when everyone was projecting he would be top 5, they'd be pretty happy. What are you thinking about this fit?
Yeah, I mean, this is not something that we saw coming because, again, we didn't think he would be on the board. I love the fit here because of the versatility. I wonder about how they're going to stretch the floor moving forward if they move on from Wall or Beal, depending on what that looks like, because Rui and Denny together, at least in the near future, they're not going to be floor stretchers. So you're going to have to really have some wings or guards that can shoot the 3 ball well for you. I think that's going to be very important. But again, at 9, I think this is tremendous value. Matt?
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's what I just said before. I mean, Denny at 9, it's one of those things, for a developing team, you can't overanalyze this. I mean, to me, he's clearly better than that next group of guys. And he's versatile. I mean, so you've really got an opportunity to put some interesting lineups out there. Troy Brown is also very versatile. I mean, can do a lot of, secondary ball handling. You can really, you can go small ball here too and, play Denny as a 4, Rui with a little bit of small ball 5. I love it. I mean, I think Washington should be really happy about this pick because it's a great market value pick.
People that don't know a lot about Denny's game, I guess, what is his ceiling? What could you see him becoming? What are some NBA comparisons for him?
The one guy that I've brought up, and it's not a perfect fit, but he's got a little bit of Ben Simmons in him, just being a guy with size, versatility, secondary playmaking ability. I know Philly's used Ben as a point guard. I don't think Denny's a point guard, but, he's very good in transition, good to run the floor with and without the ball. I think he's a versatile defender that plays hard. He needs to get the outside shooting down a little bit. it's been pretty consistent up to this point, and free throw shooting for that matter. And seems like a really great kid, worker. I think he's got a high confidence level, like a healthy confidence level, and so I think he is going to be able to get his shooting to come around. And so I think as far as his upside goes, I don't know if he'll be an all-star level guy, but I think he's got a chance of being a top 2 or 3 best player on a decent team.
So we are about to get to the number 10 pick. So, we've had 9 picks so far. So what are the big surprises for you guys so far? What are you guys thinking? We haven't had any big trades yet, which is interesting. There was a lot of talk about, movement, and we did see a lot of trades in the last 24 hours as far as teams trading picks and players. So there has been a lot of movement, but just none in the draft so far since, the draft started. What are your thoughts so far, just overall, Matt?
Those first few picks, went as I thought. Starting with Chicago, that was the first wild card, the first curveball at us. Patrick Williams. We had heard the rumor, but it's still I'm still surprised to see him go that high. I like him. I get where the intrigue comes from. He's a bit of a project, and then Okoro. I'm really high on him as well. But I'm surprised to see him at 5. I thought he was going to be more in the 10-ish range. 8 to 12, maybe something like that. And those guys, kind of threw a curveball at us, and that's why Obi slipped and Denny slipped. And so let's see how these next few picks go. We might be seeing some of the same.
So I'm waiting to see if we have a pick that is in. It looks like we don't quite yet. So let's focus on what the Suns should do here at number 10. Obviously, just landed Chris Paul. That was one of the biggest moves in recent days. They're obviously looking to win now, it seems. They finished the bubble really strong with those seeding games. What do you think we see Phoenix do here?
Well, James Jones is proven already in his short career as a general manager that he's capable of surprising us. Taking Cam Johnson, I believe, 12th last year? Much higher than anybody had expected. The guys that on the board, I'm looking at my phone right at my rankings. Even though they just brought in Chris Paul, I still think they might go with a point guard here. Kyra Lewis would be the next best point guard for me. However, my bet is they're going to go with Tyrese Halliburton because I think he can play on or off the ball and complement Chris Paul and Devin and kind of take up some minutes for both of those guys or backing up both those guys. Halliburton's my bet here. Derek, what do you think?
I actually think by trading for Chris Paul, they enter more of a win now mode. And I would almost see Vassell or Sadiq Bey be a guy that could come in, be a complimentary wing defender, spot up 3-point shooter. I think as far as win now. Now, Halliburton does also help them in the near future because he's so smart, a connector piece who makes your great players even better. So it absolutely would make sense. Those 3 would be my guess. If I'm Phoenix, I might go with one of the wings.
Is it possible we could see them try to trade the pick just because looks like we have a trade. Ricky Rubio 25 and 28 for 17. Wow.
Right.
All right, so here we go. So Matt, what are your thoughts on this? Are you seeing the details or do you have those?
I already knew.
Oh, okay. Oh, look at you, Matt.
He's been ahead of this for a while. Yeah,
I love it. Okay, so what are your thoughts? And you've had a lot of time to think this over. Then, so what are your thoughts?
It's really hard to project right now because we don't know who's going to be there. But it's interesting. Oklahoma City is being really aggressive. To me, it seems as if they're chasing Alexei Pokusevski. The rumor was that they guaranteed him at 25 probably months ago. And I think they're getting worried that he's moving up and people higher than that are looking at him. So now they're going to be at 17 and 18. Rubio going back to his first team, Minnesota. It's a pretty interesting storyline.
So real quick, just so everyone who's watching at home knows, if they missed it, can you kind of share the full details of the trade?
I didn't get the full details, but I knew it was Rubio going back to Minnesota, and I know the 17th pick.
Oh, I got it here.
Okay.
Rubio 25 and 28 for number 17. So those are the details. So now Rubio back to Minnesota and then OKC at 17. So interesting.
Right. What that tells me is that Minnesota's trying to make a play. They're going to do another trade. They're not. Yeah, 25, 28, 33. I don't see them using all those picks. Something else has got to be brewing here. I would expect.
What do you guys? OKC just has so many picks. I love it. And whenever we did a stream about 2 days ago talking about this this trade with the Suns, the Chris Paul trade. And we were saying, don't be surprised if Kelly Oubre, Ricky Rubio, if they flip these guys for first-round picks, because apparently Sam Presti wants 1 million first-round picks in the next few years. So they just have so many picks in the next few years. I'm curious, what do you guys think is the right move for OKC here? Who's the best fit? And obviously, they're in a total rebuild. They don't have to go for someone that can help them right now. They can go full project and just be patient. Who's someone that makes sense? Let's start with Matt. Then I'll ask you too, Derek.
So you said who's a good fit for OKC with 17? Well, I think it's going to be Pokusevski. I mean, OKC's in an interesting spot because, I mean, they're obviously going total rebuild. I've heard that they're looking and prioritizing guys with upside, as they probably should. I mean, they've got time. They've got a lot of assets, in the near future and far future now, right, with all these picks. And so, I mean, I think swinging for the fences, I think their approach is, more irons in the fire. They just need one to stick or a couple of them to stick. Obviously, Sam's got a great history of drafting well. I mean, he ran into the problem. He drafted too well and couldn't afford to keep the team together, And so he's trying to do it again. And you know what? He probably can do it.
So looks like just waiting for more details to come in, see who they pick here. But Derek, what are your thoughts on the trade? And, for both teams, what do you think we see from OKC? And then what are your thoughts on this from the Minnesota side too?
To Matt's point, it makes me think that OKC has somebody singled out that they are truly aiming for at 17. You don't see a move like that unless it's with intent. And this draft is full of, if there's somebody up there that you want, you have to go get them. You cannot wait for them to fall to you. So that's what this move says to me. And again, for Minnesota, to Matt's point, I don't think they're going to keep both of those picks. This smells like, they'll be doing some more trades here in a little bit.
All right, so we will see if when the pick comes in. I'm just trying to make sure we're not missing anything here. Give me 1 second. I guess while we're waiting, what do we think about Ricky Rubio back to Minnesota? I know he was beloved by Minnesota fans, such a likable guy. Matt, what do you think about that move?
I like it. I mean, bringing a veteran. I mean, the floor general, obviously got D'Lo there. A little curious how they're going to use him. How many minutes are they planning on playing him? How much of it is it going to be D'Lo off the ball? I mean, that'd be my first question, but I love Rubio. I mean, really, sets the tempo, and he's a veteran now, and so I mean, they needed somewhat of a veteran presence. Obviously, he's got a built-in fan base already there, so it makes some sense.
All right, so we will see then. I guess let me see, where are we at? So I know the trade kind of distracted us, but we still don't have a pick from the
Phoenix,
Suns,
right?
Correct?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen. They got 38 seconds. I didn't see any tweets out. Did you guys?
No, I did not. I don't think we have Phoenix's pick just yet. I think we are waiting on that. So the trade, obviously, we will keep you guys updated there, and then we'll see what Phoenix does. So I guess let's go back to Phoenix then, because we were talking about that and we got interrupted a bit. But is it possible we see Phoenix try to move this pick because they are kind of in win now mode with Chris Paul coming in? There were some rumors that Devin Booker was disgruntled. I don't believe that. It seems like whenever we talk to people around the league, they kind of shot that down. But I do think they're trying to be aggressive and trying to win. Do you think it's possible that Phoenix shops this pick?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I'll just look at the list. I mean, the one guy that comes to mind would be Kyra Lewis. I could see possibly Orlando trying to move up to get him. That's the one name that comes up. What is it?
Jalen Smith.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
What do you think? That's a surprise.
That is a surprise. I mean, I know he's been considered by some of the teams in the late lottery. This was the highest I would have ever expected. He's a nice player. I mean, they prioritize shooting the ball. I mean, complements what they have. I mean, I do think this is a little high for him. But I mean, like I said, James proved it last year. He obviously doesn't care about market value. He's going after guys that fits what he's trying to do and building the team. So I mean, hats off him on that. I mean, again, it's not necessarily the pick I would have made, but I do appreciate that he's bold enough to do what he sees fits what their vision is.
Matt, for people that may not know how big of a reach this is, where was Jalen Smith in your mock draft, and where were a lot of people kind of projecting him to go?
I believe we had him at 20 to Miami. So I mean, that's a pretty big jump. Obviously, the higher up you are in the draft, the ranges are generally smaller. So I mean, to jump up, from 20 to 10, that's pretty significant. I'm sure some people are saying, I just had him rated too low, but I had him in the mid first, or early 20s range more than lottery.
Yeah, I'm seeing them get blasted right now for this. Derek, what are your thoughts on his fit with the current Suns roster?
I don't think it's a pick that you blast right now, but it is, in my opinion, considerably too high. Where I think that it works is that he complements Ayton because Ayton is going to stay on the inside. And Smith is a stretch five. He is going to shoot the ball from three, and he's going to shoot it well as a trailer, as a spot up guy, catch and shoot. So that's where I think that the fit works. I worry about him on an island defensively, similar lower body issues in a way to Toppin, the flexibility, the mobility, lateral quickness, those are lacking, especially one-on-one in isolation. He had some real trouble moving. But again, if it's evident, I mean, look at how high they picked Cam Johnson last year. They are fully diving into shooting. And of bigs on the board, Jalen Smith, I understand why they think he's the best shooter in the class of the bigs that are remaining on the board. So from that perspective, I understand the fit. I understand the vision that they are seeing and projecting and hoping for. But again, in my eyes, it is a little bit too high right now.
Smith Marwin here in the comments says ridiculous choice. I've seen a lot of that, to be honest with you guys. There's been a lot of comments saying, how's he going to fit with the current team? Does he fit in the front court next to Ayton? Matt, when you look at the roster and just kind of the fit there, what are your thoughts here?
No, I mean, fit-wise, I like it. I mean, I think what he brings to the table complements what they have. There's no doubt about it. And, they had the great run in the bubble. Obviously, I mean, they're training for CP3. I mean, they're going for it. And so they're looking at a guy that fits. And so, I mean, it's a great fit. It's just above what I thought his market value was. But, I'm not mad at the pick. I think the kid will probably help them win some games next year.
So real quick, we have some people in the comments asking what the trade was. Kyle and Key and RH Official RD asked what the trade was. Before you guys jumped in, we must talk about it. It is Ricky Rubio, the number 25 pick, and the number 28 pick from OKC to Minnesota for number 17. So it was reported by The Athletic Minnesota. It looks like the Woj and Shams and those guys haven't confirmed it yet, but that is the trade. That's what we were breaking down earlier. We'll get more into that as the number 17 pick pops up, but I just see a lot of people asking about it, so I wanted to address that. I think after I tweeted it, we kind of moved away from it, so people were kind of confused. But interesting pick here. Is that the biggest surprise of the night so far, or what do you say it's Denny slipping?
Yeah, I would say that's probably the biggest surprise. I mean, because we had heard rumblings before the draft about Patrick Williams in Chicago and Okoro, as late as today with Cleveland. I did not think Jalen Smith was in the mix at Phoenix. So that certainly was the biggest surprise. And hey guys, I apologize. I'm kind of bouncing around and I'm going to take off here for a second, but I'll be back shortly.
No worries.
Yeah,
all right. So let's transition over to San Antonio. Matt had mentioned that this is a team that's looking to make some big moves, that they've been very aggressive in trade talks. It seems like they're trying to rebuild. We don't know what's going to happen with DeMar DeRozan. Does he leave? We don't know if they're going to try to trade LaMarcus Aldridge. Now, they have a number of young players and really good young players. But when we talk about San Antonio at number 8, number 11. I was reading number 8 when I said that. When we talk about number 11 with San Antonio, what are your thoughts on what they should do here, Derek?
I think you're going to look at Halliburton, Vassell, and Saddiq Bey here. Personally, I would go with Halliburton or Vassell. I don't think they necessarily need a ball handler because they drafted last couple of years, at least wings. But again, Halliburton, he makes your best players better. He's a connecting piece. He can play the 1, the 2, on ball, off ball. So I think his strengths you can make work in any offensive system. He's also a brilliant off ball defender as well. He's active, long. He's really, really smart. Great feel for the game. Very San Antonio. He's never going to be the guy who makes many mistakes. Mike Schmitz, I believe, said on a show this morning, Halliburton's the guy that there's no glaring hole where you say that's a major concern and we have to fix that. Yes, his shot is funky, but it goes in and it goes in, regularly. So I would go with him or Vassell here. Vassell, one of my favorite players in the class, active wing defender, great 3-point shooter. If I'm San Antonio, those are the two that I would be eyeing.
Do you think, if you're a player or you're an agent, do you want to go to San Antonio just because of their track record for developing guys? And I feel like over the years, they've just done such a good job in the draft of identifying players who fit what they're trying to do and then developing those guys. Do you feel like that's a destination where players kind of circle and then where agents want their guys to go?
Absolutely. A lot of agents think it's a great fit for their young guys. They develop them on and off the court. The cultural fit is great. They bring in good people. And, if you're selected by San Antonio, that tells me, tells other evaluators, and it tells the league, quite frankly, a lot about you, both as a person, as a basketball player. So I think it's a great thing to be selected by San Antonio. They're one of the organizations that stamp of approval means a lot. So absolutely. If I'm an agent, I'm hoping to hear my player at this pick.
Do you think a trade could be possible? Again, Matt, he tweeted this the other day, and something that he and I have been talking about off the air was about, they've been talking with a ton of different teams. They've been very aggressive. He said they have some things up their sleeves and are looking to make some big moves. Is a trade possible here, you think?
I think it is. San Antonio during this process has been connected to some of the front court players. They've been connected to really studying and interviewing, working out some of the bigs in this class. And those are guys that, if you look at the board right now, it's probably too high to take. So if they are really keyed in on one of those bigs, absolutely try to trade back. Again, like all the other picks in this draft so far, it's not, are you willing to shop it? It's who wants 11. Halliburton is a player that I think somebody will want. Was there a pick made?
Yep. So Devin Vassell was the pick at number 11. So yeah, what are your thoughts on Vassell there? You mentioned him as a possibility. How does he fit?
Yeah, again, I'm feeling good about calling that one there. Vassell fits San Antonio really well. He's a wing. I think we list him as a 3-2, 2-3, depending on what kind of offensive scheme you're running. I love him because of his length. I think he is the best off-ball defender in this class. Great communication, great awareness, elite instincts and feel. He just causes problems. For people who didn't watch a ton of NCAA basketball this year, go back and watch Florida State versus Indiana in Bloomington. There's a stretch in the second half of that game where Vassell single-handedly shuts down multiple possessions in a row to help keep the game close. And that kind of defensive impact, again, when you have a lot of ball handlers and offensive-minded wings on your team already, Vassell's a great addition. Coming out of Florida State, no red flags that I know of, no intel issues or anything that is troubling as far as what I've been told. So again, very San Antonio here. I did not expect him to be on the board at this pick, and I absolutely love the fit here.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like he's the kind of guy that would just fit with any team. I feel like you can kind of, throw him in with just about any organization. He'd be a good fit. Is that right?
He's one of the few in this class that I think fit both short-term and long-term needs for an organization. Again, when teams have to figure out their timeline, are we going to try to win a championship in the next 3 years, or are we trying to win it in 7? Vassell is one of the few that I think fits both categories. And that's why, again, the Spurs, we don't necessarily know what their play is here. DeRozan, Aldridge, we don't expect them to be there very long, but they have the young pieces to still be competitive moving forward. So that's why I think he fits like a glove.
We have a pick. Give me 1 second. I'm pulling it up right here. The Sacramento Kings have selected Tyrese Halliburton, number 12 overall. We talked about Halliburton a bit and just the appeal. Some teams really like him. What are your thoughts on his fit with Sacramento?
I think Halliburton's going to fit really well. Things just got super interesting with the Bogdanovich news coming out of Sacramento, the whole botching of that trade with Milwaukee and what's he going to do. Correct me if I'm wrong. The latest report I saw is that Bogdanovich is now just going to enter unrestricted free agency. So I think a combo guard makes sense here to play on the ball, off the ball, and I think he's a tremendous fit. Kyra Lewis, I'm sure they looked at him, but Lewis and Fox on the floor together, I don't know how much sense that makes. So Halliburton as a shooter, if Fox is creating, Halliburton's going to do an incredible job hitting those spot-up threes. He's one of the guys that I actually got to spend some time with this summer in Las Vegas at Impact Basketball. And it's like sitting close to him, watching him shoot. The ball comes out of his hands so funky. But if you ask anybody in that gym, the trainers, the coaches, you ask Joe, you ask the other players there, who's the best shooter in the gym? Every day they'll say Halliburton. And that's the kind of thing that it's hard to pass up on. So that kind of shooting, again, awareness, intelligence, basketball IQ, I think him and Fox could be really, really nice together.
Now, Shane Rhodes asked a question. He said, was all the talk about Halliburton climbing draft boards and, rising up teams' boards, was that all talk? Was that smokescreen? For him to still be available right here when there was talk about him potentially going, top 5 even. Are you surprised, or do you think that was just maybe some smokescreens?
It depends on who you ask, and it depends on what day you ask them. With this draft, you never know who to believe. That's why you have to trust the people you're getting your information from. The one that I believed for a while, I believe, was the Knicks. I believe that they were interested, at least for a little while. They had their curiosity piqued. Again, Halliburton is repped by CAA, and there's a lot of CAA ties there in the Knicks front office. So I know that those conversations were had. They really looked into him. Ultimately, we know now that wasn't their guy at that pick. So I don't believe it was necessarily smoke screens on Halliburton. I think he would have made great sense in Phoenix. And I'm sure Detroit also looked at him as well before they picked Hayes, because that tells us they were looking at a guard. So I'm not going to categorize any of it as pure smoke screens, but Matt and I have had him at the back of the lottery for some time in our mock drafts, and it's exactly where he went. So we feel good.
Yeah, I remember you guys were pretty low on him. I think actually you had him at around 12 for a while. So yeah, that good call there. Now there's a report from Woj saying that the Pelicans are discussing trade scenarios with the number 13 pick. So we'll see what they look to do. Who are some teams maybe that could make sense to move up, and who could they be moving up for? What are some of the players that you're kind of, thinking maybe the Pelicans are having conversations with these teams because they want to trade up for these guys? Who are some of those teams, and who are some of those players?
I think Orlando, Dallas, and Oklahoma City are probably the three that are trying to go up there and get it. If I had to project who was going up there, I think all three of those teams have their eye on particular players. Some of them I won't discuss just because of confidentiality reasons that they've shared with us. But I believe that the Magic really want a point guard. It would not surprise me if that they try to go up and get Kira Lewis Jr. New Orleans has been all over Kira for a long time. It has been linked together a lot. If I'm Orlando, do I necessarily think that Boston's going to take him at 14? No, but I would believe that New Orleans would look into that. So if I'm Orlando, I'm going up to get him.
Well, I'm trying to see if we have any news here. Doesn't look like it. No pick in just yet. So we'll see if the Pelicans end up trading this pick. If they don't, if they keep the pick, what do you think we could see them do at number 13?
I think we can see, again, a lot of strong ties to Kira Lewis. Hampton as well. New Orleans is in a spot to where they're just raking in young talent. You take best player available. I know we've talked to them about a handful of guys. I think, man, they're tough because they're looking at front court. Is Jackson Hayes a long-term option? They have to decide that. And, Isaiah Stewart, Zeke Naji are on the board, especially, their value just went up because Jalen Smith is now gone. So some of these teams later in the first, Smith is no longer an option. If you want to really, really take a swing, you can look at a guy like Jaden McDaniels. But I think Kira, Maxey, RJ Hampton, if they keep the pick, I would feel that it would be one of those three guys.
Interesting. Well, we'll see here. No update just yet, so we'll keep providing updates there as we see. Oh, no, actually, no, just a different notification.
Those are the worst.
Yeah, get my hopes up here. Well, we're about to be wrapped up with the lottery. Again, just kind of overview here. What are some of your big takeaways from what we've seen so far?
I love the Okoro pick to Cleveland. I think he fits what they're going to want to do there long term very, very well. And I think my favorite pick so far, obviously, is going to be Atlanta and Okongwu. So Williams was a surprise to me. I would consider Avdia a surprise simply because we didn't think he would be there. And then Jalen Smith is the other one where, quite frankly, a lot of people are going to be blown away that he was taken at 10. So those would be my surprises and quite, honestly, my takeaways up to this point.
So still no pick in just yet. So I wonder if that's an indication that we could see a trade.
My TV's showing, still 2 minutes left. So I bet they try to trade it for another minute and a half.
Yeah. It seems like they're gonna, use all their time here to see what's out there. We've been spoiled so far. It seems like a lot of the picks are getting in pretty quickly. At least, based from Twitter here. Maybe not in the broadcast, but so we will see here. Let's see. Who are some of your favorite players remaining on the board? Not necessarily talking about a specific fit, but just in general.
I really like Zeke Naji. I think Zeke Naji is going to be really good somewhere. Kira Lewis, I'm a big fan of. Nesmith is going to be interesting. Offensive versatility is a question for him, but the shooting is amazing. So whoever takes him, you're going to get an incredible shooter at the next level. He was red flagged by a couple teams because of a potential injury, at least a lingering injury concern. So we'll see how far he slips. There were some that thought he would go in the back end of the lottery. And then again, Matt and I have both mentioned him earlier. Malachi Flynn is one to keep an eye on. I think Tyrell Terry, I still think it's too early. I think Terry needs to go in the late teens to the end of the first round. But again, Terry's a guy shooting upside, smart, intelligent, great kid. I'm excited to see where he ends up as well.
Terry was one of the guys that I was so impressed with during the combine interviews. And I've heard great things about him. It seems like he has a lot of fans around the NBA in terms of just his maturity, and he has a great story too. I think it's amazing what he's been able to become. I don't think anyone thought he'd be in this position. Another one of those guys. Oh, we have a pick right here. The Pelicans are going with Kira Lewis at number 13. So we actually did an interview this morning with Basketball News. I talked to Kira about his game. He feels like when he enters the NBA, day one, he will be the fastest player in the NBA. So his speed is obviously a huge strength of his. I was really impressed with him. I thought he basically said, I'm a homebody. I stay at home, play with my dogs, hang out with my friends, and just play basketball all day. So I was pretty impressed. I like him. I think his speed is obviously the thing that everyone kind of talks about. But when you talk about Lewis, what are some of your takeaways about his game?
Another one we just nailed in the mock. I'm really happy with it so far. Lewis to New Orleans is one of my favorite fits in this entire class. Prospect Research Associate Grant Aki and I were down in Miami a couple weeks ago and got to hang out with Kira and the entire Veris team. His agent Aaron Turner allowed us to come in and watch some workouts. I'm telling you, that kid is so fast. Grant tells me, he said, if he was in a Kentucky jersey, he'd be going top 5. There wouldn't be any question about it. And I believe it. What we came away with was how well he took contact in the 5-on-5 runs we were able to see down in those Miami gyms. He played at 165 pounds. Right now, he weighs between 175 and 180. Again, he was attacking the lane. He gets by anybody he wants to in isolation. He gets by anybody he wants to in pick and roll because he is so fast and his handles are so tight. He initiated contact so well and was able to finish multiple and ones. And that is why I think he's going to be a great player. And I absolutely love this pick so far. One of my favorites in the draft for New Orleans at 13.
Yeah, I think he's one of those guys that was projected to potentially go even higher. So, I think this is good value for them too. I'm curious, what are some things that he has to work on when you look at his game? I think he's someone that he talked about how, he used to play football growing up and he was basically like a Tyreek Hill type player. And then in middle school, he quit football, started focusing on basketball. And that's kind of when he realized that college basketball and the NBA were a possibility for him whenever he started really taking it seriously and, hearing from different coaches and things like that he had the talent necessary to play in the NBA. But what are some of the aspects of his game that you want to see him work on over the next few years?
I want to see him really become a pesky defender. He has the physical tools. I think he measured 6'1.5" for his combine. Not crazy length at the guard position. But again, when you watch his video from an analytical perspective, he tags, he stunts, he digs, he does all the little things right. So and those don't pop up in the box score. Those aren't going to they'll show up as steals. Now, he did actually block a lot of shots because of his athleticism, which is really nice to see. So I want to see him become a really good on-ball defender at the NBA level. I'm not going to call it a concern right now because I don't think it's a weakness, but that's something that I think can really help his trajectory and turn him into a really, really good player on both ends as he moves forward.
So I think we'll have Matt joining back in a second here. We'll get his thoughts on this as well. But yeah, I like Kira a lot. I think this is a really good fit. I'm curious, there has been some talk about Lonzo Ball potentially being on the move. There were some rumors about that. Could this affect that at all? Do you think he would fit with Lonzo? I guess, what are your thoughts on the Lonzo rumors that we've kind of heard off and on throughout the last year?
I don't expect Lonzo to be in New Orleans for a long time moving forward. And when you move Drew Holiday, that's why I think picking a point guard here is the correct move. And that's why, I was adamant that if Orlando wanted him, they needed to go get him because I didn't think he was going to make it past this pick. Lonzo, it just depends on what you hear, day in and day out. I don't know how long he'll be there. So I think addressing the guard position is the correct call.
Sounds good. Matt, while we have you here, I'm curious to get your thoughts. We were just talking about the Lonzo Ball trade rumors that have kind of been surfacing over the last year. And now with this pick and obviously the Drew Holiday trade, there were some questions. Could they continue to make moves and potentially move Lonzo? Do you think this kind of pick maybe foreshadows a Lonzo type move?
Yes, I do. I don't think Lonzo's going to be there long term. I haven't heard specific rumors of where he might be dealt or what for. But my gut's telling me that Kira is going to be the point guard of the future in New Orleans.
And what do you think of Lewis? I mean, I'm curious to get your thoughts on his game. We were just talking about him a little bit. I had a chance to interview him a day ago for basketballnews.com, and he seemed like a great kid. What are your thoughts on his game overall?
I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is speed. I mean, he's just got elite speed, which is something you can't teach. I think he shoots the ball really well. He's still a developing player and he's young. I mean, he's a sophomore, but he came into Alabama as a 17-year-old. So I mean, he was extremely, extremely young as a freshman, and I think he's got a lot of room for growth. The one comparison that I have for him is Darren Collison, who I think had a really good career. I mean, was a starter for many years, and speed and shooting. I mean, they're two things that are really valuable.
So it appears that Aaron Nesmith is the pick at number 14 to the Boston Celtics. So I'm curious to get your thoughts on Aaron here. What do you think of his fit with the Celtics and his game overall?
Well, first of all, I'm really happy for Aaron. I got to know his dad over the last year or so, and just seems like a really good family. And I'd heard some whispers today that there were some issues with his medicals. So I'm happy to see that he didn't slip, because that would have been devastating if it had. And as far as fit, I mean, Boston's got so many pieces. It's kind of one of those things where who fits there, like who doesn't fit here, who does fit there. They kind of do whatever they want. They just like collecting assets. I've heard agents talk a little bit about they're worried about Boston because you feel like you could get lost in the shuffle because Danny just does such a good job of collecting assets and draft picks, and so we'll see how he fits there, or possibly it's a trade coming up. But I'm happy to see Nesmith get into the lottery.
One question that I'm seeing a lot when I look at some of the comments here and different tweets, people are saying, where are all the trades? Well, actually, here, we'll get to that in a second. Cole Anthony is the pick at number 15, the Orlando Magic, according to Shop Urania. What do you think of Cole Anthony, number 15, to Orlando?
Well, I mean, that pick makes me look bad.
Hey, you guys have been right all night. I think you can afford one wrong pick, okay?
Well, yeah, I mean, I thought he was going to slip a lot further than this. I mean, he clearly has talent to justify being taken that high, and Orlando needs, a dynamic lead guard, and so obviously they're valuing his skill set, and overlooking some of the negativity that's attached with his name and some of his background, checks and whatnot. And I mean, it's not necessarily what I would have done. But I've said this before. I'm not rooting against any of these kids. So even though I've been critical on Cole, I hope he does well.
Well, Matt, what were some of your concerns about him, just with fans that maybe missed your evaluation throughout the pre-draft process?
Yeah, sure. So I mean, I've valued him since he was in high school, and I mean, he's one of the top players coming out of high school. And he rubs people the wrong way sometimes. I mean, he's a very alpha dog personality, and my big question mark with him, and I think the similar concern with a lot of NBA people. Does he have the right personality to not be the best player on the floor? And so, I mean, there's been some other stuff too. I don't want to, I don't want to kill the kid too bad, but there's been a lot of negative stuff, coming from different people in his past. And I just, a lot of people thought he was going to slip. And so, going 15, I mean, that's definitely good news for him.
Derek, what are your thoughts on Cole Anthony, number 15, to the Magic?
I think it fits exactly what I was just saying, that as soon as Kyra was off the board, if you're taking a point guard, I can see where he's next in line. Again, youth, Orlando's timeline, at least as far as wanting to be a contender, I don't think is anywhere, at least in the immediate future. So Cole's still young. He's explosive. He's a shot creator. He's a shot maker. And I totally understand it, and I like the fit there in Orlando.
Yeah, I'm curious, Matt, if you were Orlando, who would you have targeted here? Because we're talking about, how you had Cole a bit lower. If you were the Magic, what would you have done?
Matt just jumped off. I think he went over on the CBS one again.
Oh, whoops, I'm talking to myself.
But I'll tell you that he would have said RJ Hampton.
Okay, yeah. So I guess Matt mentioned some of his concerns here, but I guess let's just talk about this. Now that Cole did go higher, how does he fit with his team, and what can we expect from him going forward if some of those concerns end up, not being a factor?
He and a healthy Markelle Fultz is explosive. And those two guys, I think if they're both clicking, they're both hitting on all cylinders, that's a really nice combination in the backcourt. Both can create their own shot, both can hit pull-up shots, both can distribute well. Again, a lot of the knocks on Cole came from his assist numbers and inability to create at North Carolina. And I think to hold him solely responsible for those is inaccurate, and I don't think that's fair to him. The team didn't give him any spacing, didn't give him any help. He was driving into lanes with 7 or 8 people in it at a time. So I think a spread offense, an NBA floor that's more open, he's only going to excel and thrive in that kind of environment.
One thing that I talked to Matt about when you were gone is, and I'm seeing this a lot in the comment section here and some of the tweets, people are saying, where are all the trades? We were expecting all this movement, and there really hasn't been a lot so far except for the OKC Minnesota trade. So are you surprised that we're not seeing more moves so far?
I am. I really thought the Magic were going to go up and make a move there. I think as we enter the teens, this is where you're going to see those teams with multiple end of the first, early seconds. They're going to go up and they're going to get their guy. Again, I don't think the trades. I don't think they've stopped. I don't think they're like going to not happen at this point. I think they're coming. There are a couple names worth targeting in the teens where they could go anywhere. And I think if you really want a guy, we're about to get to the time where you have to go get him.
Who are some of those guys?
Hampton is going to become one very quickly with Cole off the board. Hampton is one. Again, with Nesmith off the board, you're looking at shooters. I think Maxey is going to become that guy pretty quickly. I believe Achua will be one of the next bigs off the board. And then the big one for me is going to be Aleksej Pokusevski. We are entering that Pokusevski range of if you want him, you're going to have to go get him. You cannot sit back because it'll shock me if he gets through 17, 18, 19, 20. I'll be shocked if he makes it through there.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious to see, if we're going to start seeing some movement. One of the things that, we were hearing going into this draft was, there's a lot of teams that are looking to sell their first round picks because of the pandemic and the financial situations that a lot of these owners and organizations are in. Obviously, there was a lot of talk about, some teams aren't in love with the prospects in this draft, so they want to look for future picks or just get out of the draft entirely and move their pick. But hasn't been the case so far, pretty interestingly. So let's see. I don't think we have a draft pick in quite yet. So let's see where we are at. Give me one moment. Trying to get everything.
My TV still got the Magic on the clock for another 2 minutes, so they got out ahead of that one pretty quick.
Yeah, we're moving fast here. We're way ahead of the broadcast. Well, just so everyone knows, Woj just reported the trade that we talked about earlier. OKC and Minnesota. Ricky Rubio, number 25 and number 28, going to going to Minnesota for the number 17 pick. So it seems like that is official now. There was some people in the comments wondering what trade we were talking about and saying they hadn't seen anything yet, but there it is. So we can talk about that a little bit too. We talked about that trade a bit earlier and what that means. I guess, what are your thoughts on what we see OKC do here? And just, I guess, let's talk about OKC in general, the position that they're in going forward with all these picks.
Yeah, they've set themselves up really well to pretty much do what they want to. Whether they use all their picks here, we don't know. Whether they, use them to package and get picks in the 21, 22, or 23 draft, which are going to be incredibly strong. They can pretty much do what they want because they've set themselves up in an incredible position. So they're one of the toughest in the league to predict. But again, there's so many picks, you're not going to roster all those guys. So at some point, you're going to start pairing them up in deals to move forward.
Speaking of a team that's kind of tough to predict, I think the Houston Rockets are one of those organizations because there's a lot of question about what direction they're going to go in. Not only is it because they changed front office people, decision makers, head coach. Now there's questions about James Harden's future, questions about Russell Westbrook's future. They traded Robert Covington. There's a lot of questions about where this team's going to go. Are they going to play small ball? Are they going to go back to playing traditional now that Morey and D'Antoni are gone? When you look at this Houston situation, what kind of read do you get there, and who do you think would be good for them at 16?
Well, the Covington trade, I believe, was a sign of things to come. But if I'm not mistaken, Grant, you're off the screen, but I can see you. Detroit has this pick, correct? Does Detroit have this pick? Because I think that they just traded for pick 16.
Oh, wow. Okay.
From Houston. I believe that they got that in the Ariza deal. So I'm pretty sure that Detroit is going to be up next here.
You're right. So Detroit is. Oh, here we go. We have a pick here. Detroit picking Isaiah Stewart with number 16. Sorry about that. We have Detroit picking Isaiah Stewart. So let's talk about that then. When you
Detroit,
look, I know
I love Isaiah Stewart at 16 to Detroit.
I know Matt loves him. He was saying, I think one of his descriptions of Isaiah was he can and will run through a brick wall for you. He's totally capable of it. He's a beast. I mean, the dude is huge. What do you think of Isaiah and his fit with this team?
Isaiah is one of my favorite players in this whole class. He is a dog. He is going to fight you tooth and limb all game. He's going to bully you physically. He's 6'9", 250 pounds, 7, I believe 3 or 4 wingspan. Incredibly long arms. And a great interior scorer as well. And he loves blocking shots. He's a guy, again, he's just going to fight you all game. He's going to wear on you physically. He's a perfect combination of humility and confidence. He knows his strengths. He knows his weaknesses. And I absolutely love this pick for them.
I just shout out Brian Kalbrowski. First of all, he did tons of interviews during this pre-draft process with a bunch of different prospects, but he had a fantastic interview with Isaiah, who was very candid and blunt. And like you said, just super confident about what he can do in the NBA. How do you think he fits with Detroit's current roster?
You asking me, Alex?
Oh, yeah,
I'm
sure.
going to let Matt have it.
Hey, Matt.
Hey guys, sorry, bopping around here, but I'm really excited about the Isaiah pick. I had a chance to spend some time with him and talk with him, and just a stud kid. I mean, just a competitor and a worker. I've said this a number of times. I think he's willing and able to run through a brick wall. I know, and that pick was for Detroit, right? It was traded. Is that correct?
Yeah. Detroit, yes.
Yeah, and I know Detroit's made it a priority to toughen up their team, and they want gritty, tough guys. So I had no surprise that they went with Isaiah Stewart, who's probably the ultimate example of that. And I've been saying all year, I've been getting a lot of criticism for having him ranked so high. I had him in the late lottery in a lot of our mock drafts, and obviously 16 is not the lottery, but it's not far off. And I think that's a terrific pick for Detroit.
Absolutely. So let's see. I'm trying to figure out if there's any pick. Yeah, I don't think we have a pick here quite yet. So let's, I guess, talk more about this situation with Detroit. For people that don't know much about Stewart's game, what is his ceiling? And who is an NBA comparison potentially?
Well, he's not exactly like this guy as far as the skill set and talent goes, but the guy that he reminds me of and the success he's going to have is similar to Montrezl Harrell. I think Montrezl is a little more explosive, even though I think Isaiah gets a knock for being a bad athlete. I don't think that's the case. I think he's a decent athlete. He is certainly a banger and a physical force. But similar to Montrezl. I mean, Montrezl, if I remember correctly, was late first, early second round pick or something like that. And he's kind of one of those guys that just didn't take no for an answer. It's like, all right, you're drafting in the second round. I'll show you that I'm worth more than that. Isaiah has that same approach, and I just think he's an overachiever like Montrezl. And I mean, Montrezl was 6th man of the year this year after being a second round pick. So I think we're going to see a similar story unfold for Stewart.
So we covered this a bit earlier, but OKC now has the number 17 pick instead of Minnesota. Ricky Rubio going back to Minnesota, which is a pretty interesting story there. But now the Thunder, we kind of talked about them a little bit earlier whenever the trade was posted. But what do you think we see the Thunder do here? You mentioned Poku as a possibility. So what do you think we could see OKC do?
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting Poku. I mean, it seems like the writing's on the wall that this is why they made these trades to get up there to take him. I'm not sure what they're going to do at 18, but I'm pretty confident Poku is going to be one of these picks.
Well, let's talk about him a bit then. I think he's one of the kind of, for fans that maybe don't know a ton about these prospects because he's an international guy and haven't got a chance to see him a whole lot. Well, can you kind of break down his game a bit, his strengths and weaknesses?
Yeah, I mean, he's an interesting guy. I mean, he's very interesting. He's unique. I mean, he's 7 foot, maybe 200 pounds, and but he's extremely skilled. He's got a little bit of unicorn 2.0, I guess you could say. I mean, shoots threes, puts it on the floor. Good passer. He's coordinated. I do question his lack of physicality. I mean, how soon is he going to be ready to play in the NBA, if ever? He needs to add weight. Needs to toughen up. And so he's definitely a project, but he's a high upside guy for sure.
You are correct. They did just draft Poku. Basically, Minnesota's making the selection and then sending it to OKC. So that is the pick. If he does stick with he's going to stick with OKC. But how does he fit with the rest of this team? Obviously, they're in a rebuilding situation where they're trying to just accumulate assets, whether it's young players or picks. But how does he fit with the current roster?
Let's see what the roster ends up being, right? They're in total rebuild. I think they're in the point now of just trying to collect assets and guys with upside. And so, I don't know if he's going to be a guy that comes over right away. So we'll see. I mean, it's more of a question of how is he going to fit in a couple of years. And I think Oklahoma City's got a lot of work to do. And Sam's kind of set it up that way with all these picks. And, it's probably going to be somewhat of a revolving door with some of these players, the next couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any organization that can afford to be patient, it's definitely the Thunder with kind of the way that they're doing things right now. So I think that's interesting. I guess what are some things that he has to prove, or that in the long run he has to develop or work on as he continues to get better?
Derek, you want to take that one?
Yeah. Pokusevski, again, he's a long way off from being an NBA contributor, but he is so skilled at his age and size. It is really unique. 7-footer, he grew up playing point guard and then had this massive growth spurt as he got older. So he has guard skills. What you're going to get is a guy who's comfortable on the perimeter. He's comfortable inside and out, really beautiful mechanics on a shot. And I think moving forward, he's a guy that could stay overseas for a little while, may come over here and get some early G League time. But I absolutely love the pick. He's going to have to get his body right. He is extremely thin, but he moves incredibly well. Great feet, great mobility for, again, a kid as young as he is and at his size and length. So going to have to get his body right, tighten up his handles. But again, he's comfortable doing that growing up as a guard. So I think Oklahoma City hit a home run here, getting him at 17. I love the pick. It makes sense why they went up and got him. And they did what they had to do. Like I said, we reached a point in the teens where if you want a kid, you have to go get him. And that's exactly what they did. So we might not see him for a time, but fantastic pick.
Excellent. I love it. So Pokusevski goes number 17. And then who are some players that you have your eye on now, Derek, as far as your next up, some of your favorite guys that are available?
Let me look at the board here. Again, Hampton being on the board is a little interesting to me. Zeke Naji being on the board. And I think we're getting close to, McDaniels, Tyrell Terry time. I think we're kind of getting close to that range.
All right, so the Dallas Mavericks are now on the clock. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they are.
They are.
Okay, so Dallas is on the board. I don't believe we have a pick in just yet. Oh, no, we don't. Woj just tweeted about Poku. So we will see what Dallas does here. When you look at the Mavericks and what they need, they've been another team that's very aggressive. They're trying to put a third star next to Luka and Porzingis. So there's been talk about, potentially making trades. They're going to be active in free agency. Do you think we see them go after a win now type player?
I do. I think you're looking at a guy who can come in and help as a shooter right now. There are reports to them being linked to Nesmith for a long time. So we're entering where Desmond Bane could be on the table. If you really wanted to reach, I believe that Isaiah Joe could be on the table. Tyrese Maxey is still there also as a playmaker. Malachi Flynn, if you want a point guard who could go really, really nicely next to Luka. Again, probably a little high on the high side for Flynn. But again, if you want a guy who can come in right now in the next couple of years, fits your timeline, he can make a lot of sense.
For sure. I'm curious, what are your thoughts on, obviously Luka was someone that was kind of polarizing during the draft process, which I found very interesting. Some people loved him, some people hated him. Porzingis, kind of the same way. Knicks fans obviously booed him, but I feel like he had more fans than not. But when you look at what this Dallas team is doing, what do you make of the roster they've been able to put together? I'm a huge fan of what they're doing. I think it's been really interesting to kind of watch this team develop, and they could be very scary in a few years. I did a podcast recently with Brian Windhurst, and we talked about teams that could possibly form a super team in the future. And he talked about, Dallas being very attractive to a lot of players, and people want to play with Luka and the market they're in. So I like what this team has been able to do. What do you make of the roster they've been able to put together?
I love what they've done, and I know you just asked a long question, but a pick was just made.
Oh, all right.
And they took
Here we go.
They took Josh Green.
Josh Green. All right. So what do you think of Josh Green to Dallas here?
Josh Green is really interesting. We had him on our mock at 19, so we just missed him by one spot here. Green is a guy that, again, I was with in Las Vegas at Impact Basketball when Matt and I went out there for a couple of days. So he's going to have to improve his shooting, which that's interesting to me because he's tagged with the 3-and-D label a lot, but I really don't think he's an elite shooter right now. He's going to have to work on his mechanics, his footwork, his momentum, his base, the whole thing. But Green is a terrific defender. He has a powerful lower body. He is agile. And what's really impressive about him is his basketball IQ. In transition, he makes passes that other people on the floor are not going to see. He reads the floor very, very well. Again, for him to be really, really successful at the next level, the catch and shoot, the spot up shooting is going to have to develop. But a long-term play here as a wing defender, Green makes a ton of sense in Dallas.
We have a trade. The Clippers are trading Landry Shamet to the Nets for number 19. That's huge. I love Landry. I think this is a great fit for the Nets. They obviously need shooters to put around, KD and Kyrie. I think this is very interesting. This is a big move. He's someone that I've talked to him a number of times and gotten to know Landry over the years, and he's just such a mature kid. And I think he's a great fit for what Brooklyn is building. What do you make of this? I'm surprised that they didn't get more. The 19th pick is good, but Landry was so important to what they were doing, and I think he's such a good floor spacer and such a good shooter. Are you surprised by this?
I won't be surprised depending on who the Clippers come away with here. If I'm the Clippers, again, kind of win now, I'm going after Malachi Flynn. I'm going after Tyrese Maxey. Maybe Precious Achiuwa. Achiuwa could come into play here if you think you're going to lose Montrezl Harrell. Achiuwa is not necessarily as good as Harrell is right now, but he can kind of fit that role. So those are the three that I have in mind that I believe are worth trading up for at this spot. So I would expect it to be one of them.
Wait, hold on a second. It seems like there's actually there's some confusion right here. Now, Shams is saying the Clippers are sending number 19 pick via Brooklyn to the Pistons and receiving Luke Kennard. Nets receive Landry Shamet. So it's a 3-team deal. That's what it is. So who's actually on the clock here?
Matt, we're trying to figure out who's actually on the clock here.
Where are we at 18? I think I misspoke earlier. I said it was OKC. There was a rumor that was happening, but I think I was wrong. I don't think that deal went through. So
there's a 3-team deal right now at 19.
Oh, there is. Okay.
So the 3-team deal. It looks like Sham said the Clippers are sending number 19 pick via Brooklyn to the Pistons. So we'll have Detroit at number 19 and receiving Luke Kennard. So Luke Kennard to the Clippers. Nets receive Landry Shamet.
So the Pistons, I am guessing, are going to go with, well, it's got Stewart. Maybe Sadiq Bey's on the board.
Oh, yeah, he's still there.
He's still there,
RJ Hampton's still around. I mean, there's some good players. Jaden McDaniels. I mean, there's some high upside guys. There's some good players left.
So what do you think of this trade then? Luke going to the Clippers, Landry going to the Nets, and then Detroit very active tonight. I mean, multiple picks here. What do you make of this trade?
Well, I mean, it's funny. Troy Weaver's the new general manager there, and he's understudy of Sam Presti, and so they're wheeling and dealing, kind of taking over this draft, right? And I said it before. I'd heard that Detroit was prioritizing getting toughness and kind of changing their culture. Luke Kennard, that's not his MO. I mean, he's a shooter, scorer, more of a finesse guy. So I mean, Sadiq Bey would make a lot of sense here. I mean, just a good team guy that came out of Villanova. They play hard, they defend, but he also shoots the ball well. My best bet is Sadiq Bey for this pick.
Well, this is interesting. I mean, we've been saying there haven't been a whole lot of trades, so here's an interesting one. So we have Detroit here on the clock. Again, Derek, when you look at this trade, who do you think's the winner? I mean, not to put you on the spot and have instant analysis here, but what do you make of this deal, and who do you think's the winner?
I think if they come away with RJ Hampton here, Detroit's going to be the winner. I think if you can come out of this first round and you walk away with RJ Hampton, Killian Hayes, and Isaiah Stewart, that is about as good, as explosive, as young, as future promising of a first round as you can have. And quite frankly, will probably be the best first round in this class, depending on how the end of it shakes up. But I mean, I think, again, Hampton screams Weaver here. I could be totally wrong. It feels like it would make sense. But if they pick him, I believe that they would probably be the winner.
So, Matt, you mentioned a little bit about, Detroit's new front office, the decision makers there. What's their overall approach to this draft? I know you said toughness and defense, but, can you kind of, for people that maybe don't know much about Weaver, can you kind of talk about his background and how he's approaching this draft?
Yes, I mean, Weaver's background, he started, if I remember correctly, as an AAU coach at the DC Assault outside of, coming out of Washington, D.C. He's been with OKC for a long time, has kind of come up with Sam Presti. And just, I mean, the combination of him, his DC background, which is known for tough, gritty players, and also Dwayne Casey, who's more of an old school throwback coach of defense and accountability. I think that's been their approach. I don't know if that necessarily is what Killian Hayes is all about. I don't think that those are his weaknesses, but they were able to address a guy that could be their primary ball handler and creator. now put some pieces around him, and I like what they're doing.
So I don't think we have a pick in just yet. So Derek, what are your thoughts on what Detroit's been able to do? You mentioned, what they've been done in this draft, obviously, but just overall, when you look at this roster, what are your thoughts on the direction they're heading?
They're in a spot where you take the best player available. You take the most explosive guys. You take the guys that you think can impact winning it a long time. So I think going young is the correct call each pick, which they did for the first two. And again, there's not much to hold on to that's tangible right now on their current payroll. So you have Sekou, maybe a couple other pieces that you want to keep moving forward. But again, this first round is what is really giving me hope for this team.
Now, I want to mention again, if anyone's watching at home and you're in the live stream right now, go ahead and leave some comments or questions. If you guys have any questions, we want to answer them. So we appreciate you guys watching. So far, we are at 73,000 viewers, which just is so cool. We really appreciate that. That's awesome. I mean, we definitely want to shout you guys out and answer any questions you guys have. So be sure to go ahead and comment down below. So I don't think we have a pick in just yet. I'm waiting to see. We'll kind of keep you guys updated as things pop up here. Nope, still nothing yet. So I guess let's talk about some more trades. Do you think we're going to see some more trades going forward? I mean, or based on what you're hearing, Matt, I know there were, a number of teams that had been talking about moving up. When you look at the next few teams that are popping up here, are there certain teams that we're talking about trading out, or, what do you expect going forward as far as trade activity?
Yeah, we got Philly coming up at 21. I mean, they could be on the trade market here. Of course, we got Oklahoma City. Who knows what the heck Sam's up to? I mean, he's wheeling and dealing. So I'm not going to put it past him to make multiple more moves tonight. Boston too. Boston's got a couple picks coming up, and I said this earlier, is teams with multiple picks, those are usually the teams that are most aggressive, because not only do they have to seek it out, everybody's calling them because they want everybody's wanting to get into the second round or get another pick to chase a guy. So yeah, I can see us having some more action.
For sure. All right. So still no pick in just yet. Let me keep an eye on here. Saddiq Bey.
There we go.
He did pick at number 19. So good call there. I got to say, props to you and Derek, because you guys have been all over this. I feel like every pick, you guys are naming the right guy. So props. What do you think? I mean, we talked about him a little bit and just how he fits what this team is trying to build going forward. How does he fit with this current roster?
They're obviously remaking the whole deal. I mean, the as far as young assets that they have in place, I mean, Sekou Doumbouya is really the only guy that I see being a very valuable asset. And he's versatile. I mean, he's playing with the 3, the 4. Saddiq's kind of in the same boat as far as being a versatile guy. I like it. I mean, Saddiq's one of those guys really could fit in anywhere because he can play the 3 or the 4. He's switchable, good team player. I mean, the guys that go to Villanova, they come out ready to roll. And I think Saddiq falls into that same boat as the guys before him. And he shoots the ball extremely well. He shot the ball well at Villanova. I do think moving forward, that's going to be a key attribute for him. I think he's going to be able to separate himself and get on the floor by just being a good team guy, good team defender. Hey, but shooting the ball, I mean, that's the name of the game right now.
So Derek had mentioned he wanted to see RJ Hampton get picked here. And instead they go with Bey. When you talk about Hampton, who I think, by the way, Spencer Davies did a fantastic article where he had quotes from RJ, talked to his trainer, Tyler Relf, talked about how he could become an elite scorer, and just basically talked about how his overseas experience helped him so much and developed him. And, it just really did wonders for him. Even though he didn't put up the best numbers over there or get the most playing time, it was a great experience for him. Do you think where do you think we'll see Hampton go? What is his range? Because, again, Derek had said he would like to see him in Detroit.
I think we're kind of at the point in the draft for him where he's probably going to get consideration from every pick. He's an upside guy. I don't think anybody's going to take RJ thinking he's going to be the savior at the 2 or the 1 for them right away. He's a little bit of a project, and he's got a ton of upside. I mean, he's so athletic, such a quick twitch athlete, and he seems like a good kid. He's been working with Mike Miller on his shot, and so I mean, I think the biggest question mark with these teams are we looking for an upside guy like a RJ Hampton or a Jaden McDaniels or a Jay Scrubb, or do we want somebody that can contribute to us winning right now? I mean, Miami obviously went to the finals. I don't know if they're going to look for an upside guy or look for a compliment guy. I would guess maybe somebody that's a little bit more game ready.
Yeah. So, Derek, if you were Miami, what would you be doing right here? Miami, I'm so interested in what they're going to do here because they have such a defined culture. We know that they are super. And, they really like guys that are kind of gritty and play defense. When you look at kind of the guys that Miami typically targets, the culture that they've developed there, who are some players that could be a good fit in that?
I think the three guys I would look at here are Malachi Flynn, Precious Achua, and Zeke Naji. Those would be my targets here if I was Miami. Naji, because he's going to stretch the floor as a big. Him and Bam Adebayo could be incredible together. Achua, because he could be a great lob target, athletic, versatile defender. And Flynn is a guy we mocked him to Miami actually a couple times during this process because he's just hard-nosed. He's gritty. He's determined. He's focused. He screams everything that Miami is going to want in a point guard. He will do whatever it takes. I mean, I don't know if there's a better point guard in this class that Jimmy Butler would be happy about seeing come. I mean, he's going to look at Malachi Flynn, if that were the pick, and he's going to say, that's my guy because we're going to rock together the whole game, every game. So those are the guys that I would target here if I was Miami.
Matt, how about you? When you look at this pick, what would you do if you were Miami? And what do you hear that they're doing?
Well, I mean, I think it goes without saying, we're Babcock Hoops / Malachi Flynn fan club. So, I love Malachi Flynn. I mean, I've said this a bunch on different interviews. If I was going to put my neck on the line for anybody in this draft, it is Malachi Flynn. I think he's everything Miami's all about. I don't know if this is the direction they're going in. I know that they've had some interest in him. I don't know how significant. I think Precious Achua, Zeke Naji, they could get some looks here. We still have Tyrese Maxey on the board. Not necessarily my favorite, but I mean, this is a little further down than most people projected him. Or they go with, the high upside RJ Hampton or McDaniels. There's still a pretty good group of guys here, that could make an impact either right away or down the road.
When you talk about Malachi Flynn, you and I have talked about him a lot, and you did a great article for Basketball News where, you interviewed him, and I know you guys both spent time with him in gyms. And I guess what is it about this kid that stands out so much as far as his game, his personality? You talked a little bit about it, some of the things that you like about him, but why are you so high on him?
There's a lot of things. I mean, he's passionate about the game for one. I mean, he really does his homework. I mean, he's so prepared. He watches film on every single game, every single practice, which is not something that even most veterans do. And he's got the growth mindset. I read the book about the Houston Astros building their team called Astro Ball, and it really resonated with me. They talked a lot about growth mindset and identifying guys that are going to improve and do what it takes to win. And competitiveness is a huge part of it. And I think Malachi is like the ultimate competitor. I think Isaiah Stewart kind of checks all those boxes as well. But Malachi he's gonna maximize his potential. And Derek, I mentioned this to you before. I was watching an old video about Steve Nash before his draft. There's all these people from Santa Clara describing him as a leader and competitor and whatnot. And I'm not saying Malachi Flynn's going to be Steve Nash. That's not fair to any kid coming into the draft. I mean, Steve Nash is first ballot Hall of Famer, multi-MVP. But I do see some similarities, and I see a guy that's going to end up being a good starting point guard in the NBA.
So if it is,
I want to say I'm sorry. It looks like we have Jason probably ready to go if we want to talk about Pokusevski.
Yeah, absolutely.
I see a guy that's going to end up being a good starting point guard in the NBA. So if it is,
I think we need to mute. You have Jason. Do you have audio that you're listening to this on?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Jason.
So Jason, muted. Make sure you mute. Turn off whatever. If you were watching the stream before, just turn that off so that we don't hear it play twice. Let's go ahead and mute Jason real quick while I get the audio figured out. We actually have a pick. Precious Achua is the pick for Miami. So let's talk about that for a second here. Then we'll get back to Jason. Matt, what do you make of that pick?
Yeah, like I said, I mean, he's one of the best players on the board. He's got all the tools. To get him at 20, I heard rumors as high as 9 to Washington for him, and so I think it's a good value pick. It's interesting pairing with Bam Adebayo. I mean, that's two physical studs that are very versatile defensively. I'd like to see Precious kind of turn all these tools into a well-packaged game. I think he kind of has some room for some more polish and increasing his feel for the game and decision making and whatnot. But hey, at 20, I can't argue that pick at all.
And then Derek, what are your thoughts on this pick and how he fits with Miami's roster?
I really like it. Again, athleticism, size, speed, versatility. That's what I think he's going to bring to this team. He's really going to have to work on his feel for the game. Sometimes it looks like the game moves really fast for him. But conversations I've had with people connected to the Memphis program, he's really intelligent. And my understanding is that he can pick up things really, really well, pick up an offense and a defense. I think it's just the speed of the game that you're going to have to slow down for him. What better leader to teach him hard-nosed basketball than Jimmy Butler again? And then just physically, him and Bam Adebayo are going to be really nice. Two big, strong, fast, athletic guys who can defend perimeter, who can defend on the interior. It's going to be nice.
So do we want to try Jason again, see if the audio issues are worked out? Do we have that?
Yeah, let me send him a message, see if you got it cleaned up.
Okay, yep, no worries. Okay, well, in the meantime, let's continue to talk about Miami here. Actually, you know what? Let's move on. So now the Philadelphia 76ers are on the board at number 21. Derek, while Matt kind of talks with Jason and gets everything figured out, what do you think we can see Philly do here?
I mean, the way the board has fallen here, going into the draft, I probably saw 1, 2, or 3 names. I'm looking at 5 or 6 now that I think they could go with. They've been linked to Tyrell Terry. I think Tyrese Maxey would be a terrific option. RJ Hampton is still there. But again, if I am Philly, I'm going to go with win now, and I'm going to go with some offense. Again, I'm going to bring up Malachi Flynn's name. Terry's a guy whose shooting is there, but he's probably a couple years away from being a strong NBA contributor in a rotation. So, Isaiah Joe, word on the street is that they've promised him. We don't know if it's at 21 or, 34, 36, whatever they end up with in the second round. So somebody with shooting upside or at least ability to drive the lane and put pressure on defenses, that's where I think they'll go.
So we do have one news item here. The Cleveland Cavaliers don't currently have a second-round pick, but they are not done for the night. They're trying to acquire another first or second rounder, according to Cleveland.com. So that is interesting. We will see if the Cavs are able to add a first-round pick or maybe add a second-round pick. We will monitor that and keep you guys updated if there's anything new on that front. Matt, are we good with Jason, or do we want to just move on and get him worked in later?
He hasn't written back. I'll tell him just to hop on whenever he's ready.
Okay, yep, no worries. Okay, so let's talk about this Philly pick then. I know, Derek, you just provided your analysis. When you look at this roster that the 76ers have, what do you think they should do, Matt? What would be a good fit for them, and what are some of their needs?
Obviously there's been a lot of turnover in Philly. I mean, Doc Rivers is there now, and Daryl Morey. I'm still not real clear on what their vision is moving forward. With Brett Brown, they played Ben Simmons as a point guard. I personally don't like him being used that way. I like to see him being more used as a point forward. Do they want to bring in a point guard? I think they definitely need outside shooting. There was the rumor that Isaiah Joe did stay in the draft because he received a guarantee from Philly. Like Derek mentioned, I'm not sure if that was this pick or 34 or 36. I think shooting is definitely what they're looking for.
Philly took Maxey.
Maxey. Okay, so then let's talk about that. What is his fit here? And Matt, let's go back to you real quick. Maxey, I know he was someone that was kind of polarizing. Some people had him pretty high. Some people had him a bit lower. What do you make of his game?
This is about the range that I was even a little lower on him than this even, but this is appropriate to me. I think at 20 to 30, this is the range he should have been considered in. My issues with him and why I didn't have him as a lottery pick like a lot of people did is I see him as a 6'2" shooting guard. I question his ability to be a primary ball handler and point guard. And then he shot, I believe, 28% from 3. He's got a very low release and he's undersized. And so the translation to the NBA, I just don't know if it's going to be as seamless as some people would hope. But at 21, and he's playing with Ben Simmons, whether you play him at point guard or you play him as a point forward, a lot of the playmaking, ball handling duties are going to be on his shoulders, which takes some pressure off of Maxey's issues. So I can't argue this pick. I mean, he'll be a good tough guy for them. Seems like he has a winning mentality, good personality. This is a nice pick.
Derek, what are your thoughts on this move? And after this, I do want to talk to you guys about the Al Horford trade we saw earlier today. But what are your thoughts on the Maxey pick?
I think at 21, it's tremendous value for him. There were some concerns with him shooting the college level and what that will look like translating to the NBA. But again, his ability to put pressure on the rim, put pressure on defenses, I think is what Philly's targeting here. Hard-nosed kid. He's just a gamer, willing to do it whatever it takes to win. Undersized shooting guard, but again, long arms. He's physical. He's strong. And I think he's going to be a good fit at 21. I think some people had him in the back of the lottery. I think that was a little bit too high for him. But again, at 21, I think it's tremendous. He's going to have to work on his mechanics shooting. That is what's going to be the most important thing for him. He shoots more out than up. So I think it's going to be important to fix that relatively quickly. But I believe Philly will be able to do that and get the most out of him.
And then we saw Philly trade Al Horford and 2 draft picks to the Thunder for Danny Green. Now, that means that Philly's going to win the championship this year because every team that Danny Green's on wins the championship. That's just the rule. But I'm curious what you make of that trade. Obviously, that contract that Horford had was just brutal. So they were definitely trying to, move that. That was obviously the reason they did the deal. But what do you make of that trade? And obviously the Thunder, they've been just taking back salary, do whatever it takes to land more picks. But for the Sixers, I was surprised they found someone to take back Horford's contract, to be honest. What were your thoughts on that deal?
Yeah, I don't know what to make of it quite yet because I don't know where Horford's going to end up permanently, at least for the season. But I totally understand that Philly was trying to get rid of that contract. And they didn't have to attach probably as much to it as some thought to get rid of it. So I think that's one of the deals that was a win-win. Philly's going to get a shooter. Terrence Ferguson still has plenty of upside. He's still growing as a young kid. There's flashes of him in Oklahoma City where he can shoot, often tasked with defending the opponent's best offensive player. Ferguson had some flashes defending James Harden that were really impressive. So I think that both teams won that one.
So as we kind of proceed here, who are some of the players that are on the board that you really like that you think maybe could be going next week picks?
Who do we have going next? What are the next picks here on the board?
I know everything's moving so quickly. I believe we're at number 22, the Denver Nuggets. Then we got the New York Knicks, New Orleans Pelicans. I think unless there's been trades, OKC Thunder, Boston Celtics. So those are the next few teams.
Gotcha. With Denver, I believe that Zeke Naji is a target here. They're looking for a stretch 4, stretch 5, a guy who can shoot on the perimeter. And again, we were with Zeke for a while in Vegas and has really cleaned up his mechanics. And I think he's going to be a really good one moving forward. Again, Hampton still being there is really interesting to me. The play that would be fascinating is if Denver took McDaniels. High risk, high reward. 6'9", long, lean, lengthy guy, can put the ball on the floor, can pull up from 3, easy NBA range. He's just going to have to learn to really clean up his game, his decision making, his shot selection. So if I had to put a stamp on 1 or 2 names, I think Zeke Naji, Jaden McDaniels, those are the 2 that I think I would look for or be targeting here.
I feel like the Nuggets are one of those teams that have done such a great job in recent years of landing, the right draft prospects. Their talent evaluation is so impressive. When you look at what the Nuggets have been able to do and just the decision makers that they have, how good are they at what they do, basically?
Yeah, it's really impressive. They haven't missed in a while. And what they've done is they've taken upside guys that they were confident in. And part of that is being able to do that in the 20s. When you're picking in the lottery and you're rebuilding, you can't afford to miss quite as much as some other team. You can't take that home run swing. But when you have Bol, when you have Michael Porter Jr. slipping for various reasons in their respective drafts, you can take a swing. And again, that's how I kind of look at McDaniels in this one. I think Zeke is your safe play, guy that's going to be a starter for a long time. And I think McDaniels is your home run swing if they go either of those directions.
So we don't have a pick in just yet. We're still waiting on that. Let's see. All right, so we will update you guys once we have a pick in right here. I guess let's talk about some more of the trade activity. Are any of the teams that are coming up teams that could be looking to trade out of their pick? I guess once we get toward the end of the first round, you're always talking about, the possibility of teams looking to trade out because they don't want to give that guaranteed multi-year contract. What do you kind of think is going to happen as far as trade activity over the next, few picks? Well, looks like you're muted.
I'm sorry. Sure. I'm going to add Matt and Jason real quick. Looks like they're both ready to go.
Cool.
Hey, guys.
All right, there we go.
Hi, guys.
Hey, ciao, Jason.
Difficulties. You guys hear me clearly?
Yep.
Yes. Now you sound good.
So great.
Jason, how are you?
Anyways.
Oh, can you hear us, Jason?
You guys hear me?
Yeah,
Jason, yeah, can you
Okay.
hear us?
Can you hear us,
I
Jason?
don't hear Derek.
Okay, I think we're still having audio issues there. So I'm not sure if you can hear us. Can you hear us, Jason? All right, I think we'll figure that out. We'll get Jason added back later. Let's go back to the teams here that are over the next few picks. I don't think we have a pick in quite yet. We were just talking about Denver, Matt. What are some things you can see the Denver Nuggets doing?
You know, I believe, if I remember correctly, I think we have Zeke Naji going to Denver there, and so he's still on the board. That's what I would do. I think they like him. I don't know if he's the guy or not. It's personally would be my pick. You know, they've got a lot of uncertainty in their front court as far as depth goes. I think Plumlee, Millsap, Jeremy Grant. I mean, these guys are all, their contracts are ending, and need somebody that could coexist with Jokic. And so I think with Naji being able to play the 4 and 5. Just a great kid. Sort of the same theme that we've had with a lot of these guys that we like. Just a total worker, growth mindset kind of guy. I think he's gonna be a great pro. And one thing with Naji that I think is really interesting that a lot of fans don't realize is he is a good outside shooter. I saw him shoot the ball really well in high school. Derek and I went out to Vegas to see him work out, and he showed his ability to stretch the floor there too. And I don't think he's necessarily gonna be like a specialist, but as a 6'10", 250 guy with a 7'2" wingspan, he shoots the ball well enough to stretch the floor and allow these Denver stars to do their thing. And so that's what I'm hoping for. We'll see if they actually do it or not.
Now, who are some teams coming up here that could be possible trade candidates, teams that could be active and looking to move some picks?
As I said before, I think the teams with multiple picks, I always think those are candidates to move. As far as what I'm hearing, I haven't heard anything recently about these specific picks being moved. Yes, I've got no real new intel on that front.
Okay, no worries. So I don't think we have a pick in just yet. Still waiting to see what the Denver Nuggets are going to do. Let's see. We talked a little bit about some of the players that could be a fit there. You mentioned Zeke. Are there any other guys that could be a possibility here, Matt?
Yeah,
Matt, I talked about McDaniels as a potential fit if they wanted to take a swing.
Yeah, I mean, as far as upside guys, I mean, McDaniels, RJ Hampton still on the board, Tyrell Terry. Personally, I really like Cassius Stanley, Elijah Hughes. Those are a couple of guys that I think are worth consideration
we have
here.
To pick in. Sorry to cut you off. It is Zeke at number 22. So good call there. You guys are doing great tonight. You guys are really nailing this thing. So we talked about why you guys like Zeke. What is it about Zeke that you think made Denver want to do this, and why? What's the fit with this current roster?
Yeah, I mean, sort of just to kind of piggyback what I was saying before. I mean, Zeke's going to do what he needs to do to get it done. And at the end of the day, that's extremely valuable. I mean, you can look at all of these guys with upside and what their ceiling is. My confidence level that Zeke's going to be what you want him to be, it's extremely high. And I just don't think that's something that should be undervalued. And clearly, Denver sees it the same way.
And then Derek, what do you make of this pick?
Absolutely love it. Chalk it down as one of my favorites so far in this first round in this class. Again, getting to be with Zeke, his agent, when Matt and I were in Las Vegas, watching him shoot the ball was something special. And I've told this story on a couple of shows before, but I was sitting with Matt in the gym, and when Zeke walked in, had a wife beater on, he cut his dreads off, cut his hair, and I leaned over to Matt. I said, "Who is that big dude who just walked in here?" I did not recognize him from across the gym because he had gotten himself in such great shape. I think they said 6'11", 247 when we were there, and an ability to stretch the floor now. And he's just so strong. He's so young, pleasure to speak to. I think he has a winning mindset, growth mindset, an elite piano player as well. Like, his life isn't just condensed to only basketball. And I think his willingness and ability to grow outside of the game will only help him as a professional. So again, on the court, off the court, I absolutely love this. I think it's a home run for Denver.
Matt, I know you interviewed him for our article on basketballnews.com. What were some of your takeaways from your conversation with Zeke?
Yeah, I mean, very, very intelligent. Comes from a very educated, education-driven family. Also, very musically driven family. Zeke is a trained pianist. He actually played the national anthem at Arizona's. I think it was their Midnight Madness or Red and Blue game. And just a very unique, interesting kid. Very, very, very smart. Very regimented in his day-to-day life and his training. He told me that Andre Iguodala, another Wildcat, came and talked to their team and talked about he had changed his diet to being vegan and just all the great things that it had done for him. Zeke took up that diet after the season and somehow added 18 pounds of muscle, which is just incredible to me because he had said he'd played around 230 pounds during the season. And kind of going back to what I said before, I mean, Zeke, he's just going to do what he needs to do. I mean, he's going to be a pro's pro. Just great pick at 22.
I love it. So one thing real quick on this Denver front office, we talked about it a little bit before, but I've been so impressed with their moves in recent years. What do you think stands out about this Denver front office and the way they do things, and why have they been so successful, Matt?
I mean, Tim Conley, I mean, he's at the forefront. I mean, he's the head honcho there, and he just has such a knack for having a feel for what to do, and his decision-making is really spot on. He's drafted really, really well. I mean, he's kind of one of those guys that's drafted too well. I mean, he hasn't been able to keep everybody because, there's only one ball. There's only 5 spots on the floor. I mean, Malik Beasley was a good example of that. They had to trade him off to Minnesota. Hernangomez, the same thing. And those guys are good players. And they just kept getting too much talent in the draft. They had something had to give.
Now let's talk about the New York Knicks. They traded for this number 23 pick earlier in the day. So where do we think they're going to go with this pick? Derek, when you look at the players that are available, who are some guys that stand out to you that could be a good fit here?
I am all over either Malachi Flynn or Tyrell Terry. And again, I've hit on a couple times tonight, your organizational competitive timeline is going to matter a lot when you look at these picks. I think point guard is the way to go here. I imagine they were really hoping Maxey would fall just a couple more spots. But again, Flynn, if you're wanting to compete in the future, maybe bring in some of those big-time free agents that we discussed earlier. Or Terry, a risky but upside play as a shooter, as a guy who can stretch the floor next to R.J. Barrett. Barrett's going to need somebody next to him that can shoot the ball. So Terry, if you want to go point guard, I think could be a good call here if you're kind of kicking your organizational competitive timeline a couple more years down the road.
So, Matt, we saw them go Obi Toppin earlier. Now, what do you think is the move here, and what were you hearing about the Knicks as far as how they were approaching this draft?
A lot of people talked about they interviewed and worked out a number of point guards. My guess would be they'd be looking at guard here. RJ Hampton jumps out. I mean, just an upside guard. I mean, they need some star potential in New York, and RJ certainly has that. I don't think Malachi Flynn's in play here, even though I think he should be. Tyrell Terry's an interesting name to look at. I don't think it'd be my pick, but it wouldn't surprise me if they went that direction. Leandro Balmero is another guy, Argentinian player that plays for FC Barcelona. I don't believe he'll be coming over right away. How his contract, they just did an extension. If he was a top 20 pick, it would have been a standard buyout where he could have come over right away. If any pick after 20, it increases to $1.5 million, which would naturally push him to go back to Barcelona for a year. But they still could look at him as a long-term piece and just sit on him for a year. But we'll see who they go with here.
Yeah, I mean, the Knicks are an interesting team this offseason just because they have a ton of cap space as well. So they can really do a whole lot. It'll be interesting to see, who they bring back, who they pursue in free agency, and then obviously what they do tonight. We talked about their first pick earlier, Toppin. Do you feel like, Matt, after seeing that pick earlier, do you think, and the fact that they clearly like someone enough in this range to trade up or, acquire this pick, do you think the Toppin pick kind of gives us any hints about what they could do here?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would suggest probably a guard. I guess they could go if they're looking for depth at 5. Obviously, you got Mitchell Robinson in place. You need more than one player at each position to kind of fill out a roster in your depth chart. But my best guess would be they go with somebody on the perimeter.
All right, I don't think we have the pick in just yet. Let's see. I don't see anything quite yet. Derek, I guess. Here we go. Good call again, Matt. Leandro Balmero is the pick at number 23. So let's kind of talk more about Leandro here and break his game down. When you look at his game, I guess for people that maybe aren't familiar with him, strengths, weaknesses, NBA comparison, what do you see, Matt?
Sure. So he's got great size. I mean, he's 6'7", extremely versatile. He can play the 1, 2, or 3, and he competes. He's terrific in pick and roll. And like I said, he plays hard. He sort of reminds me, he's like a better scoring version of Thomas Satoransky with Chicago. Long term, this could be a nice piece. And as they're building their team, this guy could be used in a number of different roles. And so I really like this pick. Even though I'm sure New York fans are a little frustrated, they probably want somebody right away. This could be a good piece for them moving forward.
So I know you were saying that he might not be able to come over right away. Can you kind of give us an update on that situation with his contract? Is it a 1-year thing? Could it be a drawn out thing? What's that situation look like?
Yeah, so how it works, just generally speaking, is with an international buyout clause. There's a number, I can't remember the figure off the top of my head this year, but it's there's a number that a team is allowed to pay, and it won't affect their salary cap, and that they're legally allowed to pay. Leandro's buyout is significantly more than that for this year. So, I mean, how it would work is if he did come over, he would have to pay for the additional amount out of his contract, which wouldn't make a whole lot of sense for him. And next year, it kicks in back to the standard amount. So New York could pay it, and he could come over and not have to take a pay cut. So I'm pretty certain he will not be coming over this year. And I've actually talked to his agent about it. And talked to the NBA people. That's pretty certain of whoever was taking him. If it was outside the top 20, that he would be returning to FC Barcelona.
So there's a report now from Brian Windhorst saying that the Knicks are talking to Minnesota about moving pick number 23 for 25 and 33. Oh, yep, here we go. New York has traded Bolmaro to Minnesota for number 25 and 33. So he will not be in New York. He is going to Minnesota. Let's talk about the fit with Minnesota. Then we'll talk about kind of what's going to happen here. What do you think about Bolmaro to Minnesota now and how he fits with that team?
Yeah, I love it. I mean, like I said, he's very versatile, and Minnesota's a young developing team, and so I mean, I think long term, if you have Bolmaro in your mix, there's so many interesting lineups you could put out there, and just kind of gives you depth all across the board, and a kid that's going to compete. I mean, that's maybe my favorite thing about him is he's got the great size versatility, but he plays hard, and it's my Uncle Rob used to always say he worked for the Timberwolves for years, and he said playing hard is a skill, is an undervalued skill, and Bolmaro certainly has that. He's a very aggressive, competitive kid.
Yes, for those that missed it, Bolmaro will end up in Minnesota, and then the Knicks are getting back number 25 and number 33. Honestly, I like that for the Knicks too. Moving down only 2 spots and then getting an additional pick in the early second round, number 33. I guess, Derek, what do you think about that return for the Knicks to move down just 2 spots? If they didn't love anyone at 23, it seems like it makes sense.
Yeah, if the guy they were hoping was there wasn't, then it makes total sense. I'm curious to see, again, who they target at 25. I think it'll be Terry or Flynn. And I think what's really important for them is, again, 33, because they moved – I don't remember which other pick at the back end of the first round they moved earlier. I think it was 27 they had for a while. So to get another pick in that 25 to 35 range is going to really help out with their depth moving forward. So I think it's a great return for them.
For sure. So then now we are at number 24, and the Pelicans are on the board, I believe, unless there was a move. But what do we think the Pelicans are going to do here? Obviously, earlier we saw them draft Lewis, and you were a big fan of that move. Said it was a perfect fit.
They just took Hampton.
Oh, there we go, RJ Hampton. So this is your guy. You've been talking about Hampton for most of the night. We know he's a huge, high upside player. He obviously went to New Zealand last year rather than playing in college. One of the younger prospects, but Tyler Relf, his trainer, said that he could be an elite scorer. Talked about he compared it to a Lamborghini. He said he's not one of those cars that is slowly going to gradually pick up speed. He goes 0 to 60 extremely quickly. Quick twitch moves, and he said that kind of quick twitch movement is something that you see in star players typically. So his trainer's very high on him. Talked about him being an elite scorer potentially. When you look at Hampton, how could he fit with this team, and what is his upside?
Well, you'll be hard pressed to find a trainer who's not high on their guy. We'll go ahead and just say that first. I think what's interesting about Hampton, especially here to New Orleans, is they went straight speed, and that I think is important. I think it's important to know that they went speed, they went upside.
Sorry, real quick. So he is being picked by New Orleans and traded to Denver. So Denver got RJ Hampton. Going back to how they get these high upside guys and hit home runs, Denver lands RJ Hampton. Let's talk about it.
Okay, well that one's gonna take me a minute to soak in there. Again, yeah, not an immediate positional need. I guess, what does your future look like with Harris, with Barton, with some of these other guys that you have at the combo guard or shooting guard position, take the upside pick. I think a lot of it too is going to be determined by how on ball Michael Porter Jr. is going to be used in the future. If you think he's on ball, you don't have to necessarily bring your guards along quickly if you lose some to free agency or potential trades or anything like that. But if he's not going to be on ball very much, I think you'll see Hampton get some playing time early. I don't think, because they're a contender, I don't think he's going to be thrown into the mix too early at his age. But again, speed, quick twitch, explosion, hard-nosed effort player. I think it's a good pick for Denver.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about Hampton for most of the night and just how whichever team gets him is, going to be happy. And I think this is a great situation for him too, because he doesn't need to step in right away and be a huge contributor. And from day one, have the ball in his hands. Granted, he might have liked that, but for his long-term development, I think, they're going to be able to be patient with him and kind of do the same thing we saw with Bull and Michael Porter Jr., where they're not going to rush him in there at all. I think that's going to be terrific for him. And then not only that, but Denver does a great job of not only evaluating talent and landing these guys, but developing their own players. They do a great job of giving every player a custom development plan and making sure they're going to maximize their full potential. So if you're RJ Hampton, I think you have to be very happy right now that you just landed in Denver. Maybe he didn't go as high as he had hoped. These guys always tend to think they're going to go 10 spots higher than they do. But I think he has to love this fit, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me try. Jason, if you're ready, I'll try to bring you in here again, and hopefully we can get these issues resolved here.
Some of these other guys that you have in the combo guard or string guard position, take the upside.
Jason, mute your
I think a lot of it
Mute the stream,
is
Jason.
going to be determined by how on ball.
Can you hear us, Jason? I think Jason still can't hear us. All right, no worries. We had to try. All right, so now we have the number 25 pick, the Oklahoma City Thunder. What do you think the Thunder are going to do here, Derek?
I think you're gonna see another long-term play. You're gonna see a lot of youth here. Sam's a hard one to project as far as what he's thinking. There was some smoke to Pokusevski earlier, but they've been tied to Jaden McDaniels. There's some that think they'll go Tyrell Terry. Again, high upside young guys you can kind of take a swing on. That if they hit in 5 years, you look like a genius. So
here we go.
Keep my eye on
just selected Emmanuel Quickly with the number 25 pick, but it is going to the Knicks. So they selected it and are trading it to the Knicks. We don't know what they are getting back in return just yet, but we're seeing it. Here's finally the trades. We've been talking about it all night. There was a lot of movement. Now we're finally getting those trades. So I love it. It turns out the going back to that New Orleans-Denver deal, a future pick is going to go to New Orleans. So they draft RJ Hampton, trade in Denver. They're going to get a future draft pick. And now Emmanuel Quickly is going to be going to the New York Knicks. Once we have those details, we will share those. But talk about Quickly's game and what he can what he can do at the next level.
Quickly has been a late riser as far as front offices and how high I guess he could be selected. He shot the ball extremely well at Kentucky. He's versatile. He's really fast, great feet, can handle the pick and roll, is a tremendous spot up shooter. Kentucky had so many good guards on their team that, Quickly was kind of the one who got lost in the shuffle a little bit. Hagens had a lot of hype to him. Maxey, rightfully so, had a lot of hype to him. Quickly was the one who just continuously played good basketball. I want to say he was 90% from the free throw line, shot incredibly well during his combine workouts and pre-draft workouts. And again, if I recall correctly, I think the Arkansas game this year, Arkansas versus Kentucky, he just absolutely went crazy from three. It was either Arkansas or Texas A&M. So if anybody wants to go watch one of those, that I think is one of those games. But again, a lightning rod as far as a scorer. He's extremely thin, so he'll have to put some weight on to hang at the NBA level. Most people did not see him going at the end of the first round. Most had like an earlier mid-second round grade on him. But again, if you think he can score, if you think he's quick enough to handle the ball, especially in the pick and roll, create for himself and others, end of the first round, it makes sense. So I think New York got a good one. But it really tells me that they buy him shooting at a high volume at the next level.
So what was it about his pre-draft process that allowed him to climb so high? Because, so we see these players sometimes just skyrocket up boards, and sometimes it's great interviews. Sometimes it's, a great workout. What do you think it was that made him fly up draft boards?
I think to New York specifically, there are a lot of relationship ties between his agent and agency and the Knicks front office. So I think there's a lot of connections there. And again, when he gets in the gym by himself, you're really able to see how big he is, how fast he is, talk to him. Like a lot of front offices really like the kid as well. So I think when you're able to talk to guys one-on-one and see them work out, like you never want to buy into a 1-on-0 workout as like the end all be all. But when he's kind of hidden at Kentucky behind these other guards, he can shine when he's on his own. And that is what I think really helped him kind of coming into the draft. Looks like Matt's back. Let me jump him in real quick.
Yep. So let's talk about quickly. I think no one really saw this coming. End of the first round. That's a big surprise. It's funny. We had graphics made for tonight to go ahead and put some of these together and share some of these information about these guys. We did not have a quickly picture ready to go, so that kind of shows you that we were not surprised here, or we were not planning this, and we are surprised here too. But what do you make of this pick, Matt?
Well, yeah, I mean, we missed our Knicks for clicks opportunity, obviously, but just kidding. But I'm surprised. I mean, we've had mock drafts. He wasn't even in our mocks, and I have gotten a number of people criticizing that. I just don't really see it. I mean, especially for a first round pick, he's a little small for a 2 guard. He has shot the ball really well, especially the second part of the year. He had a good year. I mean, at this high, this is just too high for me. And I guess this is the starting of Leon Rose and Worldwide West, their pipeline with Kentucky, right?
And Derek, you were mentioning the agency connection as well. Matt, do you think that also played a role in this?
He's CAA? Yeah, so I mean, Leon was the head of CAA, and obviously they've got strong relationships at Kentucky too. And so I mean, there's been a lot of conversations about that is playing a part in their evaluation process. And I'm not saying that's the case, but I mean that is sort of going along with the rumors that have been said.
That makes a lot of sense. So the Boston Celtics are now on the clock, one of 3 first-round picks that they have. I'm trying to remember who they go with earlier at number 4.
Nesmith.
Okay, so yes. So now what do we think they're going to do here, Matt?
I mean, I would like to see Malachi Flynn. I think Vernon Carey can be an option here. Cassius Stanley, Jaden McDaniels, Elijah Hughes. Those are my next best guys. I mean, I think some people would say Tyrell Terry, but I'm hoping Malachi Flynn. That's the obviously, like we've said all night, that's our guy.
Derek, what are your thoughts?
Again, because Boston is in a win now, win in the next 4 to 5 years, I would hesitate to pick an 18 or 19-year-old right now. Again, that's why I really like Flynn here. Hughes as well as a mature older guy. Some people had some real issues with his efficiency and consistency, but I think he's a guy that creates for himself at an extremely high level. I wonder, with Boston, they have the creators on their team. Do they double down and just take another shooter? Desmond Bane and Isaiah Joe and Jordan Nwora all being on the board here. If Boston thinks they can get maybe Carey, Oturu, Azubuike, one of these other bigs at 30, maybe you take another wing shooter, a 3-and-D type guy here. So that, again, I know they have Nesmith, but if they double down and really go with 2 shooters, that wouldn't shock me.
Matt, when you have 3 first-round picks in a draft, how does that kind of impact the way that you do things a bit? Obviously, I'm sure you're having trade conversations about packaging those picks and knowing what's out there and doing due diligence, but how does that kind of impact what Boston's doing here? Oh, Derek, yes?
They took Peyton Pritchard.
Oh, wow.
But hey,
thoughts, Matt?
An older, mature guard. Go ahead, Matt. Sorry.
I mean, as far as the multiple picks, yeah, it does suggest that those teams could possibly be more active. I mean, I've heard the commentary before of, hey, we want to have to babysit all these rookies. There's a learning curve for guys coming in from a maturity standpoint of just going from being a student, to being a grown up on your own and living on your own and having to get the practice rather than coaching and coaching staff of a college or support staff, babysitting you and making sure you're at a class and going to homeroom and whatnot. And so, but Danny's not afraid of it. I mean, I remember one year I represented Jordan Mickey, and they had a similar situation where they took Terry Rozier, RJ, what's his name from Georgia State, and then Jordan Mickey. Sorry, guys, I need to pop off again. I'll be back shortly.
Okay, no worries. Derek, you want to pick up where he left off?
On Pritchard, correct?
Yes.
So Boston taking Peyton Pritchard, I think, falls into the same category as, why we thought Flynn would be a good pick there. He's mature. He's going to come in. He's been through adversity. He's had highs. He's had lows. He's a tough shot maker. He's gritty, puts his head down. He's willing to do whatever it takes physically on the floor on both ends. This is considerably higher than most people had him going. There were a few outlets that had end 1 round grades on him. We did not. I think this is going to surprise a lot of people that he went here. But again, like Matt said, Ainge is not afraid to make these kind of picks. I would love at some point to hear an explanation, not because Danny Ainge owes anybody one, but I am curious just with some of the other point guards on the board, why Pritchard was the call.
What were some of the concerns about him that had him a bit lower on your board?
Overall athleticism and creation, again, really good at the college level. But I think it looks like what Boston is taking over those concerns is the tough shot making. I mean, easy NBA range, no fear whatsoever. So that combination of I can shoot from anywhere, and he actually can. Sometimes we have those guys who think they can shoot from anywhere but can't. That's not Pritchard. And if you really buy that shot, and you think that he can play backup minutes relatively quickly on a winning team, then I totally understand.
All right, so I want to ask you this too. So how do you think he fits with this Boston team and the current roster they have?
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to come in and take anything from Kemba, so I think at his very most, you're looking at 10 minutes a game as a backup point guard. Again, I don't have a great answer for that because that's my biggest question as well is what is that going to look like at least early on in his career? And if he's not going to get much playing time, I have a question of why you would go with the 4-year player over maybe a freshman.
Absolutely. Well, here we go. So it looks like Utah is selecting Udoka Azubuike at number 27. Thoughts on that, Derek?
Azubuike's a guy that we've been higher on than most people at Babcock Hoops this year. Again, we have him in that 30 to 35 range, right outside the first round. So while this doesn't shock me, it does feel a little bit high for him. But the thing with Azubuike is he continually got better over time. Similar to what I said about Killian Hayes earlier. As you watch his film year to year, the kid got better. He got himself in much better shape, improved his verticality. He has incredibly long arms. He's really, really tall. Standing reach is really impressive. There were some questions over the standing reach numbers and the vertical, like the max vertical jump numbers this year from the combine, because it looks like his standing reach did actually shrink 2.5 inches from the last time he was measured. So there were some questions there. But again, I'm going to bring up a game that really made me buy into him, and that was Kansas at Baylor this year. If you want to go back and watch that tape, to anybody listening or any Jazz fans out there, he dominated the paint and the glass in that game. Helped Kansas win that game. I want to say it's 7 or 8 alley-oops where he was just soaring high above the rim. So his improved athleticism. Apparently, he's a great kid. I totally understand why Utah is going to make this pick. The perfect guy in this class to learn from Gobert. I think that is just a match made in heaven as far as mentor-mentee possibility if they're able to stay there together.
So we do have a trade. The Utah Jazz agreed to trade Tony Bradley and the 38th pick to the Detroit Pistons for future considerations. So nothing too big. It's not a first-round trade, but it's still a trade. Tony Bradley going to Detroit for the 38th pick. Tony Bradley and 38th pick going to Detroit for future picks. I think we have Matt. Let's add him back in. He's ready to come back. And then we'll get his thoughts on Azubuike as well. Matt, what do you think of that move to Utah?
So Azubuike went Utah. Sorry, I've been bouncing around here. Wow, that's first of all good for him. I mean, this kid's story is great. I remember 2 years ago at the Combine watching him, and I thought he did really well. And he was one of the guys that was debating whether to stay in the draft, and I wrote an article for Sports Illustrated about it. And went back to school and he got hurt, and had to sit out that year and came back in great shape. And he had a terrific senior year this year. And he's a guy that, I think that this were 20 years ago, this kid probably would have been a lottery pick. He's a big-bodied 5, essentially dunks everything around the rim. He's got great hands for being such a big guy. And I like it. I mean, gives them a nice backup for Gobert. This guy will be in their rotation next year and probably play solid minutes for the next 5-10 years.
Sure. And I want your thoughts. So let's see. We're just talking about that. And then now, first of all, let's take a moment here. Let's take a step back. So I want to say thank you to everyone watching. We've now surpassed 100,000 viewers, which is just awesome. We really appreciate that. For our first time doing this with very short notice and everything, that means a lot. So thank you guys so much for watching. And again, we want you guys to post comments and questions in the comment section. We'll definitely try to get to you and shout you out. We're going to keep just reacting to every pick, and we'll be here for the rest of the night through the second round, provide, analysis on every trade and every pick. So yeah, we will continue to be here. And I want to say thanks to you guys too. Matt, Derek, you guys have been killing it. You guys, I feel like for basically every single pick, you're naming the right guys, and you guys have been spot on. So props to you guys. I appreciate everything that you're doing. At number 28, we have the Oklahoma City Thunder. What do we think they're going to do here? Again, they're a team that's so hard to predict just because of all the picks they have and the direction that they're headed. But Matt, what do you think we see from OKC?
You know, I mean, OKC that they're targeting upside guys, and so I mean the names that pop in that category would be Jaden McDaniels for one. I think Cassius Stanley could be in play here. Tyrell Terry, again, Malachi Flynn. I'm not going to stop saying his name until he's picked. I think at this point Malachi Flynn should be on the board for anybody that's looking for a point guard at all. But McDaniels would be my best guess.
So I'm trying to see. We don't have a pick in just yet. Derek, what are you thinking could happen here?
McDaniels, Terry, Stanley, I think are the three where I would look for them to go.
So I got to ask the question, Malachi Flynn still on the board. What do we think, I guess what range do we have him going in potentially? And what are some of the, I know we've talked about why we like him so much. And I agree. I think he's a great prospect. What were some of the concerns about him that could have him going a bit lower?
He's a redshirt junior. He transferred from Washington State, so he's on the older side. And I mean, if you talk to any analytics types, I mean, as soon as they look at a guy that's 21 or 22, they essentially write him off. It seems like. So that's the big one. He's a little on the smaller side. He's 6'1", 185. The kid is just so dang tough, and his basketball IQ is so high. I mean, the kid won Defensive Player of the Year in the Mountain West, and so the size is not a problem for me. As far as range goes, I don't think he gets past Toronto. That's again, that's my best bet.
Sure. Well, we still don't have the pick in just yet, so let's see. Oh, here we go. They are selecting Jaden McDaniels. See, I'm 10. You guys are the best. Look at that. So McDaniels is going to be joining the Thunder. They acquired that pick from the Lakers in the Dennis Schroeder trade, so they were able to land him. And then let's see. Now, Woj just tweeted the Timberwolves are targeting Jaden McDaniels, so I'm not sure if that's a typo or if there's a trade. I don't know what he's suggesting there, but let's focus on McDaniels because it sounds like either way he's going to be the guy that we're talking about here. We talked about why you guys like him. How does he fit with what the Thunder are doing, and why are you guys so high on McDaniels?
Yeah, I mean, he screams upside. He's 6'9" plus maybe, and he's a straight three, very, very thin. He's got a little bit, and I hate to say, guys, this level for comparisons, but he's got a little bit of Kevin Durant in him in the sense that he's so long and skilled. I don't think he's going to be a player on that level, but he does have a ton of upside. I just think he needs to grow up a little bit physically, mentally, the whole way around. I mean, he's probably a top 10 talent. Just needs a little bit more time to kind of develop and grow up properly.
So at number 29 overall, what do we have? Here we go. Minnesota acquires Jaden McDaniels via number 28. So we'll see there you go. Sam Presti again, wheeling and dealing. We'll see what OKC is getting in return for that pick, but Minnesota will be adding Jaden McDaniels. So what do we think about McDaniels on the Timberwolves and how he fits there?
Yeah, no, I mean, I actually had McDaniels, I think, on our mock drafts going there a number of times. I really like it. I mean, I don't know how much they're going to be able to depend on him next year. But if this kid clicks at all, I mean, this could be a perfect fit for that lineup. I mean, I think they've got a well-rounded lineup that's got some versatility. I really like what Minnesota's doing.
And now number 29, the Toronto Raptors. Where do we think they're going to go? What direction do we have the Raptors picking here, if you had to guess, Matt?
Well, Malachi Flynn, that's my best bet. Fred VanVleet, is free. Kyle Lowry's older. They need a point guard. They also go for a big. I've heard they're interested in Jordan Nwora, the shooter from Louisville. But my best bet is on Malachi Flynn.
Eric, what are you thinking? What do you like for Toronto?
If you're playing the win now game, Flynn, Nwora, if you're willing to, again, play the futures card, if you think you're bringing VanVleet back, Terry in their development system could make some sense because of what he could become with his upside. Trying to see, look, who else? If you want to go big, you've got both Carey and Oturu on the board. Both of those guys, Carey didn't quite have the season that I think some executives wanted him to, but he's a great passer on the interior. He can get himself in better shape than what he is right now. And again, he's still young. I think he's 19 years old and really has some skill, showed interior presence on both ends of the floor that he'll need development. But again, the Raptors system is one of the best in the league. So if you put him in there, you could probably get the most out of him moving forward.
So real quick, Woj just tweeted out, basically talking about how the Timberwolves have reshaped their perimeter talent tonight, drafted Anthony Edwards, Leandro Balmaro, Jaden McDaniels, and acquiring Ricky Rubio. So we'll get back to the Raptors here in a second. But when you look at what the Wolves have done overall tonight, Matt, what are your thoughts on their draft overall so far?
I love what Minnesota's doing. I mean, obviously they've got some good pieces in place with D'Lo and Karl Anthony Towns. I think bringing in some veteran leadership in Rubio, who's already been there, knows the community. And then you want to talk about upside. I mean, they got Anthony Edwards and Jaden McDaniels. You can't beat that as far as upside goes. Those are probably two of the highest upside guys in the draft. Now you need to lean on your coaching staff and your development program to groom these guys. But I mean, they've got the pieces in place. If things were to go well, I mean, they could be a serious player in the West in the next coming years.
And then Matt, for people that may not know, you were a former agent. You've represented tons of players, draft prospects, first round guys, second round guys, overseas guys. So I'm curious, when you get to this range in the draft, the end of the first round, are you hoping your guys get picked here so that they get that guaranteed contract? Are you hoping they go early second round so you can negotiate a contract differently and let them hit free agency earlier? What are some of the things that agents are kind of thinking about at this moment?
Well, I mean, I think it's in one way you want your player to be a first round pick. All the players they like the idea of like, hey, I'm a first round pick. You could walk on stage and shake Adam Silver's hand. Obviously, this year's different of us, doing it remotely. So there's that part of it. There's guaranteed money. There's a guaranteed 2 years in that contract. For second round picks, actually, let me backtrack here. For first round picks, generally speaking, the agents don't charge agent fees. It's on a sliding scale, and so most agents waive that small fee that they are allowed to charge. For second-round picks, it's a fully negotiable deal, which means it's much riskier because essentially the team doesn't have to offer you anything. So if you negotiate a minimum deal, you get charged 2%. More than minimum is 4%. So the agent has a good opportunity of making a lot more money for a second-round pick rather than a first-round pick, which is obviously very backwards, but that's the way it is. So, selfishly, I think agents would like to, make a little bit of money, especially a year like this where they had to pay for pre-draft expenses, which, ended up being 6-7 months rather than 2. So that's generally speaking, sort of the landscape of an agent's mindset from a business standpoint.
That makes sense. No, I appreciate that breakdown. So I guess we still don't have the pick in for the Raptors. We are waiting on that. So once we have that, we will go ahead and announce it. What do we think about what the Raptors are doing this offseason and where they're at? I mean, obviously Fred VanVleet's going to be a free agent, Serge Ibaka, Marc Gasol. They have a lot of things that are kind of up in the air. When we look at kind of where the direction that they're going, I think obviously this was a really impressive season for them. The fact that they lost Kawhi Leonard and we're still one of the top teams in the Eastern Conference. They have a number of question marks, as I mentioned. Matt, when you look at this Raptors team, what direction do you think they're heading in, and do you like what they're doing?
Yeah, I do like what they're doing. I mean, I think the important thing is they got Siakam locked up. I mean, that's their guy, right? And the problem is you got a lot of your key pieces that are aging or possibly leaving with Lowry and Gasol and Ibaka. So I mean, I think they need to be very strategic with how they kind of fill out their roster move forward. I think they're still in a situation where they want to compete now. But they need to do the balance of, hey, let's compete now and do what we need to do to have a good roster out there, but also continue to build for the future. And so, I mean, I think they go with a point guard here or go with a big. Derek, I agree with your names, Carey or Turu or Flynn. That would be the three guys I'd be looking at if I were them.
Derek, what are your thoughts on the Raptors and what they've been doing and kind of where they're headed?
Again, I'll hammer it home again. Organizational competitive timeline is everything. And I think if you lose VanVleet, you probably let Ibaka walk and you admit that, hey, this year, next year, we're not going to compete for a title. I think if you're able to get one of them back, you try to run it back with as many of the same players you could last year. And then you draft a guy who can come in and give you minutes right away, kind of a Nora Hughes type and Flynn as well. So I think a lot of it's going to be dependent on VanVleet and what their timeline becomes as a result of whatever happens to him.
Yeah, there was a lot of rumors about, Marc Gasol. Does he go overseas? I think that hasn't been confirmed yet. There were some questions about whether or not he will stay. And, COVID could obviously impact that. And he wanted to kind of wait and see where things were at, I guess, depending on, number of cases and all that kind of stuff. They also said that, Serge Ibaka, he's talking to a number of teams, or not talking teams yet, but is going to receive interest from a number of teams. VanVleet, there were recent comments on, JJ Redick's podcast saying that, he wants a payday and that, he wants his own team. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what happens for the Raptors this offseason. Obviously, this is a great pick for them, a chance to be able to add a key contributor. And here we go, Malachi Flynn. It happened.
Our guy.
All right, now we can end this. We can end this live stream. The Malachi Flynn fan love. We're gonna go celebrate. We're gonna go drink. But let's talk. I mean, we've been talking about him for most of the night, but obviously, you guys are big fans of his. How does he fit with the Raptors?
I think he fits great. Whether Van Vliet stays or not, I think Malachi could be their guy long term. And the thing about Van Vliet is, even though he's on the smaller side, he's done a lot of action off the ball too. So I think there's going to be situations where they can split, play small backcourts. Needless to say, I love this pick.
Derek, what are your thoughts? I know you're probably in the same boat, but what are your thoughts?
Yes, we're really excited for this. Again, I'm happy for Malachi. I'm happy for his agent Dave Spahn and what this looks like moving forward. I think Toronto got a good one. They got a competitor. They got a fiery kid who all he wants to do is win. All he wants to do is improve and get better. So I think this is a tremendous pick for them. Arguably my favorite pick of the draft now as we continue. I think this is a grand slam.
And again, you've spent time with him in the gym. You guys have talked with him, gotten to know him. So for Raptors fans that maybe just be tuning in right now and are curious, what they're getting with Malachi, can you kind of talk about him on and off the court, what he kind of provides?
Absolutely. Yeah. When we were in Las Vegas, the thing that stood out to me the most is when he walked in the gym, everybody liked him. He wasn't a chatty Cathy by any means, but you could tell he was respected by the other guys in that gym, the coaches, the trainers, the agents, the opposing players. Everybody respected him. He was a great kid, a pleasure to talk to. I wrote a piece on him actually on BabcockHoops.com. And he came up and actually discussed it with me. Hey, thanks for writing. I appreciate it. I appreciate the highlights. I appreciate the concerns you shared. Very self-aware. And when you take a kid who was I think it was 92nd or 96th percentile as a pick and roll ball handler, as well as a guy who's self-aware and how he can improve, that is what you need. That is the perfect cocktail in what you want for a point guard moving forward, for a guy who can make you a competitor and provide winning impact for your team. So when he strapped those shoes up, he wanted to do nothing else other than win. You didn't matter to him. Winning did. And again, I love that in a player and think Toronto got a great one.
So we have a trade. The Boston Celtics are moving the 30th pick. Let's go here. I'm posting this now. So we don't know yet who is going to be receiving this pick, but there is a trade. So let's wait for an update. I know Woj just tweeted that, but the Celtics are moving the number 30 pick. So let's see. I'm curious which team will be moving up. Who are some teams that could make sense as a possibility here?
I'm sorry, I got a text from somebody. Ask me that again. I apologize.
Oh, no worries. I was saying, who are some teams? Well, here, why don't we just wait for Woj? Because I was going to ask you who are some teams that could make sense as far as moving up. But let's focus on the prospects they might be moving up for. Who are some of the guys that you have on your board that are the top remaining talents that teams could be looking up to acquire?
Oh man, who could anybody be trading to 30 to get?
Here we go. Sorry. It is the Memphis Grizzlies moving up to number 30. We aren't sure what they're giving up yet, but Memphis has the number 30 pick. What do you think Memphis could do here?
I think they're going to look at, I was going to say Tyrell Terry, but they've got Ja. I think they're going to target Isaiah Joe. I think they're going to target Desmond Bane. I think they're going to target Robert Woodard, potentially one of those three guys.
Desmond Bane is one of my favorite players in this draft. I got a chance to know him last year during the professional basketball combine, which is a secondary combine. He was being projected as like an undrafted late second round guy, and he was testing the waters. And I was just so impressed with him. Kind of like you're saying with Malachi, where, you just meet the kid and you're blown away, on and off the floor. I was really impressed. And he's interviewed with every single NBA team during this process. He told me that he did, I think, 25 interviews initially, and then 18 teams wanted a second interview. He's just been talking to a ton of different teams throughout this whole process. And yeah, I was just blown away with him. He's been climbing up some draft boards, I know, because of the interviews, and that's why he started being talked about as a late first round pick, because initially people were saying second round. So I think he makes a ton of sense. I think he's one of those guys, like we talked about earlier, who can just help any team. You can plug him in. He's going to be a guy that is obviously going to trend more toward a contender because he's, an older player that can kind of be an immediate NBA ready contributor. But I think with his shooting, the fact that he understands his role, he can just help, most teams that he were to go to. So I like Desmond Bane a lot. I think he can help on both ends. And I think he's just the kind of guy that you bring into your locker room and he's not going to, make any waves. He's not going to cause any problems. So I'm a big Desmond Bane fan.
Right. Apparently the pick has the pick been made? I've got some people.
It is Desmond Bane. Wow. There you go. I'm glad I was talking about him. I didn't just waste that whole rant. Like I said, I'm very high on Desmond Bane, and this Memphis organization, they have a nice young core. So I think, and they're obviously trying to make the playoffs. They're a team that's trying to, take that next step, and they're very close to doing it. So bringing in someone like Bane, who is a terrific shooter, was a great three-point shooter in college. I want to say he shot almost 45% from three on a lot of attempts. I think this is a great pick. What do you think, Derek?
Yeah, Bane makes a lot of sense here. Again, Grizzlies, young front office, very analytics-driven in their decision-making, which fits Desmond Bane to a T. Anybody who's been working on, any video products or anything like that are analytics-driven, they're going to love Des. Again, because of his three-point shooting. He's mature. He's going to help a team come in and win in the near future. And I believe he can be a long-term play, which is why they went up and got him at 30. They're going to lock him in, and he's clearly going to be a key part of their future. Grant and I were with him and his agent Seth Cohen in Miami, and we got to see him in the gym. I mean, he would hit just a crazy number of shots in a row, hit 30, 40 shots in a row, and it wouldn't phase him, in tremendous shape. He wouldn't get tired. And again, I think that kind of shooting, like the spreading the floor in the NBA is what's going to win you games. So I think he's a great pick here. To your point earlier, he's a great kid. He's a pleasure to speak to. I'm extremely happy for him and his camp. And great move by the Grizzlies. Again, another one of those. There's a guy on the board that you believe in and you want to be a part of your future. You do what you have to do to go get him. And I think Desmond Bane at 30 is worth it. So great call.
For sure. Yeah, we got Matt here in the waiting room, so let's add him in. Matt, Desmond Bane, I'm high on Desmond. We had talked about him before. What are your thoughts on him going to the Grizzlies, who traded up to get him?
Yeah, that's not surprising. I mean, I think we had heard at some point that Memphis did have interest in him, and he's a great shooter, great team guy. I think Derek just mentioned it. He and Grant Akib, one of our guys at Babcock Hoops, they spent some time with him and his agent in Miami, and high character kid, very mature. I think he's going to play the right way. I think he's going to be a good teammate, be coachable. It gives some floor spacing for John Moran because, let's face it, that kid's an absolute stud.
No, absolutely. So I'm curious now, with Bane going to Memphis, we now have the Dallas Mavericks on the board for the first pick of the second round. But I guess let's pause for a second. That was the last pick of the first round. So what are your guys' thoughts on that round? And we're halfway done here. What are your thoughts on that? What were some big surprises for you? Things that stood out? I'll start with you, Matt.
Yeah, quickly was the biggest surprise for me. I thought Jalen Smith at 10 was a big surprise. I was pleasantly surprised by Isaiah Stewart, even though I've been pushing for that range all year. It was nice to see that Detroit agrees with me. Those were probably the biggest takeaways as far as being surprised.
Derek, how about you?
I'm gonna mirror him in saying the Smith pick. Again, one of my favorite picks. I really like Vassell in San Antonio. I like that fit. I like the Najee pick as well. And what just registered with me when you said it with Dallas at 31, whenever Matt and I would do these mock drafts over and over, I kept telling him, Bane at 31 makes all the sense in the world. I said he's going to go to Dallas. He's going to hit a ton of threes playing off ball. And I think the Grizzly front office recognized if we want him, we have to go get him now. Go ahead. Go ahead, Matt.
Keep in mind, Derek talks to a lot of the analytics-driven type guys, and so of course he's in line with the Memphis front office. But no, Desmond Bane's not a bad pick at all. I'm just giving Derek a hard time.
No, we have a pick. Dallas is picking Tyrell Terry at number 31 overall. What do we think of Tyrell Terry? Derek, you're getting excited. Talk to me.
I'm a little excited because Matt just got me all fired up now. Tyrell Terry, another one in my piece on Babcock Hoops. I mentioned that at the end of the first or early second round, Tyrell Terry next to a jumbo initiator, i.e. Luka, i.e. Giannis, is what makes sense. There are some concerns with him as a pure on-ball point guard driving an offense because of his size, his strength, his lack of length as well. I think he's like maybe a +0 or maybe like a +1 on the wingspan. But again, his ability to hit shots is really impressive. It goes up without question. So I don't know. Maybe you let him have a couple minutes next year. I think it's going to be 2 or 3 years before he's a real, true contributor on a winning team. But for the long-term play too, Terry, I think he has all the upside if you believe in him becoming what he can. There is risk there. But at 31, I totally understand it, and I think it's a terrific pick for them.
Now, Matt, I think Tyrell Terry is one of the better stories in this draft. He was a guy that wasn't really being talked about as an NBA player, was very low in his high school class. I think you wrote about that. He was 88th in his high school class. And it's funny, whenever during his draft interview, people were asking him, how did you become such a good shooter? You're being compared to Trae Young and Steph Curry. How'd that happen? He was like, honestly, I don't know. I wasn't that great of a shooter. Then all of a sudden, I just became really good this year. And it kind of surprised me too. It was pretty funny, his answer. He was pretty candid and honest about it. But I think it's just a great story. And it seems like he's one of those guys that really impressed teams and media and interviews. What do you make of Tyrell, Matt?
He definitely has some good traits. Smart kid, shoots the heck out of the ball. He's extremely skilled. They've said he's grown a little bit and added some weight. I still really question his lack of physicality. He's really going to need to improve in that area to be able to stay on an NBA floor. And so, looking at the pros and cons, I personally, the cons outweigh the pros for me. But that upside is there. Just a guy that can shoot the ball so well. And I'm sure they're hoping, if he's able to develop and be a guy that could defend at a decent level, this is a guy that next to Luka could be a really effective player.
So now we have the Hornets up at number 32. I believe in your most recent mock draft, you had them going Vernon Carey Jr. What do we think Charlotte could do here, Matt? Do you think that Vernon still makes sense?
Yeah, absolutely. They, as far as with Charlotte goes, they're doing exactly what I thought they'd do. They took LaMelo, and so they need some depth at the 5. I think getting Vernon Carey here would make a ton of sense. He's a guy with a lot of talent. He's one of the top guys coming out of his high school class. He's a little bit more of the throwback big. He's a big-bodied 5. Would have probably been more valued, 20 years ago. But still at 32, I think this guy is an NBA player. And so, getting a guy that you think could crack your rotation the next couple of years at this stage in the draft makes a lot of sense.
Eric, what do you think they should do here?
I think by taking LaMelo early, you do need to go big. I think another option they have is to swing heavy upside as well. A guy like Jay Scrubb, who we were with in Atlanta. Trying to see who else is on the board here. I think it may be a little early, but a guy like Tyler Bay with some real athleticism could be worth the time here. Cassius Stanley as well. I would really be looking at Cassius Stanley or Jay Scrubb if you don't want to go the route of taking a front court player.
Absolutely. So what are some of we talked about this before, but based on what they did in the first round, does that kind of give us any hints as to what we could be seeing from them here in the second round, Matt?
You're talking about with Charlotte?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I think they need to address the 5. Absolutely. I believe Biyombo's free. They got Ziller for one more year. Other than that, they don't really have anybody at that position. And being a young developing team, they need to start thinking 2-3 years out. So getting a guy that they could bring in, develop, and sort of groom into what they want him to be makes a lot of sense. So yeah, Vernon Carey, Daniel Oturu. Be honest, I'll probably be surprised. I'll be surprised if it's not one of those two guys.
All right, I don't think we have the pick in just yet. I am waiting on that. So we will see. But let's talk about the Charlotte team and just kind of direction that they're headed. We talked about them a little bit earlier. What do you, again, we talked about how they really want to become more relevant. Michael Jordan, I know he's frustrated and wants his team to become a contender. They've been struggling in recent years. So I guess when you look at the Charlotte team, what direction do you think they're headed? Oh, real quick, actually, Vernon Carey, look at that, Matt. You've been killing it tonight. I gotta say, you really have been crushing it. So your guy just went.
We are looking pretty good.
I love it. So you talked about him a little bit. Why do you think he was the pick here?
Answers the need, fills the need. He's a big-bodied 5. 6'10", 270 pounds. He's one of the best players coming out of high school last year, and did really well at Duke. If I remember correctly, averaged something like 17 and 10 and 2. On a stacked Duke team. So, this kid's got talent. He's not a total project. Supposedly he's lost quite a bit of weight. I think he's down to 240 or so. Hopefully that give him some increased mobility. But I think it's a good pick. I don't think he's an absolute sure thing to maximize his potential, but I would have taken him at this pick.
Eric, what do you think?
Yeah, I have no issues, no qualms at all about this. I think if you wanted to address the front court, it was either him or Oturu at this spot. So, nothing really new to add other than echoing what Matt said. It makes all the sense in the world.
For sure. So let's see. I'm waiting to see if we have any more information coming in here. So now at 33, the Minnesota Timberwolves. I know you have Teo Maledon going there in your mock draft. What do we think the Timberwolves will do? I'll start with you, Matt.
But was this pick traded?
Do they still have it? Because we're getting
Yeah,
I'm not sure who has what.
That's a good point. Yeah, my brain's mush right now. I'm trying to keep track of this. I'm not positive. Let's see. I'm trying to find out if they still have it. Let me see. I'm not positive. I guess let's continue talking about Carey a bit then while I try to look into this. What do you I guess what's his upside and do you have an NBA comparison for him, Matt?
NBA comparison? I don't think I do. Derek, do you have one?
I don't necessarily have a comparison, but what you're going to get from a skill level is he's comfortable inside and facilitating from the inside. So he's going to get you low post buckets off the block, and then he passes very, very well out of it. I think he's the best interior to perimeter passer of all the bigs in this class. So you're going to get a big who, he does play like a traditional big, which obviously the value of those guys comes into question quite a bit at times. But you're going to get a guy who score on the block. He will have to improve his athleticism and quick twitch explosion if he wants to protect the rim in the way that he'll probably be asked to at the next level. But again, you don't necessarily have a comp, but that's what you're going to get from him.
We have a big trade. Philadelphia is trading Josh Richardson to Dallas, according to Shams Charania. So Josh Richardson heading to Dallas. I believe the pick that we were just talking about was dealt out in the Ricky Rubio trade. So I don't believe Minnesota has it anymore. So we're looking into that right now. But let's talk about Josh Richardson going to Dallas. Now, Richardson that's a really big surprise for me. I think he's obviously a huge contributor. What do we make of this? I mean, Dallas, we just talked about it earlier. They're being aggressive. They want to become a playoff team, or not a playoff team, a contender, excuse me. So no surprise to see them making aggressive trades here. But how do we feel Richardson fits with Dallas, Matt?
Yeah, I think it's great. My cousin Chris Babcock's on the coaching staff in Philly, and he raves about Richardson. Just says such a great team guy, brings a lot of versatility. I think that's a nice fit. I mean, Dallas, was really ridden Doncic's shoulders, and I given some guys to surround him and give some production. I think will help him, and should be a nice complementary piece for them.
What do you make of that, Derek?
I think it's great. Again, wing scoring, a guy that can take a little bit of load off of Luka in tough spots. What I think it tells me is that Terry is not a part of the immediate rotation future. So that's what it tells me, at least in the short term.
No, that makes sense. So why would Philly do this? I mean, I'm curious to see what they get back. I'm trying to see if we have an update from Shams or Woj about what the trade is. I don't see.
The Knicks Oturu.
Sorry, go ahead.
It looks like the Knicks are going to take Oturu at 33.
Yeah, Daniel Oturu at number 33 to the Knicks. We'll get back to the Josh Richardson trade in a moment because we're not sure what Philadelphia is getting back in return. What do you guys make of the Oturu pick? Matt, you want to chime in?
And so this is going to Oklahoma City?
No, I believe it's the Knicks.
Oh, the Knicks. Okay. I like Oturu. I mean, at this point in the draft, he makes a lot of sense. I mean, on our mock draft, we had him going 34, so we're one pick off, but we were obviously close. A lot of upside. I mean, he's long, he's athletic. I mean, he put up terrific numbers at Minnesota this year. I think his big thing is he needs to develop more consistency. I think he loses focus sometimes, but he's got a lot of upside, and I think it's a nice pick.
So the 76ers acquired Seth Curry in this trade, the Josh Richardson trade. So they've landed Curry tonight, and they also landed Danny Green earlier. So clearly they are looking for shooters. We've seen that. So we'll see what else is included in that trade, but something I just wanted to mention that. Derek, what do you make of the Knicks pick?
I think it's interesting. I'm probably a little bit lower on Oturu than most. It's really going to come down to how mentally engaged can you keep him throughout the season. There were some lapses with intensity, kind of quitting on plays on both ends of the floor that kind of hurt him, at least in my eyes. He's just going to have to make sure that he's locked in mentally at all times. But again, he's big, he's long, he's physical. He's shown that he can score at a high level. Some front offices think he'll be able to stretch the floor, others do not. Again, I think it's just how engaged can you keep him, but the physical tools are obviously there.
So we have the trade details. Dallas is acquiring Josh Richardson and the number 36 pick for Seth Curry. That is a huge surprise for me. I'm surprised that they'd be willing to give up Richardson and a pick to get Curry. Matt, what do you think?
You got stars there. You got Ben Simmons, you got Joel Embiid. Tobias Harris is relatively a star as well. They need outside shooting, and Seth Curry is a big time shooter. He's gonna be able to stretch the floor. He knows how to play. I like it. I don't know if it's necessarily an upgrade in talent, but it's probably an upgrade in fit.
Yeah, it feels like I feel like if Philly was shopping, obviously they know better than we do, but I would have thought they'd be able to get more in return for Richardson if they were looking to shop him. But clearly they have their eyes set on Curry and they like him a lot. I know that's Doc Rivers' son-in-law, so he added someone else in his family. We know he likes to do that. Derek, now that we have more of the details, what are your thoughts on that deal?
I think it's pretty evident of what team values off-ball scoring and which team values on-ball scoring, which again, I think they both win that based on their current respective needs. So the Sixers pick is in number 34. They have picked Theo Maledon. What do we think of Maledon to the Sixers, Matt?
I like it. It gives them depth at both guard spots. Theo, he measured really well. 6'5". He can play on the ball, off the ball. Has been playing at a high level in France for years now, and I think he's going to be able to come in and fill a role for them and give them depth.
Derek, what do you think?
We started out the year with a mid first round grade from most people, and slowly over the course of the year began to slip. So I'm not surprised at all to see him go as an early second round pick. I don't think it's a guy you're going to get many minutes from, at least in the first probably year or two, depending on their rotation. But again, depending on what happens and who knows how long the Sixers can keep this team together. Maledon is a nice security blanket at the point guard position long term, and that's why I think it makes sense.
Now, for people that may not know a lot about his game, what's the upside there? And can you kind of provide some more insight into what he could be long term, Matt?
He's known to be a really hard worker. And so, I think that, guys like that naturally will get better just because they put the time in and put the effort in. And so I just, again, his versatility of playing both guard spots and having good size opens up, for some decent upside.
So at number 35, the Memphis Grizzlies are taking Xavier Tillman. So they have drafted Tillman at number 35. What do we think of Tillman? Derek, I'll go to you, then we'll go to Matt after.
Another pick that just screams Memphis Grizzlies. It makes all the sense in the world. Very analytics driven, and Tillman is an analytics poster child. You're going to get a really, really good defender in him. High character, high energy, and again, he's very, very smart. Like high IQ, plays with great feel on both ends. Really good short roll passer on offense. I do have concerns about how he's going to score, at least with any kind of regularity at the NBA level. He can facilitate well out of the pick and roll as a roller and as a pop passer, comfortable handling, similar to the way Bam Adebayo does on dribble handoffs and whatnot. And then on defense, again, he has the ability to be a lockdown defender one-on-one in the post. Really long arms, very, very strong. Some issues with explosion and verticality. I don't know how long how long he's able to hang in the league has a lot to do with how long he can keep up the athleticism he has right now. So again, I think it makes total sense for Memphis. He's going to play really good defense for them.
So we have another pick. Because this is the second round, things are moving much quicker. So we have these picks coming in very quickly. Dallas is picking Tyler Bey at number 36. So basically their trade was Seth Curry for Josh Richardson and Tyler Bey. I like that trade a lot. Again, I'm kind of surprised that Curry returned so much. What do we think of Tyler Bey, Matt?
Yeah, we got a chance to spend some time with Tyler too in Vegas, and I mean he's just so dang athletic. He's undersized for a power forward. He's 6'7", 218, or at least that's what he's listed at, if I remember correctly. And I've seen him, literally 25 times. I live in Denver, so I'm right in CU's backyard. When I first saw him his freshman year, to be completely honest, I didn't like him. I thought he was a deer in headlights. I thought his basketball IQ was so horrible. I thought he was undersized. And to his credit, he really bought into Tad Boyle's coaching and system, and has really gotten a lot better. He's got some similarities to Brandon Clark from Memphis, undersized, power forward that's switchable on defense and just a freak athlete. He shot the ball this year very well. I think he was close to 40% from three on a low volume, but should be a nice complimentary guy.
Derek, what do you think?
The athleticism is off the charts, and what I like is that you take a guy who can be a lob target. Even though he's only 6'7", he's going to be a lob target both as a roller and as a cutter. And I think that allows versatility and Porzingis to play outside where he's more comfortable. So that's where I really like the fit here. And in the same way that I think Achua could have made sense for them at 18. I think that's kind of the offensive role that you'll see Bey play there.
For sure. Yeah, that trade just surprised me. I did not think we'd see that kind of move tonight from Philly moving Richardson. But so now the Washington Wizards are up. We don't have a pick in just yet, but I'm guessing it'll be here any second. So I guess real quick, Matt, when you look at Washington and what they've done so far tonight, the direction that they're heading, what do you think we'll see from the Wizards here?
The two guys that jump out to me are Cassius Stanley and Elijah Hughes. Robert Woodard, Jordan Nwora are still on the board. I think it'll probably be from one of those from that group, excuse me. If I were to bet on it, Cassius Stanley.
All right. So still no pick in. Derek, what do you think? What would you do here if you were the Wizards?
I would take athleticism and upside. Again, you don't know what you're going to get with Wall and Beal for the future. So similar to the guys that Matt mentioned, I'm taking athleticism with some wing shooting as well.
I'm curious if we're going to see some more trades. I mean, the Richardson trade, again, really surprised me. Do you think we'll see – now being the second round, I know, Matt, you had said you were hearing a lot of rumors about first round picks being moved and conversations happening. Were there a lot of trade talks surrounding second round picks too, or you think it's going to be quieter in the second round?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that I've heard a lot of is teams trying to buy their way or trade their way into second round, targeting certain guys. A lot of times those trades won't come out right away. I mean, I'm sure those conversations are going on right now. And so we'll see who actually is able to successfully move into the second round. But I wouldn't be surprised to see at least several more moves.
All right. So still no pick in just yet. So we will keep you guys updated there. Yeah, I'm curious to see how much movement there is. I guess no pick yet. Different notification. What are some of let's talk about some winners and losers so far. Obviously the draft isn't over quite yet, but we talked about some of the picks that you guys have liked throughout the night. What's a team that stands out as a winner for you so far? Matt, we'll start with you, then I'll get to Derek.
I'm going to give you my winner and loser, and it's both the Knicks. The Obi Toppin at 8, such a slam dunk, and quickly in the first round is just extremely too high in my book.
Derek, how about you? Who's a winner? And then we can go to loser too.
I think Minnesota has had a tremendous draft so far. I think the one that I'm a little bit confused with is Boston and the Pritchard pick. I'm not going to call it a loser because we don't know how he's going to be used. But I love their Nesmith pick at 14. It's Pritchard and then trading out of number 30, where I kind of wonder about the decision making there.
All right, still no. Oh, nope, still no picking. Every time.
You're teasing us, man.
I know. I'm so sorry. All right, actually, we do have a pick now. Oh wow, I'm not prepared for this name, so I'm going to try my best here.
Vit
The
Krejci
Wizards are selecting check guard Vit Krejci. I don't know. Anyone? Any help here?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm familiar with a little bit. I watched a little bit of film. Derek, how well do you know his game?
It's been a while since I've seen any of his film, I'll be honest.
How surprised are we then? I mean, did anyone think he'd be going 37?
No, he hasn't been on our mock draft all year. I mean, Jason Felipe, he's on our big list. We did not prioritize him as a draftable guy. I haven't done a ton of homework on him.
Yeah. He's a 6'8" wing, and that's honestly all. I did not expect him to be drafted tonight, so we haven't really dove into him too much, especially in the 30s.
So is he a is he a draft and stash guy? Is he someone that you think would come over right away? Do we know that information?
I haven't heard this, but I can almost guarantee that's a stash pick.
Yeah, that would make sense. So we will see here. I think Grant is saying that it is Vít Kreš. Vít Kreš, and he said that he stood out in the FIBA under 20s. So he's someone that I guess has played well over there. Look at you, Grant. I see you doing your homework. So
he is referring to the Babcock Hoops Prospect Research Associate Grant Akey.
There you go. There's a proper shout out there.
There you go. Good job, Derek. I appreciate that. Thanks for the assist. So what pick was that? See, the Utah Jazz now are.
And it just said that the Thunder have acquired him from Washington.
Oh, you're right. So OKC has landed him. So that makes sense. That's probably a stat.
Yeah, they're stockpiling assets. It's the theme of the night. OKC stockpiling, right?
Okay, so now we have another pick in. The Utah Jazz are picking Saben Lee from Vanderbilt with the number 38 pick. Matt, tell me something about Lee.
He's extremely fast and athletic. Outside shooting's been his Achilles heel. He's one of those guys I've always wanted to jump on board and say, really like him. I can't get past the lack of outside shooting. I'm a little surprised he's going this high. We haven't really had. I don't even know if we've had him in our mock draft all year. But obviously they see something in him. I've heard he's a great kid, and that athleticism certainly translates. He's got to be able to put the ball in the hole, though.
Derek, what are your thoughts?
I actually like this pick. I didn't know if he was going to get drafted because the shooting concerns are pretty pronounced. But again, Saben Lee, I've talked to some people around the Vanderbilt program. They love the kid. They love his work ethic. His freshman year, I got to see him when Vanderbilt went and played at Oklahoma. I got to see him play there. And the first thing you recognize is his athleticism. Powerful, strong lower body for a young kid, can get downhill very quickly and attack the rim with explosion. He's just going to have to learn how to hit pull-up shots at a more consistent rate to become a solid rotation piece.
Now, there's some confusion here. First of all, number 39 to the Pelicans is Elijah Hughes. Matt, we'll get to him in a second. I know you are high on Hughes, so we will talk about that in a moment. But it appears Shams tweeted that Detroit is getting Saben Lee, and then Gavoni said that the Utah Jazz are getting him. They both said pick number 38. I don't know. Oh, here we go. As part of the Tony Bradley trade, Saben Lee is going to the Pistons, so he will be in Detroit. Now, Elijah Hughes, that's one of the guys that you're higher on, that you liked a lot, Matt. What do you see from Hughes, and how does he fit with the Pelicans?
This is such a great pick. I mean, I thought this kid should have been in the late teens or early 20s. Similar story to our boy Malachi Flynn. I mean, Elijah went under recruited out of high school, ended up at East Carolina, and transferred to Syracuse. And he just kept getting better. And, I went into the season, I think everybody went into the season not expecting much from Syracuse at all. And they ended up winning 18 games.
Hughes is headed to the Utah Jazz. Sorry, want to throw that out there. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, so, Elijah, he's a guy, he's 6'6", he's got a really strong build, deceptively athletic. He's got deep range, can really create off the dribble. And he's got like a toughness and sort of a chippiness to him. I think at Syracuse, they really depended on him to create so much. I think he's going to be able to translate to the NBA where he's not going to have to force so many shots. I think some people were pretty critical on his shot selection. Doing background on him, he seems like a really great kid. I think he's going to be able to adapt and translate really well. I think that's just an awesome pick.
For sure. Derek, what are your thoughts?
I'm sorry. I just got a text from somebody who said that Vít, I forget how we say his last name already, apparently is coming off of a recent ACL injury, according to Mike Schmitz. I did not know about that, but I think it's an interesting factor. I think if that is accurate, I think you're guaranteed even more than we already were looking at a stash term play there.
That's a good point. The number 40 pick is also in now. The Sacramento Kings are taking Robert Woodard, number 40 overall. What do we feel about Robert Woodard?
Yeah, Woodard's a great glue piece. He's 6'7", 230. Just strong as an ox. Supposed to be an extremely high character kid. I like his defensive versatility. He's really physical and tough, and but also can move pretty well. and he shot the ball well from this year. So I think he's a guy that can play the 4, he can play the 3, kind of defend everybody, be a good team effort guy, and then stretch the floor. And so it's a nice glue piece.
Derek, what do you think?
Yeah, he's the kind of guy. He's the kind of guy that isn't going to be crazy flashy all the time, but when he's not on the floor, you're going to wish he was. I think he's that kind of impact player. You'll recognize when he is and is not on the floor for you based on how the other team is scoring. Again, not crazy flashy, but he's going to do the right things. He's going to do the small things well, and that's why I really like the pick.
So as I mentioned before, we will definitely be answering any questions you guys have in the comment section. So please post those. Any comments or questions, make sure to post those in the comment section below. We're going to try to get you guys involved and shout you out here. I'm trying to see if we have a new pick in. I don't think we do. Woodard is the last one in. How does he fit with Sacramento, guys? When you look at this pick and just the personnel that they have, Matt, how do you think he's a fit with the Kings?
With the new GM there, he's a disciple of Daryl Morey, so I'm assuming it's going to be a lot of the same concepts. I don't know if they'll go as such extreme small ball, but it's obviously going to be analytics driven. And generally with the analytics types that right now, they like to shoot a lot of threes. They like getting in the paint. I think Woodard's a guy that's going to give them some defensive versatility, lineup flexibility, but also be able to stretch the floor and shoot a lot of threes. And so I think it makes a lot of sense. And I'm assuming Bagley will probably start playing a lot of small ball 5. Which he was already, but Woodard's a nice piece.
Absolutely. Still no pick in. Let's see. Just waiting on that at the moment. So let's go back to Elijah Hughes because we didn't really get a chance to talk about him very much because we had the Sacramento pick come in and there was some confusion about where he was going to land. He heads to the Utah Jazz. How do we feel Utah or how will Hughes fit with Utah? Excuse me.
Sorry, you're asking me or Derek?
Or is he Utah? Or is he in New Orleans or Utah?
So he's going to Utah. So yeah, Derek, tell me how you think he fits with Utah.
Hughes is an interesting prospect. Like I kind of mentioned earlier, his efficiency really wasn't that good, especially as a shooter. And some people the analytics community will knock him for it. But coming out of Syracuse, he was the guy who was constantly bailing them out on offense. It was, hey, there's 5 seconds left on the shot clock. I don't want to shoot. Let's kick it to Hughes. So a lot of his three-pointers were really bad shots, but I don't necessarily attest it to poor shot selection or basketball IQ, if you will. He's one of the best pull-up shooters and creators in the end of isolation in the class. He can get around people. He can get downhill very quickly, stop on a dime, good elevation. His athleticism and power in his lower body allows him to get up really high. And I think getting his own shot at the end of the shot clock is a skill that will translate well and something he's going to be asked to do quite a bit.
It looks like we have some news. There is, let's see, Woj says that. We already knew this, that the international player, the Czech guard Vit, is being traded to OKC. So we already have that information. He's just catching up. Let's see if there's anything. Okay, San Antonio is selecting Tre Jones at number 41 in the draft. What do we think about Tre Jones, Matt?
Tre, he's terrific defensively. I mean, he's a hawk on the ball. Really, he was given the keys to the car by Coach K this year, and really, he really does a good job of pushing the tempo. I really question his outside shooting. He did shoot the ball a lot better this year than I expected him to. However, he had the full green light from Coach K, and I think it's going to be a lot harder for him to step in the NBA and hit shots in a limited role. But it's not a bad pick at this stage in the draft. I mean, he's a proven kid, and could be a nice backup point guard.
Eric, what do you think?
Yeah, I think Jones is a nice pick here, especially because of what he brings on defense. Really smart, pesky on-ball defender, high effort, great motor. Offensively, he shot considerably better this year than he did as a freshman. But there are a lot of people, including myself, that I'm not completely sold on the pull-up shooting quite yet, or his ability to create for himself. So I think you're looking at maybe a long-term backup point guard. If he's ever a starter, it's more defensive-minded and a game manager more than a creator or high-level facilitator.
For sure. So no new picks in just yet. What do we think about San Antonio's draft so far and kind of what they're doing? We talked a little bit earlier. Matt, I think you had to jump off last time we were talking about the Spurs. I know you had sent out a tweet saying that they seem like they have something big up their sleeve, and whether it's a trade or free agency or what they're looking to do, they've been very aggressive. What are you hearing about San Antonio?
Yeah, I mean that's been said to me so many times, and I think they were trying to move up to get Wiseman. Obviously, they failed, or maybe they're still working on it. I don't know. I've heard they like Okongwu. I heard they like Isaiah Stewart, Zeke Naji. I mean, I know they need. It's clear they need some young pieces in their front court to start building around, and I think they're finally getting to the point they need to start looking at rebuilding a little bit. I mean, Aldridge isn't getting any younger. DeRozan is probably at the tail end of his peak. So we'll see. I mean, obviously, we're getting to the point now in this draft. It's probably more complementary pieces or extreme upside type players. So I don't think there's going to be anybody that's going to step in and really change the outlook of a team anytime soon.
So we have another pick. Nick Richards went number 42 to the Pelicans. What do we think about Nick Richards, Matt?
Nick's an interesting pick. I've had him in this range a lot, throughout the year in our mock drafts. And, he's a guy, I watched him as a freshman at Kentucky. They had so many guys that year, Kevin Knox, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Man, he never got quite what you wanted out of Nick Richards. He would tease you with his length and his athleticism. And he just, it seemed like an underachiever. And he almost got to the point where I wanted to write him off a little bit. And he stuck with it and really has improved. And he had a great year this year, shot the ball well. I think he's a serviceable big man. He's 6'11", 247, long, mobile. And like I said, he's able to hit an open shot. And so I think he's going to be a guy you could put him on the floor as early as next year.
Now, we had a conversation earlier about the Pelicans, and I think there were some technical difficulties. So I want to bring this back up. Lonzo Ball, we talked about, what the Kyra Lewis Jr. trade or pick could mean for Lonzo Ball. Do we think because they drafted Lewis that Lonzo Ball will be gone? I want to get both of your thoughts on this because I think earlier we may have lost some of those comments. Matt, do you think we'll see Lonzo Ball traded because they drafted Kyra Lewis Jr.? And there's been some rumblings about that already.
Yeah, no, of course. I think we've all heard the rumors, and I believe them. And I think them drafting Kyra Lewis, I think the writing's on the wall. I think Lonzo's days in New Orleans are numbered.
And then Derek, I know you waited on that earlier too. What are your thoughts on that?
I agree. I think picking a point guard is a sign of things to come, especially one that high with intentions of being a long-term starter and part of your core moving forward. With both he and the Nick Richards selections, I really like them. Picking Richards here instead of maybe another young asset with a high ceiling makes me wonder how sold they are on Jackson Hayes as a long-term center. But again, Richards has continued to get better. From everything I know, he's a great kid with a great work ethic, self-awareness. I think he's going to be a wonderful addition to that team. But to your point, it's kind of a sign of things to come that Lonzo may not be there moving forward because they took a guard so high. And when you do that, you intend to use him as your guy for the future.
Now we have another pick in. Jahmi'us Ramsey is the pick at number 43 to Sacramento. And we have some more news. The Pelicans have traded Nick Richards to Charlotte. No word on what the return is there, but Nick Richards to Charlotte and Jahmi'us Ramsey to the Sacramento Kings. So first of all, let's start with Ramsey. How do we feel about Ramsey, Matt?
He's a terrific athlete. He almost looks like a football player. He's jacked up, real strong upper body. But shorter for a two guard. I mean, he was listed at 6'4", 195. I think he's probably closer to 6'2", 6'3". Really has a great outside shot. I mean, he's got a seamless release and shoots it with range. And so I think he's going to be a guy that can give you some athleticism and a guy that can shoot the ball.
And then let's see. So let's talk about Charlotte as a destination for Nick Richards. How do you feel like he fits with the Hornets and kind of what they're doing?
I think, again, the same reason they took, because what big did they take? They took Carey, and that's where it's interesting to me. I think Richards almost becomes an insurance policy for Carey potentially not working out, at least trading for him. That's what it says to me. Again, the age difference, maybe one's more to play in the short term, one's more of a long-term play. But I do think it's interesting and kind of telling to me of their confidence level to take back-to-back bigs in the second round.
All right, let's see who is on the clock now. Everything's blending in together. I know that we just had what team picking? Let's see, number 43. So now we're at 44, the Chicago Bulls. So what do we have the Bulls doing here?
I think the Bulls, I think we'll likely see them go with a guard, taking Williams so early. Like I mentioned when they took Williams, I think that taking a forward there, they believe that they could get some of the point guards that they liked later. We have mocked Devon Dodson to them before. We've mocked Nico Mannion to them before. Was there a pick?
Yes, it is Marko Simonovic to the Chicago Bulls, number 44. What do you make of that?
He's a skilled big playing for Mega, which is the same program in Serbia that I believe, Grant, fact check me if I'm wrong because I can see you, where Nurkic and Jokic, Goga Batazde from the Pacers, that organization. So that's his background, if you will. Skilled, big guy. I think he's probably 6'10". Not the most athletic guy in the world, but again, stash option, maybe a guy you bring over sooner rather than later, depending on how ready you think he is.
All right, and then so let's see. Number 45 is the Milwaukee Bucks. I think there's a pick in. I just saw notification. What's that?
Nora from Louisville.
Oh, you're right. Yep, Jordan Nora. So Milwaukee selects Nora. Let me see. I gotta say, shout out to Jake Weingarten because he actually reached out to me earlier this morning and said he shared his tweet with me. He's the founder of StockRisers.com. He actually said that he heard that the Bucks were targeting Nora. So there you go. Good call there. What do we think of Nora?
Nora is a shot maker. He's big, he's physical, he's strong. I had some concerns with him early in the year regarding more like body language, his intensity, how engaged he was, not necessarily anything bad, like what he can do with a basketball in his hand. But again, I think he's one of the best shooters in this class. So you're going to get a guy who can stretch the floor. And in that system in Milwaukee, they're 5 out as they attack the rim to drive and kick. I think Nora fits like an absolute glove here and will have an opportunity to hit a lot of big shots for this team.
All right, so we are moving quickly here. Let's see if we have any more picks in. No. All right, so we're at number 46 now. That is the Portland Trailblazers. What do we have Portland doing?
I think with Portland, you're going to look for – well, I mean, before the draft, I thought wing defender at 16 was where they were going to go, and then they addressed it by drafting –
DJ LB. Sorry, I just saw it.
I mean, it fits. I was going to say a guy that maybe can stretch the floor a little bit and is a wing. Grant, you can't see him. He's off the screen. Our guy, big Ellaby guy. Another one, Ellaby. I was with him in Las Vegas at Impact Basketball. Got to see him. He excelled at putting it on the floor, shooting from deep. His mechanics are very clean, very tight, no wasted movement whatsoever. He's in really good shape. I think he'll need to put some weight on his frame, but he has the frame to do that, so I'm not worried about it at all. He's a competitor, and a lot of people like his hair as much as they love his basketball. So I think he's a good pick here. You're going to get a guy who can score on multiple levels.
All right, and as I mentioned before, if anyone has a comment or question, post it on Periscope. I'm sitting here reading these right now, so we definitely want you guys to participate. And if you have a question, we will definitely get to it, shout you out, and try to answer your question. So let us know if we can answer anything. Let's see if we have any more picks in. I don't believe that we do. So we are at number 47, which is the Boston Celtics. Now, they have so many picks in this draft. What do we think Boston's going to do?
I think there's a possibility they go with a stash option. I think or a stash or a big, honestly, because they got their shooter early. They got their backup point guard at the end of the first. The teams can't roster that many rookies year to year. So I think a stash option would be in play, or potentially a big would be my guess.
Yeah, that's kind of, it's always smart to stockpile those first round picks and different second round picks too, because you can use them in trades and kind of use them as sweeteners. But, when you actually have to use all those picks, like you said, you end up with a ton of rookies on your team. And for a team like Boston, I think wants to obviously win right now, it may make more sense for them to stash someone and hope that guy either becomes something later or that you can trade that player's draft rights at a later date. So I'm curious to see if we actually see them use it. Now, we do have a comment here now from BJ Singleton. He said, thoughts on Okongwu to Atlanta getting to learn from Clint Capella. What do you think about that, Derek?
I believe that they are different enough players that I don't think his game is going to mirror Capella's a whole lot. I think as a lob target for sure, because Okongwu has that kind of explosion and length. Once he gets downhill, it's over. You can check out the piece on our website on Babcock Hoops. When he gets downhill, he's going to dunk, and he's going to do it with ferocity. So that part of the game, I believe he can learn from Capella. But he's such an elite defender all over the floor that I don't see their games being similar enough to where you're necessarily going to want to mirror one after the other. And that's why, and that to that point, I think that's why they selected him, because he is a different player.
No, for sure. We appreciate the comment. Let us know if there's anything else that we can get to, any topics you guys want to hear us discuss. Let's see. We don't.
It looks like, so when OKC got 37, their 53rd pick is going to the Wizards. So 53 is going to be Washington's.
Okay, noted. Appreciate that. So we said Boston is on the clock right now, correct? No pick yet. We will keep you guys updated at when there is a pick. What do you think of this Boston team? Because there have been rumors recently that they went after Drew Holiday. They've been trying to target some of these players, notable players that have been available through trades. Obviously, I love the core they have in place. There was also a rumor earlier about them possibly shopping Marcus Smart for the number 2 pick and some other assets. What do you think about what Boston's doing?
I think they did the right thing by not making a complete overhaul. Again, I love Marcus Smart. I love anybody who plays really good defense, and his attitude, his toughness, his, again, willingness to lay his body on the line. That is way more valuable to teams than I think it gets credit for. And for a championship team, a contender year in and year out, you've got to have that. So I actually am glad that they did not make that trade. I can see a world where you try to go up and get Wiseman or Okongwu because what they need is a big. But again, I'm glad they're keeping it the way they have it.
We have a pick, Yam Madar at number 47 to the Celtics. We talked about him a little bit earlier in the day between you and I. So what do you think about his game?
Madar is awesome. He's actually really exciting. He's a guy that not everybody. We had to wait a long time to see if he was going to stay in the draft. But he's a pesky on-ball defender. He's kind of small positionally, but again, he is really, really tough. He's quick twitch. He's really crafty with the ball in his hand as a pick-and-roll guy, as he attacks, good court vision. I'm curious to see if this is a stash option. I have been told that he wants to come over. I believe his agent has made it known that he wants to come over. And if he does, that's a really, really good pickup for Boston at this point in the draft. And I think that's a great pick for them.
What is his upside? What is if he's able to develop and become a contributor, I guess, what can he bring to the team and what's his upside?
Some craftiness, some crafty scoring. Again, he's not going to be some volume scorer shooter for you, but the way he maneuvers on the floor, he creates open looks for his teammates at a fairly high rate. And on defense, he's that annoying, pesky point guard that you want to have on your team. Again, I would love for him to learn on-ball defense from Marcus Smart. I think that could be great because that's just going to be what he's asked to do some at the next level. But it'll be really interesting to see if they roster both him and Pritchard. Madar probably, if he comes over, going to get some G League time with the Red Claws. Maybe he's a stash. But again, if he comes over, him and Pritchard, who's going to be on the roster? That'll be interesting to me.
So at number 48, the Golden State Warriors have selected Nico Mannion. Now, this is interesting because Klay Thompson earlier today had a significant injury. Chris Haynes from Yahoo Sports reported that there's fear that it could be an Achilles injury, which is brutal. No one, obviously, that's just awful news. This team has been destroyed by injuries recently. Steph, Klay, they just had dealt with a lot. So this sucks. The injury is horrible, but Nico Mannion's a guy that could step in and help them now. What do you think of the Mannion pick?
This one's interesting. And whenever Matt jumps on, I want to get his take on this. Being an Arizona guy himself, he's very, very tight with the guys in that program. There have been a lot of red flags come up about Mannion during this pre-draft process. I will not necessarily get into those. I will let Matt do that. I'm not surprised that he fell this far in the draft. And a lot of those concerns don't really have to do with basketball. a lot of off-court stuff, and just other stuff like that. As a basketball player, I think behind LaMelo Ball, he's probably the best passer in this class. I mean, he sees the floor incredibly well. He's really smart with the basketball. On defense, at Arizona, he was a complete liability, if we're going to be honest. He has really quick feet. He was able to stay in front of his man in isolation and stay in front of ball handlers, but he got run over a lot. And I think that's going to be something to address really early at the NBA level.
So if there were off-court issues and things like that, maybe this is the best kind of situation for him, kind of being humbled on draft night and then going to a situation where you're surrounded by great leaders like Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, a great developmental system with Golden State and some of the coaches and executives they have there. Maybe this will be really good for him in the long run. I know he's probably bummed right now because I know there was talk about him possibly going first round, and he was a guy that was a top high school recruit coming out. So certainly, probably didn't see himself slipping this far on draft night, but maybe this will be good for him in the long run.
Yeah, and again, he's going to go on a roster where the leaders are mature, they're experienced, they're veterans, they have won championships. Sometimes that's the kind of roster that these young guys need to learn from, because it kind of kick them into gear. And again, you don't ever wish somebody to, go through an emotionally difficult time. You don't ever want that, but sometimes, good kick in the pants is good for you. And learning from guys like Steph and Klay and Draymond, I think that's only going to help him.
No, for sure. So we don't have another pick in just yet. So I'm curious, we talked about some of the off-court issues and stuff like that, and the fact that he was a great passer. I guess if he is able to live up to the hype and, reach his ceiling, what kind of player does he become?
I think he becomes a really, really high-level facilitator, not necessarily a volume scorer, but a guy that gets guys open regularly.
Got it. Interesting. Okay, so we might have Fran Fraschilla joining us shortly here. We will see. I think Matt will be back shortly as well.
Matt, I wanted to ask you, Mannion to the Warriors. I said we weren't surprised necessarily with him slipping this far because of some concerns that were shared, but wanted you to be the one to go into those.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, I'm Arizona Wildcat, and I saw Steve Kerr. So I'm glad to see us Wildcats sticking together first and foremost. Bear down. Yeah, with Nico, it was funny. I just popped off to go on to a Warriors show, and there wasn't one thing with Nico. He had an up and down year. It's a very competitive draft for guards, and it was just a gradual slip. I don't think there's any major red flags. Just people kind of soured on him a little bit, but I hope he does well there.
The 76ers have picked Isaiah Joe with the number 49 pick. I think you guys called that earlier too, saying that he had a promise from them, right? Was that Sixers?
Guys, for sure. The rumor's been for a while that he got a guarantee from the Sixers. And it's funny. I put him 21st on our draft, and I said this to a bunch of people, hey, I don't know if this is the guarantee here or somewhere else. I couldn't get a read on Philly at all, so I kind of went for it. Obviously, I swung a little too high, but it's nice to see we at least got the right team.
So let's talk about him then. What does he bring to the table for the Sixers, and how does he fit with this roster?
So, I mean, outside shooting. I mean, we've said this a lot. I mean, it's a common theme with Philly, obviously. They went into this draft looking to improve on the perimeter in regards to perimeter shooting, and that's what Isaiah Joe is. He had a rough year. He played injured for a big bulk of the year, and he played with Mason Jones, who kind of ran the show there, and I think that might have held back Isaiah a little bit. I scouted Isaiah as a freshman. I was really excited about him, and he didn't have the year I had hoped he would. But I'm still excited about his future. I think this is a great pick at this stage in the draft.
Derek, what are your thoughts on Isaiah? I know he's a great shooter, and that's one of the big things that he provides. But what do you make of this pick and how he fits?
I think him and Philly are a match made in heaven. I think it's perfect. I think he and now Steph Curry, that floor is going to be wide open for them. Joe, he's known for his high volume shooting, shot a ton of threes at Arkansas, extremely high. I think he was plus 40% as a freshman, had even a higher volume as a sophomore, but he played through injuries all year and still had the ultimate green light and was comfortable with it all season long. So a healthy Isaiah Joe, he's an active defender, very, very smart. Isaiah Joe, I believe, I just call him a baller. He's just really he's a guy you want on your team. And at this late in the draft, I think it is terrific. He's going to open up the floor for them.
At number 50, Skylar Mays to the Atlanta Hawks. What do we think of Mays, Babcock?
Skylar is a solid player. I mean, he's a combo guard. I believe he was in pre-med at LSU. Derek probably knows that. And just a solid kid. I don't think there's a ton of upside, but he's a good team guy. I think he gives them some depth. I know they value bringing a guy in that could play with and back up Trey. And so he's a guy just kind of good guy to fill out your roster and a good locker room guy.
Well, this kind of lines up then with what we were talking about earlier about how they're aggressive and kind of looking to make win now moves, guys that, could contribute. They're not going with the draft and stash project guy. They're going with someone that may be able to actually, contribute. Derek, what do you make of this pick?
Again, it's safe to me, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think it's a good, safe pick, extremely intelligent. High-level student as well as a high-level athlete. I think he's going to come in. He's going to be the guy. He's not going to make any wrong decisions. He's going to turn the ball over very, very few times, and he's just going to facilitate well for your team. I think it's a good, safe pick, but I do like it.
The Golden State Warriors have selected Justinian Jessup, number 51 overall. Justinian Jessup. Matt, thoughts?
Yeah, no, I've seen him a bunch. I saw him, even a couple years ago when I scouted Chandler Hutchinson in Boise. Just a big time shooter. He's got good size. He's a lefty, and he's a specialist. And so, obviously they're valuing shooting. It's worked for them so far. And so he'd go and even kind of continue to develop with two of the best. So yeah, it's I'm a little surprised to see him drafted. I thought he was going to be more of an undrafted guy, but I can't argue it. He's a big time shooter.
Who are some of the guys that are still on the board right now that maybe you guys are surprised that are still available, or that could be in the mix here for some of the next few picks, just in terms of overall talent?
Let's see here. If I remember, Cassius Stanley's still on the board, I believe. Jalen Harris, Jay Scrubb, Devin Dotson, Najee Marshall. I believe Reggie Perry's still on the board, right? These are all guys I think will get drafted and should.
Okay. All right. And Derek, what do you think of the last pick that we just discussed? Was it Jessup we were discussing last? What do you make of that?
Jessup, I think that's really nice. He's been a late riser as far as draft talk. Again, 6'7", smooth stroke, extremely high release, and he's going to be a catch and shoot, spot up perimeter 3-point shooter for a team. Again, teams who want to stretch the floor, I think this is a really good fit here. By no means do I think a guy getting hurt makes you do something reactive in the draft, especially the morning of. But again, if the Warriors are going to be looking for immediate perimeter shooting, Jessup is a really viable option here. And I'm not going to say either way, but it may play into the fact that you may have play less than you hope.
Yeah, unfortunately, we were just talking about that, Matt. It sounds like it's an Achilles injury. That's what Chris Haynes reported. So very unfortunate, just horrible news. Hopefully he's okay and it's not what it's being reported as. The Houston Rockets have selected Kenyon Martin Jr. at number 51. Actually, it's interesting. Kenyon Martin is on the staff at basketballnews.com, and he wrote an article this morning with it's an open letter to his son, basically talking about how proud he was of his son, basically saying, 20 years after he was the number 1 overall pick, his son is also in the draft. So very cool to see him drafted here at number 51. I know Kenyon's somewhere celebrating right now. He was very proud of him. And it's interesting. I talked to Kenyon recently about his kid, and he said, he's a lot like him in terms of pissed off when you're losing, super athletic. He said that, his son has been trying to work on his shot and developing some of those skills, being able to put the ball on the floor, shoot the ball. But his whole thing was telling him, just focus on staying athletic, keep attacking the basket. Don't get away from your strengths too much. So I went to one of his pro days last year at Impact Basketball in Las Vegas, and he's a freak athlete. He really is. And he has a lot of potential. He has to work on, his skill set. Right now, it just seems like he's a whole lot of energy and athleticism, and, he has to develop that shot and some of those other skills. But this makes sense. This range makes sense because you're basically taking a flyer on a kid that's super young. He didn't play college basketball. He was a prep guy at IMG Academy, and I know then took this year off to focus on, pre-draft training and things like that. So he really just a big project at this point with a lot of athleticism. Would you agree with that, Matt?
Yeah, I would. He's got terrific athleticism, and we all know where that came from, right? We all saw Kenyon dunk on the ball with all those lobs from Jake Kidd and all that. But he's got great athleticism. You just can't teach that. I'd like to see him develop his overall skill set and try and figure out what his identity as a player is. Being a big time athlete, that is going to help him, find a spot, or at least have a chance to find a spot in the league. He's just got to figure out what his role is.
Derek, what do you think of KJ here?
I think you're taking the upside play here. Again, athleticism, but a lot of the skills are going to have to be really honed in and developed. But again, if you can afford to take a flyer, absolutely do it. He's got the NBA pedigree. He's got the athleticism. So definitely take a shot on him.
All right. I don't think we have another pick in just yet. I'm trying to.
Cassius Winston.
Oh, okay. There we go. Cassius Winston goes number 53. Derek, you mentioned that is going to another team. Who has that 53 pick again?
That is going from OKC to Washington for the 37th pick. So
what do we think of that move?
So Winston's a guy that we've had mocked near the end of the draft for a while. You know, there's an argument for him to be the smartest player in this entire class. He plays with tremendous IQ and feel for the game, sees the floor very, very well. But there's some real concerns with his overall athleticism, his explosiveness, speed in the open court, and how that will translate to the NBA floor. But what you do is you take a kid who, again, he is so smart and facilitates incredibly well to everywhere on the floor. So I definitely understand the pick here.
What do you think, Matt?
Super high IQ kid. He's a winner. I mean, proven winner. You know, the physical limitations is what's held him back. I mean, he's smaller. It's not very athletic. But it's he's a guy you want on your team. There's no doubt about it.
All right. I don't think we have another pick in just yet. Trying to do 10 things at once here. I'm sorry. Let's see. Winston was someone that I know was kind of interesting to me because some people had him going higher than others. I guess, was he a polarizing prospect where some people were high on him, some people weren't so sure?
Yeah, I think so. Especially in the media. I mean, there's a number of people that even had him pegged as a potential first-round pick, which I never saw that. I think we've had him in the 50s all year, right, Derek? But it's a winner. And the kind of guys like this are good to have on your team.
So I just want to show some love right here to Kenyon Martin again with his son KJ going. So he wrote this article for Basketball News this morning, just kind of breaking down how proud he is of his son. And it's a really interesting read. I would definitely recommend everyone go check it out. Basically, he said 20 years ago, I walked across the draft stage. Now it's your time. Talks about how proud he is of him, just how hard, he's worked, and he's kind of seen everything. And obviously Kenyon's been through this process before, so he knows the work that goes into it. Talks about, everything that he saw from, him being a kid, falling in love with basketball to kind of where he is today. So it's a really cool letter. I would definitely recommend everyone go check it out on basketballnews.com. I just tweeted it as well. So just a cool moment for that family. I know they have to be excited right now. We have two Cassiuses going back to back. Cassius Stanley going number 54 to the Indiana Pacers. Matt, Cassius Stanley was someone that I know some mock drafts had going first round. What do you think of the Pacers getting Cassius Stanley at 54?
I mean, this is it's incredible to me. I'm sure there's a lot of people on Twitter right now saying, I told you so kind of thing. Because I've had him as a first round pick the entire year. He's best leaper in the draft. I mean, 44-inch vertical. He measured 6'6" in shoes. Shot the ball well this year. I mean, this is just an outstanding pick. And what's funny is I talked to a couple teams today that were even considering him in the 20s. And so I'm extremely surprised to see him get this far in the draft.
Derek, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, basically what Matt said, the athleticism is just outrageous. So I did not see a world where he fell this far. But again, you're banking on the athleticism. Excellent spot-up shooter as well. In the piece I wrote about him, he hit a high 30% from three. But what's interesting is 100% of them were catch and shoot. None of them were pull-ups. So he's going to have to develop that part of his game. But again, in high school, he was comfortable with the ball in his hand. So I anticipate that he'll be able to do that at least at a formidable level in the NBA. And again, his size and athleticism, he's going to be able to see the floor quite a bit.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't he a freak athlete? I mean, I remember seeing some of the clips of him dunking, and I know there were some interesting numbers that came out about his combine measurements or athletic testing. And I remember, if I'm thinking of the right person, he was, putting up some really crazy numbers in terms of vertical and had some crazy videos. Is that right, Matt?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it is. I think we've done some videos of him and just his dunks. I mean, it will blow you away. And I mean, I get it. At Duke, he was asked to fill a pretty simple role as more of like a small forward that ran the floor and finished in transition and was limited to catch and shoot shots. I watched him in high school quite a bit. He was a combo guard and did a lot more on the ball. I do think he's got upside to be a guy that could do a lot more with his game than he showed. But again, I'm still really surprised they got this far, even considering some of the negatives.
For sure. So we don't have another pick in just yet. Which team is on the board right now? It's all moving so quickly. Number 55 is the
Brooklyn
Nets. So with what we've kind of seen from the Nets today, acquiring Landry Shamet, some of the moves that they have made, what do you think Brooklyn should do here?
I think they're going to go upside. One name that wouldn't surprise me would be Josh Hall. I think Jay Scrubb could make some sense here.
It is Jay Scrubb. Jeremy Wu just said it was Jeremy Scrubb. Jay Scrubb. Excuse me.
Yep.
Sorry to cut you off.
No, it's okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that goes with what I had heard their game plan was, identifying guys that are high risk, high reward. Jay Scrubb's a guy that Derek and I spent some time with in Atlanta. I've actually got to know Jay pretty well, the last 6 months. Really good kid, came from a junior college. Was committed to Louisville. 6'6" lefty, jumps out of the gym, shoots the ball well with range. He just needs some time to get his body together and learn the game and just sort of grow up as a player. This at this stage in the draft, that's a slam dunk pick.
Yeah, I didn't know much about him until I saw your write up about him, Matt. I think he has a very interesting story. Can you kind of talk about just everything he's kind of been through to get to this point? And it seems like a huge underdog, right?
Yeah, he was from Louisville. Was a horrible student. Really struggled early on in high school. He transferred schools and started getting together. It was too little, too late, so he didn't qualify to go to a Division I school from high school. Went to the JUCO, John A. Logan College. His coach, I actually got to know his coach. Jay went to the under-19 USA team trials, and I sat with his coach, Kyle Smith-Peters, who's just a great guy, and he's the one that first kind of put me on him. And this kid just got his talents like through the roof. And so he's definitely not ready to play right away. But 2-3 years from now, if it clicks, this kid's got like starter type potential.
Derek, any thoughts on Jay?
Yeah, it was an absolute pleasure to meet Jay in Atlanta when Matt and I got to go. And I'm very happy for him and his agent, Corey Markham, as well with Easy Sports. I think this is a great night for them. Brooklyn can take a guy, like Matt said, who doesn't have to play right away. His physical tools are up there with anybody in this class. Legitimate 6'6", 6'10" wingspan, and can jump, bouncy off 1 foot off of 2 feet. He just needs to learn how to play the game. When we watched him in some 5-on-5 runs, he was getting beat backdoor. Shot selection was a little iffy. He's used to being the best player on the floor, and he's just going to have to clean that stuff up. But again, athleticism standpoint, I think he's a really nice kid, and I'm very happy for them tonight.
For sure. I am trying to see if there's anything new. I don't think we have another pick in. As soon as we do, I will update everyone. At this point in the draft, I guess, Matt, what's it like being an agent when you're talking about guys in the late 50s? There's some debate over, okay, do you want to be undrafted instead? Because then you can kind of pick the best fit and which team has the most interest. If you were an agent at this point, what's your approach?
It's really hard. Representing second round picks isn't easy because it's such a wide range. There's a number of guys tonight that we thought could have gone 25 that are still haven't been picked, and there's guys that we would have projected 60. They've gone the first round, whatever. And the range is a lot wider than people think for a lot of players. And so when you're representing guys that have expectations of being picked, it's challenging. Because it's such an emotional night of seeing all these names called of guys that they've played against and with. Since they're probably in high school. And so I think it's sort of a balance of, making sure that you're kind of doing your part as the agent, handling your player's business to make sure that he's getting to a good starting point, but also, keeping his mental state, in a solid place, because it's a challenging thing to do. And, I'm feeling for these agents right now that still represent some of these guys on the board.
Yeah, I think especially in a year like this, it's a little bit different too. You kind of talked about this in one of your articles on Basketball News about how this year is even crazier because the pre-draft process was so long that these agents were racking up these huge bills when it comes to like paying for the pre-draft training and all that stuff. Can you kind of speak to some of the challenges the agents faced in this draft?
Yeah, I mean, this draft especially. I mean, most cases the pre-draft process is 2 months. I think this one's going to be somewhere around 6-7 months total for most players. And how it works is the agent, generally speaking, will have to pay for training, have to pay for housing during this time. And so, you can do the math. That's just those expenses are multiplied this year. And so, of course, with the money that you're investing into clients, you want to return. And so, a big part of that is getting them a good contract. And getting drafted is not necessarily the only way of getting an NBA contract, but it is a good step in that direction, obviously.
So Charlotte is taking Grant Riller at number 56, and then the Clippers are taking Reggie Perry at number 57. So let's start with Grant Riller. What are your thoughts on that going to Charlotte, Matt?
He's a older player from Charleston, dynamic scorer. I mean, one of the best scorers coming out of college. He's a little undersized. He got measured pretty small at his combine. I believe at 6'1.5" or something like that. Where he was listed at school at 6'3", and he's a little bit more of a two guard than a one. And so I think that's why he slipped a little bit. Is probably just he's a little older and undersized. But he's the guy. I mean, I think he could be put in a game tomorrow in the NBA and probably get some buckets.
And then Reggie Perry to the Clippers. Derek, you want to chime in on that one?
Yeah, Perry is one of the most physically impressive, physically imposing guys in this class. Huge kid. And he's he's really skilled at his position as well. There were some teams had a first-round grade on him kind of going into the beginning of the year, and there were just some reasons people had some concerns. He started to fall a little bit. Again, another guy we were able to see out at Impact in Vegas. And he's just a physical specimen. I think he's a guy where if he's able to engage at a high level mentally and really buy into what the Clippers are going to do, they could get a really good score out of Perry.
Who are some players? I mean, we're now at the last 3 picks here. Who are some guys that you're surprised are still on the board, or that if they go undrafted, you'd be shocked?
I'm seeing who's still available here. Dotson, Paul Reed. Najee Marshall, Tyshawn Alexander, who else is jumping out here? Jalen Harris. I think these names could be called here soon.
For sure. So we shall see. I will let you guys know whenever there is a pick in. Let's see. So one moment here. I guess let's go back to Grant Riller. Derek, do you have anything to add on Riller while we wait?
I like Riller. Just his scoring punch is awesome. And I'm really excited to see if there's a rotation where he and Devontae Graham get to play together, because they're both really good on ball. They're both really good off ball, explosive athletes who can score from anywhere all over the floor. So I think Charlotte's actually a really good landing spot for him moving forward. I think he'll get the freedom to kind of do what he wants when he's out there on the floor as far as just putting his head down and being a scorer. I thought it was interesting during the combine measurements. He measured quite a bit shorter than people anticipated, which I think hurt him possibly a little bit. But again, as a scorer, I absolutely love the pick.
All right, let's see. I think we have another pick in. I am checking. Nope, not yet. So we will wait for that. Any other surprises that stand out to you as you kind of look at what we've seen in the second round so far?
Ellaby was a guy that we hadn't heard. We heard pretty mixed signals from teams. We knew there was a good chance for him to get drafted, but he didn't seem as universally loved, if you will, as some of these other guys. I didn't see Isaiah Joe falling to 49. I thought he was comfortably an early second-round pick. So again, I would consider that a surprise because I didn't expect him to be there that late. So he's probably one of my favorite picks of the second round so far. Let me see. I think Richards as well is a bit of a surprise to me to Charlotte, just because they picked Carey, not too far ahead of him. So I think that's kind of fascinating to me about what they're going to do with the big man situation there.
Absolutely. So let me double check to see if there's any update here. No, this one's taking a while. No leaks here. Interesting. Every other pick has been moving in so fast, and this one has not come in quickly yet.
Who's up now?
That's a good question. I'm trying to see. So number 57. Who's at 58 at the moment? I'm like doing a million things here.
58. It looks like Philly. If they didn't move it.
Yeah. So we have Philly on the board, and then after that, it'll be the Toronto Raptors and Milwaukee Bucks. So we will see who the pick is. Let's see. No update yet. Honestly, one of the bigger surprises, we talked about this already, but Cassius Stanley, I was just really high on him, I guess. And I felt like he was going to go at the latest early second round. So that one just really blew me away.
Yeah, his athleticism, I really thought people were going to buy a little bit sooner than they did.
He's the kind of guy that if there had been, more workouts and more of a traditional type process, that he could have benefited from it potentially.
Matt, talking about Stanley?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, usually in the traditional pre-draft process, athletes and shooters usually rise quite a bit. So, I mean, I don't know. For me, I just don't get it with or without the traditional pre-draft process. I mean, I've really liked Cassius a lot throughout the whole year, and so I don't have a good explanation for it because I don't agree with a lot of these teams passing on him.
All right, now number 59 overall, the Toronto Raptors have taken Jalen Harris from Nevada. How do you feel about Harris, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the guys we've been really high on for a long time. I think this is a great pick. Just a killer instinct combo guard. He's also really athletic. He recorded a 42.5-inch vertical at his combine recently. Just a great pick. I think there's been some mixed reviews on some of his background stuff. We've gotten to know him a little bit, and he's he's definitely a chippy, competitive kid. I think he's turned some people off a little bit, thinking that he's maybe not the greatest teammate. I don't agree with it. I think the kid is just an ultra competitor. I think he's going to be an NBA player.
Derek, how do you feel about Harris?
I think it's awesome. I think this is tremendous value for him. I mean, Toronto getting him and Malachi Flynn, I think I think Matt and I will both really love to see how that plays out.
All right. Who will be Mr. Irrelevant? Who will go to the Milwaukee Bucks? Any predictions here?
Maybe, I don't know. Tyshawn Alexander, maybe.
It is Sam Merrill to Milwaukee.
Yeah.
I got to thank NBA teams right now for not picking some of the international players that had crazy long names that I was really intimidated, overwhelmed by, and was practicing all afternoon. So thanks for bailing me out there. Sam Merrill, number 60. How do we feel about Sam, Derek?
Merrill's going to be one of those guys who he's going to be asked to come in and hit shots. He's a really, really good shooter. Mechanics are beautiful. If he can hold up physically on the defensive end, he is smart enough and he is a good enough shooter to provide value. There's no doubt about that.
Matt, what do you think? Mr. Irrelevant, Sam Merrill.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I've seen him a bunch. I'm in Mountain West territory here in Colorado, and he just really knows how to play, shoots the heck out of the ball. He knows how to play on both sides of the ball, too. I mean, from a skill set standpoint, he's big time. I just really question if he's quick enough and athletic enough to stick in the NBA. Maybe he's just one of these guys that just, he's got it enough to kind of overcome his physical limitations. I'm certainly questioning it, but I do really like him as a player. And, being a basketball fan, you got to appreciate guys that know how to play.
So in one moment, we're going to get to the winners and losers of the draft. But let's start with this. Who are some guys that surprised you that went undrafted? Guys that you felt should have been picked. I know Paul Reed was one that you mentioned before. Matt, who are some guys that stand out to you?
No, Paul Reed did get drafted, didn't he? Or no?
No.
Yeah, he did. He went to Sixers at 58.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
We didn't have that one pop up. I don't think we discussed that one. Oh, we went right from 57 to 59. You were right. I'm sorry about that. Paul Reed, my bad. Who does stand out?
Devin Dotson stands out for sure. That's a tough, quick kid. Killian Tilly, Josh Hall, Tyshawn Alexander, Najee Marshall, Ashton Higgins. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else that jumps out. Lamar Stevens from Penn State. These are all guys that I think their agents' phones are probably ringing off the hook right now of begging for two ways and affiliate player deals. That's the one thing of when you represent guys that are potential second round picks or undrafted. When they do go undrafted, an agent's got a long night ahead as far as sorting out what they do because it's essentially every team in the league's an option now.
So let's talk about winners and losers. Let's start with the winners. We talked about a little bit earlier some teams that we were impressed with at the end of the first round, but Matt, which teams stand out to you when we're talking about winners of the night?
I like I mean, I think, the early part of the draft, I was pretty happy to see what everybody did. I mean, I think we had it pretty spot on. I mean, I think Wiseman going to Golden State's a great pick. Obviously, we talked about before Obi Toppin at 8. I mean, what an awesome pick. Elijah Hughes went to where, Utah? Yeah, Elijah Hughes a great pick. Cassius Stanley in the second round. I mean, those are the guys we've been high on all year. Obviously, Malachi Flynn to Toronto. I like all those picks.
And then, Derek, who are your winners of the night?
I think Minnesota just having so many picks, I think they're winners. I think Philly also had a tremendous draft. I think they're ones to really look at. I think they're going to use their guys really well, along with who they traded for today. They got the Horford deal off their books. You bring in Seth Curry, you draft Maxey, you draft Isaiah Joe. Like, they addressed the scoring really, really well. They brought in some high-level players, and I think that's going to be really nice for them.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier, but Minnesota, what they were able to do, we talked about them kind of bringing a lot of perimeter talent, bringing Ricky Rubio back to Minnesota as well, which I know some Timberwolves fans are going to be happy about. That one stood out to me. And then some of the trades really surprised me. Seeing Josh Richardson get traded, I think that's a really interesting pickup for Dallas. And then Landry Shamet going to Brooklyn. Landry's the kind of guy who I think is going to really benefit from playing alongside KD, Kyrie, maybe James Harden. No, I don't actually think it's going to happen, but he's going to benefit from, playing with those star players there. So those are some winners for me. Who are some losers of the night, Matt? And it can be teams, it can be prospects, whoever you feel is a loser for the night.
Yeah, I mean, I got to put my old agent hat on here for a second, and I feel for these guys that go and draft because I know these kids are hurting. Draft night's so emotional. It is tough. I mean, I think these guys just need to, trust their agents right now. This is why they picked a good agent to help them through the tough times. So the fact of the matter is, even these kids that were drafted, this is just the starting point of their career, and there's going to be so much adversity moving on. And the guys that really succeed are the ones that can handle tough times and get through it and improve and learn from it. And so anybody that goes undrafted, I just it's a hard time and a hard thing to get through.
Are there certain teams that you look at their evening and think, what were they doing? I don't understand the picks. I mean, we talked about a few of them as the picks happened, but when you look at just overall, the teams that maybe didn't perform as well tonight, and obviously these are all just projections. It could be way different 5 years from now. We don't know how these players will turn out, but we have our thoughts and opinions and predictions. When you look at some of the teams, who are some of the losers that stand out potentially?
I mean, I don't want to necessarily say the teams are losers, but maybe isolated picks. I mean,
Sure.
I said it before. I mean, quickly in the first round, I think that's really high. Other than that, there wasn't anything that jumped out too much. I mean, Cole Anthony at 15 surprised me a little bit. I mean, talent-wise, I think that's justified. I just, I don't know if they'll end up regretting that or not. We'll see. Derek, you have any that jump out?
New York and Boston are the two. Boston trading out of 30 and then taking Pritchard with their other first-round pick. I'm curious to see how that plays out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I appreciate you guys doing this. Again, you were crushing it. You were super accurate with your mock draft. I feel like from just about every pick, you guys were predicting who was going to be the name called and got it right. So your hard work paid off. I know you guys have been working extremely hard for months now, watching film and talking to these players. So fantastic job tonight. It's really appreciated. Great work.
No, thanks a lot, Alex. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Matt, you guys were fantastic. Everyone, make sure to check out Babcock Hoops. They do a fantastic job over there. They have an amazing staff of not only these two, but also former NBA talent evaluators who break down prospects. They have mock drafts. They have just tons of things over there. So check out Babcock Hoops. Matt is also a contributor at basketballnews.com. Make sure you check us out. We're going to be doing another stream actually on the 20th. So Friday from 6 to 9 p.m. Eastern time. That's the start of free agency. Crazy offseason. 2 days after the draft, we're going to be in free agency mode. And then in 12 days, we have training camp starting. So it's a really weird offseason, but we're really excited. We're going to have another free agency stream where we break down and react to every single transaction, trade, free agency signing, and rumor on Friday. So come back for that. Matt's going to be part of that as well because Matt just doesn't sleep. He just works extremely hard.
I will be soon.
Yeah. So that will be on Friday. And then check out basketballnews.com. We have a fantastic staff. We have Kenyon Martin, James Posey, Atan Thomas, Vinny Del Negro. We have some other additions that will be coming very soon. And then we also have some writers like myself, Chris Sheridan, Matt, Nikias Duncan, Spencer Davies. It's a fantastic staff, and I'm so proud of the work that we're putting out. So check out basketballnews.com. We also have a podcast network, so check those podcasts out. We have 10 podcasts. So check those out very soon. You're going to really enjoy them. And yeah, we appreciate you all for hanging out. Again, we hit over 120,000 viewers tonight, which is amazing. I mean, that's just, it blows me away. So thank you so much for everyone that supported us and wanted to hang out with us. And we'll be back on Friday. Thanks so much.